The guy stands there utterly at ease, even with a decisive entrance exam battle looming. For the most elite academy on the planet, just moments away, he actually looks uninterested, even though his challenger is considered a major prospect, gifted heir from a renowned lineage, and the instructors are convinced she'll flatten him, just like she has done to every contender so far. Soyin narrows her focus to the extreme, then dashes in to strike first. Her technique is executed flawlessly. Her blow lands with pinpoint accuracy, yet he remains completely unfazed. He sidesteps effortlessly as if it were trivial. In less than a second, she's flat on her back. The outcome is so abrupt, it leaves the faculty stunned. He takes the victory without even breathing hard. The only thing on his mind is why everyone here seems so frail. He plans to uncover the answer. 3 centuries earlier, Kim Ju-hyuk reigned as the strongest human alive. His might was so immense that even celestial beings sought to train under him. He single-handedly conquered the Tower of Destruction, defeating its ultimate ruler and rescuing the world. But when the tower collapsed, it claimed his life too. In the next instant, he awakens 300 years later. He accepted this new life, calmly despite inhabiting a far younger and weaker body. Retaining the memories and mastery of a martial deity, he intended to live more leisurely this time. That idea vanished when a system alert warned that the Tower of Destruction would reappear in 5 years. Regret washed over him for not throwing Barch into the lava when he had the opportunity. Fate was steering events toward another confrontation. He was resolved. This time he would annihilate the tower entirely and leave nothing behind. Soon another notification surfaced, telling him to reclaim his weapons, and lost memories in Valhalla on the 3rd floor 5th room to the right. While weapons made sense, the reference to memories confused him. His immediate goal became locating Valhalla. The 4th day, the top 10 tournament commences at Valhalla. An announcement summons all fighters to the arena, and Kim briefly considers skipping it. Ultimately, he walks out to confront his rival. Lee San notes the unusually massive turnout for the event, as if the destinies of the 5 great houses are colliding at once. Still, most eyes are fixed on a promising newcomer, Si-hyuk, the eldest heir of the Asun clan. Facing Kim, Si-hyuk studies him closely, recalling he beat Soyin on day 1. Yet he can't remember much about him before that. A victory here would skyrocket his fame and standing. The cocky grin, Si-hyuk vows to demolish him. The bout kicks off immediately after, though lacking refinement in academics, tactics, or martial skill. He holds a natural gift no one else matches, even with little practice and no mana. His strength multiplies at a frightening rate, letting him perform feats most warriors could never dream of. Born with a body that stays in peak condition effortlessly, he's considered a prodigy built for battle. The clash begins with blatant provocation, as Kim casually shows him a rude gesture, triggering a mana-charged fury in the larger fighter. Si-hyuk charges ahead. Kim acknowledges the raw strength behind the rush, yet understands better than anyone that muscles alone don't equal real fighting skill. A heavy punch barrels toward him, tilts his head slightly, and the blow slices through empty space. Instantly, he counters with a sweeping low kick that wrecks Si-hyuk's balance. Before he even realizes he's toppling, Kim follows through with a brutal, palm strike that drives him into the ground. Then he stands above him, mildly irritated that his current teenage physique can't match his former godlike stats. Even so, he isn't worried, trusting that his experience will compensate for lacking strength. He intends to climb back up the Hunter rankings from scratch. The stadium erupts into chaos. Journalists scramble to understand how an unknown just dismantled a leading candidate. At the same time, first King Achulshin, leader of the Asun house, watches his son's disgrace from the seat, seething with rage. He cannot comprehend how Si-hyuk, engineered for overwhelming force, failed to evade a simple novice strike. The father realizes his son has lost composure. Desperation, he unleashes a rare surge of magic, hoping to finish it in one move. Shifting his stance, he believes Kim will be taken by surprise. However, from the instant Si-hyuk acted, Kim had already prepared a response. His foresight and tactical thinking are extraordinary, placing him far above his peers. Achulshin, recognizing this potential, boldly declares he will recruit Kim into the Asun family, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, spectators are going wild over R and Choi. Kim finds it odd that everyone is fixated on a mere 17-year-old. He steps into the arena against the Choi family's second daughter. He begins in his usual laid-back manner. He immediately senses Aron intends to wait him out, expecting him to initiate the first strike. Growing impatient with the stalemate, Kim casually advances toward her. As he closes the distance, Aron unsheathes her sword, sparks dancing along it with the Choi clan's famed lightning. The crowd explodes, astonished that someone her age commands such an advanced technique. He rushes forward, delivering a lightning-quick slash. Yet before her blade finishes its arc, Kim has already disappeared from sight. He casually reappears beside her, teasing that her gaze revealed her intended target. He throws a light punch that sends sliding across the floor despite blocking with her sword. He admits he's slightly impressed, She reacted fast enough to defend, but Arin trembles now understanding. She faces an absolute monster. Before she can even register what to do next, Kim unleashes a compact 1-inch punch, striking squarely against her blade. The impact blasts her into the ground, while he calmly looms above. Something about her sword technique feels oddly recognizable to him. He brushes off the thought because with this victory, he has just claimed the #1 position on the leaderboard. As expected, the media frenzy erupts at once. Journalists crowd around him, scrambling for comments and nearly stumbling over each other, tempting him with elite contracts and lavish benefits if he joins their factions. Kim is indifferent and irritated by the barrage of questions. He snaps at the reporters. Soon social platforms buzz with criticism, labeling him arrogant after reaching the top rank. At the same time, the top 10 candidates receive their official induction into Valhalla. Yet the boy considers the ceremony painfully uninteresting. He recalls the system message telling him to reclaim his weapons and lost memories from the 3rd floor 5th room. To him, there is no point in hanging around. He plans to grab them and leave. With that, the opening ceremony concludes. The class is escorted to a virtual battle simulator. Their teacher, Lee San-gun, once leader of the Choi Guild, surveys the arrangement with puzzlement. Seated up front are 3 heirs of the 5 dominant families, including Soyin of Yushin and Arin of Chan, along with Si Hayek representing Asan. Although placements were said to be random, he finds it suspicious that so many prodigies share one class. He also questions why Kim was assigned here. Sensing potential trouble, he decides to assert dominance early. He formally introduces himself as their instructor, then abruptly pushes a button, plunging the students into sudden turmoil. They reappear in a wide courtyard, unsure of what is happening. Killing intent radiates from him as he erects a shield to hide them from roaming monsters. While the students adjust to the monstrous surroundings, the instructor turns to Kim and asks if he can handle things, defeating every monster on his own. Kim agrees, yet the teacher mistakes his calm for cockiness, knowing most have only studied monsters in theory. Expecting him to fold, he urges Kim to stop bluffing and admit defeat so they can proceed. Instead, Kim simply grins. Annoyed, the instructor demands to know what is amusing. Kim, now curious, asks why such a test is happening on day 1. He suspects there must be compensation involved and asks what reward awaits him. The instructor offers a bargain. If Kim fights, he will grant any request in return. After a brief pause to think, Kim accepts the terms. The instructor, unimpressed, remarks sarcastically that the boy has no idea how lethal these simulated beasts are. Kim disregards the comment and requests a weapon, wondering if he is expected to fight empty-handed. Once handed a sword, he steps forward unfazed, drawing everyone's gaze. He unsheathes the blade and charges at the creatures, delivering a single decisive arc that completely tears through the monsters. He continues cutting them down wave after wave. It has been 3 years since he last held a sword, yet it feels perfectly familiar. Back then, monsters threw the world into chaos, forcing humanity to arm themselves with whatever they had. Even so, swords remained among the most reliable choices. Lost in memory, he senses a creature creeping up behind him. Without turning, he swiftly eliminates it before it can reach him. Watching closely, the instructor grows intrigued. He cannot fathom how a plain, non-enchanted sword slices through monsters so easily. It appears almost as if the blade consumes them. Nearby, the 3 heirs of the major families observe with equal fascination. After finishing the last creature, Kim walks up to the instructor, reminding him of their agreement. With the lesson concluded, the instructor notes it was only their first class and advises everyone to return to their dormitories. Kim, however, feels the session dragged on and only cares about retrieving his belongings. He never planned to live as a student, nor does he value academic life. Despite his disinterest, he did pick up useful knowledge, especially concerning constellations. In this era, constellations symbolize former legends who ascended to godhood. Many are tied to hunters serving as divine relics, granting unique powers. In Korea, they are highly revered, and Valhalla ranks 3rd globally, housing numerous constellation artifacts. Kim dismisses sword training and monster slaying, believing martial arts training suits his frail body better. As these thoughts occupy him, he notices someone tailing him. He turns, he sees Arin behind him. In the faculty office, Lee San-san, the highest-ranked teacher, discusses the boy, with the instructor doubting a mere student could achieve such results. The instructor explains he programmed 120 virtual monsters into the simulator, expecting difficulty. Yet Kim eliminated them all without prior real combat experience. The conversation turns toward his history. Lee San-san remarks that nothing in his profile stands out, which makes his prowess stranger. When asked further, he reveals Kim is an orphan from a hazardous district. Instructor wonders if he might be falsifying his records. Lee San-san rejects that theory, stating he conducted a thorough background check with no signs of fraud. He questions why a fraud would enroll at Valhalla and attract attention during the ceremony. Lee San-san also mentions Kim's desire to enter the constellation chamber. The instructor confirms the boy plans to access it after his first term. To support this, Lee San has sought the headmaster's approval for Kim to enter the first basement floor, taking full responsibility. The instructor appreciates the gesture, but worries about the limitations placed on higher levels. Lee San reassures him that reaching the first floor should be manageable with speed. Yet the instructor remains anxious, especially with 3 elite heirs in his class. Lee San calms him by noting another class has an exchange student from the Ventric family, and when he hears the name Rockdil Ventric, previously expelled from the British Academy for misconduct, has transferred in, feels somewhat comforted that his predicament is not the worst. Meanwhile, as Kim turns to confront his follower, he finds himself facing Aran of the Choi lineage. He steps forward with a request, asking him to instruct her in swordsmanship. Even as he tries to walk away, she continues, repeating her plea for him to teach her the sword. He declines without hesitation. When she demands an explanation, he snaps back, asking why she keeps pushing the issue. Irritation clear in his voice, he states that he has absolutely no plans to train her, and leaves her there. The following day in class, Kim dwells on his difficulties with magic, his failure to properly manipulate mana. Understands that mastering it is crucial if he wants to grow stronger. Deep in contemplation, he is jolted when someone steps in front of him. Rockdil Ventric, accompanied by his aide Uriah de Felix. Kim bluntly asks who they are. Rockdil, baffled by the question, announces himself as part of the powerful Ventric lineage. He bluntly inquires whether Kim seeks power. In most clan side branches, rarely rival the authority of the main house. Ventric clan, however, differs, wielding the beak mask guardian constellation that grants them special leverage, while other noble families depend on guardians for defense. The Ventrics formed contracts with outsiders, enabling them to recruit freely without internal conflict. This strategy secured their supremacy in Europe, elevating branch members to parity with the core family. Rockdil, puffed up by that heritage, had been expelled from the British Academy after repeated misconduct. Brushing off his past, he brags that his family can erase any problem and insists a Ventric always obtains what he desires. Impressed by Kim's display at the ceremony, he invites him to join his faction, offering access to their constellation. Kim calmly turns him down, which instantly ignites Rockdil's temper. Just before matters spiral further, Valhalla's chief instructor, Lee San, steps in, commanding Rockdil to sit. Rockdil objects to being addressed by his full name. Lee San reminds him that even the Ventric influence does not place them above Academy law. Rockdil complies, but shoots Kim a smug warning that they will settle things after class. Later, on his way back to the dormitory, Kim broods over his lack of progress toward the constellation chamber. He remembers learning from Rockdil that guild scouts have been quietly collecting data on him. As he attempts to relax, he senses someone trailing him. Turning, he finds Aran once again at his heels, pleading for sword training. Exasperated, he bluntly reminds her he already refused. Elsewhere on campus, the atmosphere grows ominous. Rockdil erupts in fury, shattering a lantern in blind rage. Enraged that an unknown orphan humiliated him publicly, commands his attendant Uriah to summon Desira immediately, clearly scheming revenge. When Uriah hesitates, he seizes her hair, demanding proof of loyalty, and threatens to cast her out of the family. Despite her protest, he hurls her down and orders her to contact Desira without delay. She is told to inform Desira Ventric, a second-grade royal member, that he seeks an audience. Uriah nods quietly and complies. Back in his dorm, Kim sits alone, examining his own physique, accepting that he lacks magical aptitude and cannot summon overwhelming strength. As his thoughts wander, he remembers confronting Aran when she followed him earlier. She behaves like an obsessive shadow, unwilling to back off. He had demanded to know her reason for tailing him. He repeated her plea for sword instruction, stretching his patience. Irritated, he compared her persistence to a squawking parrot and told her to leave. Suddenly, he named a price of 10 million won, her lesson stunning her into silence. He declared she could not afford him and began to walk away. She then asked for his phone. Suspicious, he questioned her intent. He explained she needed to enter her number to transfer payment easily. Checking the display, he was shocked to see a deposit totaling 100 million won. She asked again whether he would accept her as a student. Even faced with that fortune, he rejected both the cash and her proposal. Back in the present, remains sure he can secure funds by other means. Resolute, he heads out to locate the hidden vault. His thoughts flash back to surveying the region before enrolling, aware that many caches from 3 centuries ago vanished. Evidence indicates at least 4 remain intact, probably 3 concealed within Valhalla's mountains, and he begins the hunt with determination. Using what little mana he commands, he locates enchanted marbles responsive to his energy, which guide him precisely to where he buried his treasure long ago. The excavation proves exhausting, leaving him drenched in sweat and cursing his past self for choosing such an inconvenient hiding place. This recovery mission stems from the chaos of the Tower of Destruction. When the world teetered on collapse, he had no secure vault, so he buried his wealth underground. As dawn begins to break, he finally uncovers a concealed chest, only to face another obstacle, since the antique lock cannot be opened with an ordinary key. Without pause, he channels mana to craft a temporary key from a simple strand of string. It demands patience and delicate control, until at last he hears the satisfying click, and the hidden compartment swings open, revealing a trove of riches fit for royalty. He grins at the sparkling hoard, jokingly asking if his wealth missed him over the centuries, and feeling relief now that finances are secure. His gaze shifts to several storage stones, stirring memories of imbuing them with magic to safeguard his records, and deciding to utilize them again. As he lifts one, a pulse of power surges, confirming it still functions. He contemplates handling the stones before anything else. Pauses after noticing the difference between the weighty gold ingots and the fragile ornaments, debating whether carrying lighter treasures would be smarter. Back at Valhalla Academy, soreness from all that digging earlier forces him to slow down. Right then, Arin walks over and takes a seat beside him. Again, she asks him to train her in swordsmanship. Irritated, he challenges her stubborn persistence, pointing out that her family, the prestigious Choi clan, is famed for its sword skill. Even with top-tier guidance available, she still insists on learning from him, which makes him question her. He demands a clear answer, asking why she chooses him over her respected father within the Choi household. Her exchange abruptly halts, as the instructor appears calling Kim to the faculty office. Sensing significance, he asks what this is about. The instructor explains it relates to something Kim previously requested. After brief consideration, he agrees to go along. As he turns to leave, Arin calls his name. He glances back, noticing uncertainty in her expression. In response, he offers her a chance to attend a training session at 6 in the morning the next day. Startled, she hesitates before finally nodding in agreement. Inside the instructor's office, the teacher wastes no time. He informs Kim that permission to enter the Constellation Room has been granted, though with limitations. Only the basement level is accessible, and nothing deeper. Curious, Kim asks when he may enter. The instructor proposes going that very night. He accepts immediately, leaving the instructor slightly surprised by his readiness. As darkness settles, the instructor guides him to the Academy's most protected site, the Constellation Room. Observing the tight security, Kim comments that it is guarded even more heavily than the main entrance, and the instructor explains its value is why Valhalla ranks among the top 3 academies. While studying the imposing outer walls, he learns they are layered with magical reinforcements, except at the door. Curious, he asks what it would take to reach the second floor, half joking that it might require bending the rules. The instructor replies that while not criminal, it would result in instant expulsion. He also cautions that one might lose sanity before even leaving the academy, which confuses Kim. Teacher clarifies that the second floor holds overwhelming constellation, magic capable of driving people insane at once. Watching him carefully, he questions whether Kim truly intends to descend further, or if doubt lingers in his mind. Giving him 30 minutes, the instructor orders him back within that limit. Kim nods confidently and passes through the gate. Inside, a familiar interface appears, guiding him to reclaim weapons and memories from the 3rd floor 5th chamber. Ignoring expulsion risks, he remains focused on reaching the 3rd basement. As he moves downward, he senses the structure is impossibly vast. Endless stairways stretch on in dim light, making him question the building's true purpose. He wonders if Valhalla conceals a hidden prison below. Suspicion grows, and he decides to uncover more about this chamber. Suddenly, another screen materializes, announcing he has satisfied the required conditions and will be transferred to the assigned location. Before he can process it, a deep voice echoes in greeting. He looks up in shock to find Barch before him. Tower Master notes that 3 centuries have passed since they last met. Instead of welcoming him, Kim responds with blazing anger, throwing a fierce punch at once, yelling that Barch has nerve showing his face again. Though Barch tries to explain, Kim ignores him and keeps attacking, consumed by fury and resentment, refusing to listen. The Tower Master warns he will strike back if forced. But Kim continues relentlessly. A final blow sends Barch crashing down. Even amid his rage, Kim mutters that violence is not his usual style, and resumes beating him, venting everything he has, accusing him of destroying his destiny, his riches, his honor, and the years spent nurturing disciples. Kim halts only when Barch asks whether he wants answers about this place. The Tower Master explains that this realm exists within a relic, and the figure before him is merely its manifestation, since the true Barch perished 300 years ago. The statement leaves Kim bewildered, leading him to ask if Barch has always resided within the relic. Barch eagerly confirms and reveals he has ascended as a constellation. This revelation only irritates Kim further, who responds with another frustrated punch. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, The instructor waits anxiously, till Kim finally steps out surprising him. He asks suspiciously whether anything unusual occurred below. Kim denies it and they part ways. Yet as he heads back, thoughts of Barch linger. Inside the constellation room, Kim wonders if Barch was behind the earlier notifications. The Tower Master admits uncertainty, having been confined within the relic for 300 years. Barch says he too received a message instructing him to contact Kim after his reincarnation, so that lost memories could be restored. He suggests a mysterious figure may have intervened, perhaps the same one who made him master of the Tower of Destruction. When Kim presses for details, Barch confesses that portion of his memory is gone. Kim recalls the notification he received, directing him to secure a weapon and reclaim his memories. Parts of it were censored, though he still remembers clearly what happened at the tower. Barch concludes that although the weapon has been found, some of his memories may yet remain sealed. The chamber contained 4 blades, simple village swords yet overflowing with extraordinary power. Barch had ascended to a constellation by turning one of those swords into his relic. Learning this made the hero erupt in fury and shout at the top of his lungs. Back in the present, Kim is still trying to make sense of everything. His original plan was to destroy the sword and abandon it, yet he realizes that without it, he cannot fulfill the quest shown in his notification panel. While inspecting the blade, he is suddenly surrounded by several second-year upperclassmen known for bullying. They confront him about the hazing incident. Their leader, Larrick, is the eldest heir of the renowned Sunrise family. Completely calm, he taunts them, which only fuels their anger and hardens their resolve to crush him. When one charges forward, Kim responds without delay. Sharp kick sends the attacker sprawling while he screams in agony. Watching their companions slam into the wall, others hesitate nervously as Kim grips his weapon steadily and refuses to yield. He dares them all to attack him at once. 3 hours earlier, Larrick had met privately with Rockdill, who promised payment if Kim were beaten badly. Rockdill even allowed him to use weapons without restraint, claiming he would handle any consequences personally. Though unsure at first, Larrick eventually agreed. As he exited, he reassured himself that no matter the ranking of first year was still just a beginner. The academy structure reinforced that belief. Second years must enter the constellation room and secure a celestial contract to earn that title. Those who succeed gain special abilities, and as one of them, Larrick believed he would overwhelm Kim easily. Yet in the present, his certainty begins to crumble. Seeing Kim dismantle his peers with ease makes him uneasy. Still, the bullies rush him one by one. A heavyset student pulls a mana-infused dagger, but before acting, he is struck squarely on the head. Immediately another attacker charges, swinging a staff with full force, but Kim smoothly avoids the blow and counters with a single strike across the face. Larrick watches in disbelief as another ally is sent flying. By common sense, second years should far surpass a first year in skill, yet they are powerless before Kim, and he notices that even restrained blows from Kim cause heavy damage. With most of them already down, the young fighter calls out the remaining students, who now shake with fear and dares them to try again. Larrick's anger finally erupts, draws his sword and lunges, but before striking, Kim presses the sheath of his unsheathed blade into Larrick's abdomen, dropping him to the floor in pain. As Larrick loses consciousness, Kim revives him with a slap demanding an explanation. Larrick claims it was mere initiation bullying, but Kim sees through the excuse and pushes for the real reason. Even so, Larrick refuses to betray anyone, which surprisingly earns a measure of respect from Kim. Turning away, he states he is done, but before departing, Larrick warns that once this spreads, expulsion could follow. Kim coolly replies, asking how the academy would react if they learned second years were crushed by a first year. He leaves after issuing a final warning. Meanwhile, Rockdill waits impatiently for confirmation. When the call finally arrives, he is shocked to hear Larrick withdraw from the arrangement. Larrick advises him to avoid provoking Kim, further leaving Rockdill baffled. Just before ending the call angrily, Larrick casually suggests filing a complaint against Kim. Rockdill's interest sparks, and he asks if anyone was injured badly enough to strengthen the accusation. He even sweetens the deal by offering the promised money. Yet Larrick refuses outright, saying they were defeated fairly, and he will not act dishonorably. He hangs up, leaving Rockdill furious. In rage, Rockdill smashes his phone and turns on his assistant, demanding whether Desira has been contacted. She confirms, explaining his distant location means travel will take time. At Aripia Academy in Mexico, Desira Ventric lounges atop fallen challengers, answering a phone call casually. He is informed of a profitable request to deal with someone named Kim for a generous sum. The proposal excites Desira. He has struggled financially since being expelled. Now he sees a chance to reverse his misfortune. The following day, inside Valhalla's training hall, Kim prepares to train when Barch's voice echoes unexpectedly. The sound startles him as it comes from within the sword, making him think Barch emerged. But Barch clarifies he remains sealed inside. While stretching, Kim questions him about the blade. Originally an academy artifact, it somehow left the constellation room with Kim after their talk. Arch assures him a duplicate was placed there, removing any suspicion, and when pressed further, he explains he gained the ability to forge replicas after awakening. As Kim continues warming up, Arin arrives ready for the promised lesson. He is confused when he states they will start with endurance work, ordering her to begin stretching immediately. He obeys while Kim knows that improving stamina will naturally enhance mana control. He believes the Academy's method is flawed because it emphasizes mana before physical endurance. Arin has vast mana, but stamina comparable to a normal swordswoman, so he aims to rebuild her basics. He begins with genuine conditioning drills, such as push-ups, squats, and curls. As she struggles through them, fatigue overwhelms her, yet she learns a 20-kilometer run still awaits. Later during class, Kim feels satisfied observing her progress, recognizing clear improvement from the training. The session is then led by Lily, instructor and supervisor of dimensional monsters. After previously assigning independent studies, she announces a written exam to evaluate their understanding of different dimensional creatures. The exam commences, and the students immediately lower their heads, concentrating as they jot down their responses. In contrast, Kim only gazes blankly at a sheet. Minutes slip by until the designated time finally expires. Lily moves through the room to gather the completed papers. He informs everyone that their scores will decide their placement for the upcoming term, then dismisses the class and reminds them that the next lesson will take place inside the virtual combat simulator. On her way out, Barch asks Kim if he truly believes he can pass after writing almost nothing. Startled, Kim briefly suspects the Tower Master might be listening in on his thoughts. Barch quickly explains he can sense only thoughts that concern him personally. Unbothered, Kim says he simply wrote down what he genuinely understood. At the same time, inside the first-year teacher's lounge, Lily fumes while reviewing Kim's answer sheet. Irritated, she crushes the paper in her fist and labels his responses utter nonsense. Another instructor in the room is aware of the situation. He observes the rapid changes in her facial expressions. Her annoyance is obvious to anyone watching. Intrigued, he asks her what happened. Lily explains that the exam was about the proper way to defeat a monster efficiently. In her view, the majority of students did quite well. As the instructor relaxes and lifts his teacup, comforted by her comment, he almost spits out his drink when she abruptly shouts Kim's name in anger. Lily insists that Kim's method of answering the test is completely unacceptable. He refuses to let it slide and is determined to set him straight. She proclaims that in the next lesson, she will personally show him that monsters cannot be handled with such reckless simplicity. A week later, during Lily's class in the virtual simulation chamber, she addresses the students. She states that most of them achieved impressive results. After pausing briefly, she summons Kim to the front. Raising his exam paper high, she presents it to the class. With clear anger, she announces that he received a 0. He gestures to the first question about dealing with rock goblins. Reading aloud his answer, she emphasizes his blunt response. Stab it in the stomach. Her irritation deepens as she turns the pages, pointing out that every answer is crude, oversimplified, and lacking depth. All he focused on was killing the monsters outright, without considering tactics or circumstances. Lily explains that rock goblins have B-rank defense, so a normal blade should not penetrate them. Even so, he confidently wrote that a single sword strike would finish it instantly. Annoyed yet intent on proving her point, Lily decides to let Kim justify himself. She places him inside a simulation to face an actual rock goblin. She declares that if he defeats it exactly as described, she will reconsider the failing grade. Accepting the trial, Kim strolls casually toward the goblin. Lily watches anxiously, uncertain of his next move. The goblin suddenly charges at him. Kim responds without hesitation. He thrusts his sword straight into its abdomen, dropping it instantly just as he wrote, stabbing the goblin in the gut. Cracks begin to spread across the goblin's body. Moments later it shatters and fades away. The entire class, including Soyeon, is left speechless that he achieved it without magic, ending it cleanly in one strike. Flustered, Lily demands to know how he did it. She knows that defeating a rock goblin with only a sword typically requires at least a rank contractor. Smiling confidently, Kim replies that the result speaks for itself. For his following answer on the test, he is transported before a pack of jungle goblins, creatures infamous for their volatile tempers, much like my boss. Though 3 stand clearly in front of him, 5 more hide in the shadows, waiting to ambush if he falters. Lily believes that even with his blade, this fight will prove difficult. Yet in the next heartbeat, Kim makes his move. He lunges forward and neatly cleaves one goblin's skull. Without breaking rhythm, he drives his sword through another's open mouth mid-cackle. Within seconds, 3 goblins lie defeated. Lily stands frozen, struggling to process the display she just witnessed. Later in the gym, Kim and Arin run hard on the treadmill, sweat pouring down. Eventually, she drops to the floor from sheer exhaustion. Seeing this, he asks why she finds the training so difficult. She admits she usually avoids pushing her limits during practice. She explains that she relies on borrowing power from constellations instead of building her own strength. Kim expected that reply, knowing most students lean entirely on constellations, which he considers risky. If trapped in a dungeon under a magic sealing spell or drained of mana, they would be powerless. With that in mind, he asks whether these stamina drills are helping her. She nods, saying she endures them only because he promised to teach her sword techniques. Her reasoning strikes him as somewhat odd. Since they must head back to the academy soon, he decides to end the workout. Arin is stunned when she sees him adding even more weight to his bench press. Still, at his urging, she leaves. As Kim prepares for another set, Barch notes that Arin never once complained about keeping pace. He questions why Kim is investing effort in helping her improve. Kim answers that she earned it through persistence. Barch is surprised that simply watching him handle a sword in class allowed Arin to grasp its true power. While pondering this thought, spots Hayek nearby finishing his own bench press set. Curious, Kim asks him about his routine. Hayek replies that he has always trained diligently. Then he casually walks away. Observing him, Kim realizes that Hayek's martial physique lets him endure extreme training. He considers Hayek more perceptive than those who depend solely on magic. Still, he remains confused about the true nature of constellations. Varsh, despite being one himself, confesses ignorance, having spent 3 centuries isolated without understanding their true purpose. Varsh suggests that completing the next quest listed in his system might reveal more about them. Checking the alert, Kim sees he must travel to Valhalla's Eye in the Great Forest at Madagea House and bring the Heaven Sword. Recalls the place being mentioned in class, but with lessons ongoing, he chooses to stay low for now. Barch asks about his rising notoriety after taking down bullies. Kim responds that if he had not fought back, he would have ended up injured instead. Realizing he cannot leave without finishing the quest, Kim believes completing it may uncover the truth behind reincarnation. Meanwhile, in London, at the Ventric Mansion, the class vice head of the clan, Adelia, interrogates her subordinates about the latest developments. One reports that a labyrinth has been cleared. He also asks for approval to recruit a survivor from the destroyed Roberts clan, along with another rank contractor. He agrees, but orders that their skills be evaluated before they are brought to her. As Adelia prepares to end the meeting, the man informs her that Rochdale has summoned Desira to South Korea. Hearing that name immediately sets Adelia off in anger. Desira Ventric is notorious as the black sheep of their family. From childhood, he abused his family name to escape punishment for his twisted actions, displaying alarming violence so early that he even murdered classmates over trivial disputes. Once he reached the age of 20, his family finally severed all ties with him. Adelia is fully aware that Desira is dangerous, yet she cannot understand why Rochdale insists on meeting him. For the moment, she commands her subordinates to monitor Desira closely and to deliver firm warning directly to Rochdale, stating that if he is found engaging in suspicious behavior, he too will be cast out of the family. With his orders received, the man bows and exits. Alone at last, Adelia trembles with suppressed rage. She fumes at her brother for carelessly wielding the clan's authority. As her anger simmers, her thoughts wander toward a mysterious door engraved with the phrase "all for one." She insists that whatever lies beyond it belongs solely to her. Clinging to that conviction, she shifts her gaze to the portrait behind her. The image of a beaked, masked figure looms there, and she softly addresses it as her guardian constellation, seeking affirmation that her choices are justified. In the Valhalla classroom, the lecturer speaks about criminals who misuse constellation power for wicked ends. Among them, the most infamous faction is known as One God, and as the lecture continues, Kim drifts into contemplation about his own physical limits and hidden capabilities. He wonders whether he might also possess the aptitude to manipulate mana. Though his body is sturdy and strong, it still feels unfamiliar to him whenever he focuses deeply on it. First time he attempted chi circulation in this body, he could barely complete it because of severe mana instability. Back then, he was so frail that even simple digging left him soaked in sweat. He briefly questions whether something happened to this body in the past, yet he quickly brushes off the idea, deciding there is no benefit in dwelling on it since this body is his now, even as he remains lost in thought. From across the room, Soyin discreetly slides a note onto his desk. The paper contains only a short greeting, "Hey." The small act unsettles him more than expected. In the following class, the teacher announces that students may leave campus for the week. This announcement is exactly what Kim had been hoping for. Without delay, he files a leave request, casually listing going for a walk as his reason. On his way to turn it in, chatting with Barch, he hears Soyin call his name from behind. He pivots toward her and notices her hesitation. He immediately questions her about why she never replied to the note he sent back. She lowers her eyes and stays quiet. Kim urges her to speak quickly since he needs to submit his application, and she begins to stammer awkwardly, clearly struggling to get her words out. Her hesitation only irritates him further. Losing patience, he harshly calls her a freak. The word cuts deeply, though anger flashes across her face. She still forces herself to speak, eventually managing to ask a question. She wants to know how he defeated the rock goblin in the simulation. Yet her pride makes voicing it painfully difficult. Just as Soyeon gathers her courage, Lily suddenly steps in and poses the question herself. Kim is startled by her abrupt appearance. He is confused since only days earlier she seemed to despise him, especially after he bluntly challenged her answers in class, making her intrusion now even more unexpected. However, Lily admits she was impressed, confessing she knew only one way to slay monsters, and that his solution opened her eyes to alternative approaches. Enthralled, she offers him a position as her assistant, but he flatly declines, explaining he is busy filing for leave. She presses again, yet he confidently refuses once more without wavering. During their exchange, Soyeon hesitates and decides it may not be the right moment to continue. The following day, Kim sets out for the notorious marketplace. The night before his trip, Kim sat in his room browsing on his phone. Curious, Barsh asked what he was searching for, and Kim explained he was locating the place he intended to visit. He needed a venue to sell the treasures he had taken from the vault. During his search, he quickly found the market he was looking for. It was a global trading hub requiring an entry fee, often labeled a black market, because even criminals were free to conduct deals there. Normally, such a place would be impossible to establish, but it operated under the protection of a guardian constellation called the Hidden Ruler, allowing even elites to trade openly while authorities looked away. Kim located an online guide detailing how to enter. The instructions were straightforward: reserve a spot in the comments and receive directions to a nearby entrance. He scrolled through the comments and spotted the link provided. Just as he was about to click it, a message from Aaron appeared. She apologized for missing training the next day due to other plans, which suited him since he would be out as well. They exchanged farewells, not before Aaron irritated him with a flood of emojis. Sighing and ignoring the spam, Kim finally tapped the link and obtained the precise address. Back to the present, Hero makes his way toward the designated spot, an aging cafe marked as the entrance. He quickly identifies the building and steps inside as instructed. Guide says to turn at a corner once inside. Following the directions carefully, Kim reaches a door and passes through it. On the other side, he enters a concealed realm known as the market. The place contains residences, storefronts, and a bizarre purple sky overhead. The unusual sky unsettles him, as though he has seen something similar before. That deep violet hue reminds him of a night from 3 centuries ago. As he absorbs the strange surroundings, a man approaches him. The man asks if it is his first visit, and Kim notices the leather jacket mentioned in the guide. Realizing this is the fee collector, he understands he must pay $210. He confirms he is new, and the man asks if he understands how things operate here. Kim hands over the cash and replies that he has some idea. After paying, his funds are nearly depleted. Still, he believes he can profit inside. He asks where he might sell his jewels. The man suggests an auction, but Kim prefers a faster transaction. The man advises him to visit the 3rd district, where merchants often purchase goods outright. He also mentions a reliable buyer named Morris for serious sellers. Before they separate, the leather-clad man gives him a mask. He explains that masks are mandatory due to the sensitive nature of business conducted there. Kim nods and slips the mask on. Soon after, he arrives in the 3rd district. He approaches a trader who draws his attention. Without hesitation, he asks if the man is Morris, surprising him, and then states he has jewels to sell. Morris agrees to inspect them as they begin the transaction. He takes out the pouch and opens it for examination. Morris selects a ring from inside, but the moment his eyes land on it, his expression shifts dramatically. He is clearly shaken as he realizes this is no ordinary accessory, but a relic from the era of destruction. He hurriedly inspects the remaining jewels in the pouch, utterly stunned, and struggles to believe they originate from that same ancient period. Before he can fully gather his thoughts, Kim cuts in and calmly asks how much he is willing to pay. Morris hesitates, baffled at how someone in his 20s obtained such priceless relics. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asks directly. Kim immediately shuts him down, reminding him that personal questions have no place in this market. Realizing his mistake, Morris quickly apologizes, aware that he nearly damaged his credibility by overstepping. Then, unexpectedly, he declines to purchase the artifacts, explaining that items from the era of destruction far exceed his financial capacity. Instead, he recommends consigning them to the auction house for a significantly higher return. The drawback is a 2 to 3 week wait, as openings depend on reservations and Kim would need to appear in person to register them. Disappointed, Kim asks for an estimated value anyway. Morris retrieves his phone and opens the calculator, displays the figure, leaving Kim staring at an overwhelming string of zeros. It dawns on him that the relics are worth far more than he imagined, which explains why he kept them. Growing anxious, he asks how much Morris is short if he cannot afford them. Morris admits that even liquidating all his assets would not cover a quarter of the price. Kim then offers to sell them at that reduced amount. The proposal leaves Morris speechless. Relics from that catastrophic era command high prices not only because of age, but for another reason as well. After the era ended, constellations emerged, many reacting intensely to such artifacts. There have been instances where ordinary individuals secured contracts with S-rank constellations, thanks to these items. While examining the ring, Morris senses lingering mana from that turbulent time. Every known indicator confirms its authenticity. The idea of acquiring 8 such treasures at a bargain leaves him stunned. Pays Kim and carefully places the rings into a bag. Just as he prepares to close shop, he is startled by a presence before him. A tall masked figure stands silently, towering over him. Meanwhile, Kim has already exited the marketplace. He exhales in relief after leaving without incident. Returning to the same cafe entrance, he now feels assured that his financial worries are resolved. A quick glance at his bank account brings a satisfied smile. Even if he spends it all, he knows more valuables remain in the vault. As he reflects on his good fortune, an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number interrupts him. He answers, only to feel immediate irritation. His instructor, Lily, inviting him out for lunch. Curious how she obtained his number, he listens as she casually mentions using her instructor authority. He insists once more on meeting before abruptly ending the call, leaving Kim puzzled. After a brief pause, he decides he might as well go since he has free time and perhaps can enjoy a complimentary meal. Back at the market, Morris remains frozen, clearly intimidated by the masked visitor. He nervously asks what the man wants. Figure calmly addresses Morris by name and questions whether their relationship has deteriorated. Morris immediately recognizes him as the market's owner, known only as Black Cat, whose presence unsettles him. It is unusual for the proprietor to personally approach a merchant. Morris cannot fathom why someone of such status would seek him out. Slamming his hands on the table, Black Cat reveals that Morris has submitted an anonymous auction request for the first time. Morris bristles at this, realizing anonymity seems meaningless if Black Cat is aware. Black Cat clarifies that he is merely the representative, as the true owner is his constellation, granting him access to necessary information. He then demands to see the artifacts intended for auction. Still uneasy, Morris complies, puzzled that even an era of destruction relic would draw such direct attention. He produces the bag once more. As Black Cat inspects the rings, his demeanor changes, clearly captivated by them. He murmurs that they will command an extraordinary price, confusing Morris further. Before Morris can react, system notifications flood Black Cat's interface. The alert indicates that a rival constellation is visibly shaken. This detail makes Black Cat stiffen, realizing the constellation desperately desires the ring. In Valhalla's cozy restaurant, Kim and Lily sit across a table filled with food. Lily spins pasta around her fork. She tastes it and remarks on its flavor with a pleased smile. Kim, however, remains distant, staring away without touching his meal. Lily notices and asks why he is not eating, and he questions why such a place even exists in Valhalla. She explains that beyond the cafeteria, faculty members have designated dining spots. Impressed, Kim asks her to reveal the real reason for the invitation. As he begins to eat, she confesses her intention. She wants him as her assistant, but he promptly refuses. Lily urges him to reconsider, instead of dismissing it so bluntly. He highlights benefits such as scholarships, co-authoring research, and prestige in monster studies. Despite promises of broader access, recognition, and opportunity, Kim remains uninterested. His focus lies elsewhere, specifically on locating the Eye of the Great Forest. That artifact tied to his academic evaluation holds greater importance for him, even when Lily hints at confidential information, such as details concerning Choi Aran and potential expulsion. Kim stays unmoved and rises, stating he has gained nothing worthwhile from the discussion. Frustrated, Lily insists that since she shared information, he should reciprocate. He counters that he never asked for it. Almost casually, he questions her contrasting demeanor. How she can be childish personally, yet rigid in class. Lily answers seriously that her strictness stems from responsibility. In monster hunting, improper training can cost students their lives, leaving no room for leniency. Kim appears to grasp her reasoning. He offers a faint smile, acknowledging her commitment, then heads toward the exit. As he departs, Lily asks for repayment and information, but he walks off with hands in pockets, claiming he owes her nothing. At the expansive Choi Jin estate in Sihung, Patriarch Choi Jansuk, guildmaster of true history and clan leader, sits with 2 younger family members. Facing him is his eldest son, Choi Jingjian, leader of the guild's assault division, alongside his illegitimate daughter, Choi Erin. With air selection approaching, Jansuk intends to evaluate their resolve. Presents the Blue Moon Sword, a sacred symbol of succession under a severe condition. Anyone who fails the selection will be expelled from the family entirely. Despite understanding the heavy consequences, both Jingjian and Arin accept the challenge without hesitation. The meeting concludes, Jingjian, brimming with arrogance, he approaches Arin and ridicules her for being born out of wedlock. He claims she is foolishly pursuing a position that will never be hers. Cruel remarks emphasize that she lacks a constellation's backing unlike him, who holds an official contract, leaving the girl. Arin silent as she swallows the insult, her tightened fists revealing her refusal to yield. After Jingjian walks away, she recalls the fading image of her mother's weary expression, along with her mother's wish that Arin would one day lead the family and live without restraint. Memory fuels her determination even further. Meanwhile, at the academy, Kim sits quietly as the instructor discusses the upcoming midterm examinations. Barch worries about Kim's lack of preparation, astonished that he did not even realize the exams were near. Kim admits he has been inattentive in class, now facing the consequences of that oversight. The instructor reminds them that midterms at Valhalla carry immense importance, especially for those wishing to endure and excel within the institute, prompting the class to listen closely as he details both midterms and finals. He cautions that the lowest scoring student will face expulsion and urges everyone to give their utmost effort. Kim listens calmly, but internally believes the written portion outweighs the practical test. His thoughts drift as he questions how he ended up focused on this path when his true goal was reaching the great forest. He then notices Barch standing nearby with hands folded. Kim asks if the Tower Master attended every class, and Barch confirms, though uncertain about Kim's intentions. Kim casually suggests that Barch could take the written test in his place, shocking the Tower Master. Barch expresses unease, feeling the idea is improper. Kim insists he will rely on Barch's assistance for the exam. As the class ends, the instructor wishes them success. Students begin packing up their belongings. Just as Kim prepares to leave, Arin approaches him. She asks whether they will train together that day. Slightly surprised, he asks her reason. She says she wants to refine her sword skills. Kim realizes it is time to address her neglected sword practice. He remarks that while their sessions focused on conditioning, he can now teach her proper blade technique. They head to the training hall where Arin stands ready before Kim, who grips a sword. Pointing toward her with one hand and holding his weapon in the other, he asks when she last practiced. He admits she has not touched it since beginning strength training. After a few more questions, he instructs her to draw her sword. Arin unsheathes the blade and prepares herself. Following his guidance, she adjusts her grip and secures it firmly with her ring and little fingers. Effect is immediate. She is amazed at the newfound stability and the smoother aura flowing through the blade. Kim observes closely and tells her to attack him with full force. Arin settles into her stance. Lightning-like energy courses through her body. He charges forward like a flash, but Kim blocks effortlessly. Still, he compliments her increased speed. He continues instructing her to refine the flow of magic in her legs, instead of wasting it. Arin steadies herself and focuses again. She dashes at him even faster than before. Kim sidesteps smoothly and taps her back. He advises her to pay attention to her body rotation during transitions. Sword arm trembles from strain, yet she clings to his feedback and refuses to stop. Clash again, sparks flying as their blades meet. Arin gradually improves even during the spar. Meanwhile, Kim handles everything with ease, deflecting her strikes with calm precision. As time passes, she tires, but her technique sharpens noticeably. Though exhausted, she realizes his simple corrections drastically elevate her skills. Eventually, they conclude the session. Kim notes that an hour has passed. Arin collapses to the floor, gasping for breath. Kim calmly sets aside his sword and walks toward the booth while she recovers. She reflects on how much she has grown since the entrance ceremony. She acknowledges her progress, though she still falls short of Kim's level. Wiping sweat from her face, she gathers courage to ask if he will spar with her next time. Kim considers the request briefly. He enjoys mentoring her and recognizes her expanding talent. He recalls sensing her potential earlier, though now it feels refined by a breathing technique. Smiling, he knows the training benefits him too, and centuries ago she would have qualified as his disciple. When she mentions sparring again, Kim playfully declines. Arin accepts his answer calmly, showing she understands. He realizes that following his instruction will only make her stronger. Kim is slightly surprised by her composure. He soon ends the training session. Arin bids farewell, where they might not meet again soon. 2 weeks later at Valhalla Stadium, a large group of students gathers. Oyen remarks that it is her first return since the entrance ceremony. Si Hyuk observes the significant number of freshmen assemble. Arin stands confidently among them. Kim watches with hands in pockets, curious about the event. Arch reminds him that their instructor mentioned this gathering earlier, as a commanding voice soon draws attention, announcing that details about the midterm exam are about to begin. Students listen as the practical assessment is introduced, revealing that it will involve a dungeon assault. As Lee San speaks, the ground trembles unexpectedly. He explains they will form teams to enter artificial dungeons. Several dungeon gates materialize around them. Students may assemble their own teams, ideally 8 members, though adjustments are allowed. Kim listens silently as Lee San continues outlining procedures. Scores will reflect each member's contribution, and a 5-hour timer appears. Lee San warns that failure to clear within the time limit leads to disqualification. Soyeon is surprised to see the difficulty set at rank F. As the exam commences, the students rush to gather teammates, calling out to recruit others. Soyeon evaluates her group and realizes they need stronger offensive power. After hesitating, she decides 6 members will suffice and allow her to showcase her skills, confident that the team can cooperate effectively. Since the primary objective is to display individual ability, Lee San watches the commotion, recognizing that privileged students like Soyeon already grasp the exam's deeper purpose. For the remaining students, the situation is far more complex. Lee San is aware that teams of 8 or even 20 quickly form. Still, he expects unevenly matched groups to spark internal friction, something typical in evaluations like this. As the dungeon assault begins, Lee San tells the instructor that within 30 minutes everyone will be inside and advises him to prepare to tally the scores. Kim stands quietly on the field, watching students scatter into parties before entering the gates. He wonders whether those who rushed in first have already started collecting points. Arin also remains outside, observing the others carefully. Kim walks up to her, noticing she has yet to enter. He asks what her plan is, since nearly everyone else has already gone inside. She replies that she intends to follow his instructions from training. Kim blinks in mild confusion and realizes she is trying to apply what he taught her. He informs her that he will enter the dungeon alone, suggesting she consider doing the same. Unshaken, she watches him stride toward the entrance. A few students notice her lingering alone and approach. They ask if she is Choi Arin, inviting her to join their squad to complete their group of 8. She declines, stating she plans to clear it solo. When one warns she might be disqualified, she calmly replies that Kim assured her it would not be difficult. With that, she steps inside and shuts the gate, leaving everyone stunned. Meanwhile, the stadium stands empty. The observation chamber fills with instructors and staff. They monitor screens displaying students battling monsters inside. Scores begin appearing. Yoon Kyung-hyun gains 2 points. Frightened girl clutching her bag earns 3. Yoon, composed and confident, secures 1 point. Lee San studies every movement closely. The instructor quietly notes that events are unfolding as anticipated. The scoring system is strict yet accurate. Lee San, once called the clear master in his military days, with a 99% dungeon clear rate, observes critically. The instructor remarks that Lee San's extensive experience allows him to judge dungeon assaults precisely. Lee San's keen gaze follows each student's action, paying special attention to those from influential families. He is especially impressed by Soyeon, who commands her team strategically. She directs the front line to hold position, while eliminating threats from the flanks. A troll crashes into their formation. A shield bearer absorbs the impact, creating an opening. Seizing the chance, the ranged members unleash attacks from behind. An arrow pierces the monster. Soyeon then rushes forward herself, delivering a decisive slash that brings the distracted troll down. The creature falls, dissolves into fragments of light. Watching through the system, Lee San quietly admires how smoothly she cleared the encounter. With leadership like that, he believes Soyeon is destined to rise quickly. Soon his attention shifts directly to Kim. He recalls Kim's first fight, where he effortlessly defeated Soyeon, and wonders about his current level. Lee San searches for Kim's record in the system. He is stunned when nothing appears. Database designed to track every student shows no immediate result. After further checking, he learns Kim already cleared the dungeon alone in 23 minutes and 32 seconds. The feat shocks him, as such a performance from a 17-year-old is extraordinary. Viewing the footage, Lee San sees Kim completely focused. Kim stands calmly with sword drawn as goblins charge. Without hesitation, he advances, thrusting his blade straight through an attacker, piercing 2 goblins at once. Before they fall, he pivots and slices another goblin cleanly in half midair. For a second, he expects the fight to end. Instead, 2 larger goblins appear, swinging heavy clubs down at him. Kim remains unfazed and evades with ease. He leaps and beheads both in one smooth motion, wiping out the group instantly, slash after slash, leaving the observers speechless. Soon he faces a massive armored golem. Lee-san explains it was enhanced to challenge a full team of 8. Golem swings its arm at Kim, yet it makes little difference. In a single seamless move, Kim cleaves through it, decapitating the construct instantly. As it collapses, Lee-san no longer bothers hiding his amazement. Kim did not merely clear the dungeon, he overwhelmed it completely. First place now seems inevitable. While other students struggle out of the dungeon, Kim stands calmly with hands in his pockets, radiating quiet confidence. After the midterm ends, the instructor reviews the rankings, confirming Kim in first place, followed by Arin, Soyin, and the rest. Instructor approaches Lee-san thoughtfully with the results. Both are stunned by the outcome, though Lee-san clearly looks impressed. Frankly, he did not expect such dominance, especially clearing dungeons alone without a scratch. Lee-san remarks that if Kim continues progressing, he could reclaim the title of strongest contractor in Korea. The instructor calmly asks if that means strongest in the country or the world. Lee-san pauses before admitting he has not seen a prodigy of this level in years. Meanwhile, the instructor reviews the tablet as Lee-san mentions another surprise, Arin. Against all expectations, she secures second place, clearing the dungeon solo despite the challenge. Lee-san explains she has always been diligent, but such a solo performance surprised everyone. He adds that a team-focused test might have favored Soyin, but since this one emphasized individual contribution, Kim and Arin stood out. Though impressed, Lee-san warns that their methods are not easily replicated by others. Instructor absorbs this information and recalls encountering Arin during his time leading the Choi Jin Guild. He wonders how she managed solo clears, but dismisses any direct link to Kim. Overwhelmed and craving a pause, the teacher shuts his eyes, struggling to understand what he is seeing. The next morning arrives. A crowd of students forms in front of the chalkboard, anxiously waiting to check the scores. The score sheet goes up, and the names Kim and Arin stand out clearly at the top. Octel placed 8th, cannot hide his frustration. He turns toward Yuria and asks whether Desira is currently in Korea, and when she nods in confirmation, he orders the distressed girl to reach out to him without delay. They depart at once, and soon arrive in their hometown of Seoul. Stepping inside a grand estate, they are welcomed by a courteous butler. A voice calls Rockdell brother, as someone lifts a hand to greet him. It is Desira, dressed in a white suit and adorned with several rings, seated at the dining table. Rockdell takes the seat opposite him, while Yuria remains standing beside him as the meal begins. Desira devours his food with little restraint. Meanwhile, Rockdell stays quiet, observing everything carefully. Desira suddenly asks about the identity of this Kim. Rockdell brushes him off, labeling Kim as nothing more than an empty-headed freshman. He adds that Kim's lowly origins have disappointed him, and asks Desira to handle the nuisance personally. With narrowed eyes, Desira inquires whether eliminating Kim is permitted. Smiling faintly, Rockdell replies that the final call rests with him. Rising from his seat, Desira remarks that this matter differs from previous ones and will require careful arrangements. He gestures toward Yuria, explaining that her earlier clash with the palace family sparked a major confrontation. Yuria lowers her gaze nervously as Desira notes that rumors from the palace household have spread excessively, which now makes targeting anyone from Valhalla far more complicated. Rockdell remains composed and reassures him that all necessary preparations will be organized in advance. Pleased, Desira grins and demands a generous reward for taking on the task. A week later, Kim strolls down a hallway holding a written application. He chats with Barsh, who jokingly asks if it is another leave request, and Kim admits it is even though he has barely gone out recently. Barcher comments that passing the test grants an extra exit pass, which Kim confirms with a nod. Kim explains he cannot afford to miss this chance and needs to retrieve his notes. Barch glances forward and asks about his destination. The scene transitions to a forested region in Suwon. Kim, hood drawn, walks through the trees while checking his phone, making sure he has arrived at the correct location. As he surveys his surroundings, a voice suddenly calls his name, lifts his head and sees Desira before him, wearing a sinister grin. Night has fallen, and a bright full moon looms above a towering structure in the market's 7th district. At the same time, a black cat waits beside a window, deep in contemplation and hesitating briefly. Notification screen materializes before his eyes, inquiring about the delivery status of the ring. He responds evenly that it is en route and will follow standard protocol. As further messages appear, they grow frantic and repetitive, as though the sender is desperate, looping again and again. Black Cat reflects, recalling years of studying relics from the Age of Destruction and never witnessing such a reaction. His gaze shifts toward an item glowing softly on the table. Drawing closer, he observes faint blue sparks drifting from it. It is the ring. and relief washes over him knowing he can finally present it to his superior and quiet their demands. He lifts the case, sensing powerful mana radiating from the ring. Holding it carefully, he contemplates its meaning before summoning Constellation. Still, surprise flickers across his face as the system alert refuses to stop repeating, tone nearly hysterical, suggesting the ring's delivery is critical. Back in the forest, Kim faces Desira once more, who asks whether he truly wishes to learn his identity. After a short silence, Kim guesses that he must be after something. Desira agrees, pointing out that he would not travel to such an isolated peak without reason. Unshaken, Kim speculates that his goal is to eliminate him. Desira smiles, impressed by his perceptiveness. The young protagonist tosses aside his bag. Pulling back his hood, he states that he uncovered the scheme days earlier. Desira's face darkens as he spreads his arms in irritation, calling Kim an idiot. He clenches his fists, muttering that someone holding Valhalla's top rank should know better. Without warning, he throws a heavy punch. Kim smoothly evades by shifting his body, and the missed strike splits the trunk of a nearby tree with tremendous force. Desira keeps smiling as he studies Kim, admitting that a direct hit would have ended the fight instantly. Grinning, Kim remarks that the attack lacked sufficient speed. He quickly assesses the circumstances, determining that Desira's power rivals Si Hayek's, perhaps even surpasses it, yet still too risky for his own frail physique to endure head-on. Kim promptly settles on a straightforward tactic, pivots and sprints away, leaving Desira momentarily puzzled by the retreat. Then Desira smirks, conceding that fleeing is logical since remaining would guarantee defeat. He moves to intercept Kim. Unexpectedly, Kim suddenly stops. He spins around, waves mockingly, criticizes Desira's lack of wit, and in a flash closes the gap. Before Desira can respond, Kim drives a fierce punch straight into his face, sending him flying several meters back. As Desira collapses onto the ground, Kim looms above him, smiling as he lifts his leg for a decisive strike. Groaning, Desira rolls aside at the last instant, barely escaping the descending kick. Maintaining composure, Kim comments on Desira's good fortune, echoing words once thrown at him. Furious, Desira stands and touches his swollen cheek, questioning how Kim gained such power. Kim answers with a faint grin, implying that Desira should recall his standing in Valhalla. Bruised and stunned, Desira drifts into memories of his past. He remembers growing up in the Ventric household, groomed solely to elevate the family's prestige. Even as a child, he showed remarkable aptitude for brewing elixirs, consuming potent mixtures that drastically boosted his physical abilities. By 16, he had already surpassed the strength of most grown men. Recognizing his value, his parents sought to exploit his talent for their ambitions. Yet Desira despised being treated like a tool. A cruel smile formed as he realized he would not remain under their control indefinitely. His parents were left horrified when he ultimately rebelled, overpowering them without mercy. Standing above their beaten forms with a clenched fist and twisted grin, he declared he no longer sought their approval. His immense power enabled him to cut ties effortlessly, and as he reflects, he understands that his existence continues to trouble everyone around him. He had been expelled from his household by a woman who proclaimed herself the family's true authority, yet it hardly bothered him. In a reality where wealth resolves nearly every obstacle, cutting ties with his relatives only made him more fearless. He recalls meeting Rockdale and accepting his money, but realizes his fascination with Kim outweighs any payment. Roaming the city streets, Desira finds himself intrigued by the boy who topped the Valhalla entrance test and earned a reputation as a lunatic who drives away guild guides. The idea of toying with Kim amuses him. However, their encounter leaves him battered and bewildered instead. Young protagonist faces Desira with his usual hands-in-pockets stance, utterly composed, unmoved by accusations about what drugs or potions he might be using to gain strength. Kim bursts into laughter, rejecting the notion that he depends on elixirs. He ridicules Desira's assumption and notes that his rival's power clearly stems from childhood concoctions. Desira is stunned that Kim reached such heights without artificial enhancement. Calmly, the boy states that his abilities come purely from relentless training, rather than mystical brews. Smiling broadly, he proposes comparing Desira's power to Sayek's. Suggestion only fuels Desira's fury. In a rage, he unsheathes his sword despite knowing he lacks authorization. Unable to restrain himself, he conjures a sinister violet blade pulsing with dark energy. Kim examines the weapon with careful attention, sensing the immense force contained within it. Growing arrogant, Desira boasts that his power is surging, but before he can act, Kim closes the gap instantly and delivers a sharp kick to his face, hurling him backward. Remaining unfazed, Kim taunts him for wasting time with speeches instead of attacking. Desira slams hard into a nearby tree trunk. Kim advances without hesitation, striking with such force that the trunk splinters apart. Desira collapses unconscious. Kim seizes him by the hair, raising his head with a mocking grin. He remarks that someone fueled by elixirs does not die so easily. He makes it plain that he might have spared him for minor harm, but since Desira aimed to kill him, mercy is off the table as he prepares another blow. He mentions that there is something he wishes to ask, yet before finishing, he charges up another punch and drives it forward while Desira can only beg him to stop. Back at the Valhalla dormitory, Rockdil sits alone in his office, assuming Desira's temper would have already resolved the issue. He believes Kim is dead and feels relieved it happened away from campus. His phone begins to buzz and he answers, only to be met with silence on the other end. When he tries again, he hears Desira's agonized groans and realizes disaster has struck. Rockdil is stunned. Shock deepens when Kim's voice cuts in, mocking him and saying he will light incense if Desira dies. The reality of Kim's survival becomes undeniable. Disturbed, Rockdil abruptly ends the call, irritating Kim, who expected a response. Kim then glances at the battered Desira and considers what to do next. Meanwhile, Rockdil broods in his office as Yuria enters carrying tea. He waves her away, too overwhelmed to speak. When she persists, he snaps at her angrily and orders her out. He struggles to accept that Kim orchestrated everything and that matters have spiraled. He knows news reaching the Ventric household will only worsen the crisis. His irritation grows as he grasps the gravity of the fallout. He tries to reassure himself that Kim's orphan status might restrict his influence, yet he understands he cannot afford complacency. Elsewhere, Kim strolls through the forest calmly, plotting his next step. Barch wonders if he truly intends to leave Desira by the tree, but Kim says he will report it later and take no action for now. Barch casually suggests eliminating him outright. Kim replies that he might have done so in the past, but now he lives as high schooler Kim Ju Hyuk rather than his former self. The Tower Master appears to grasp his reasoning and voices concern about the magic Desira wielded. He notes the spell feels familiar and that more exposure would confirm its origin. Kim listens but grows irritated when Barch boasts about recognizing individuals by their magic, something Kim cannot do, and he brushes it aside. He speculates that it may relate to the hidden aspect of the blade Desira mentioned. Barch agrees with the theory. Kim approaches the unconscious Desira and demands to know who sent him, then recalls he previously dislocated his jaw, casually resetting it into place. He repeats his question. Desira stays silent until Kim grips his hand with a cold expression, twisting his fingers one by one, inflicting searing pain, warning that he will snap them all if he refuses to speak. Eventually, Desira admits Rockdil Ventric is responsible. Kim wonders if that is the same individual who troubled him earlier, and probes Desira about his background. Smiling despite the agony, Desira reveals he belongs to the first species and works as a hired blade. Kim recognizes the label but scoffs, calling him nothing more than a pitiful thing. Touching his injured hand, Desira explains that the first species revere the hidden side of the blade and that he serves under a constellation bound to it. He boasts that with better preparation he would have crushed Kim without difficulty. Smirking as he adjusts his hair, Kim calls him foolish and says silence and honesty might have saved him, implying mercy had once been possible. Kim then brutally dislocates Desira's jaw again, drawing a piercing scream. Later, Kim sits in the city scrolling through information on his phone. He reads about the first species, described as villains devoted to the blade's hidden aspect. He notes how most people dismiss them as merely another sinister faction. Irritated, Kim contemplates how to deal with Rockdil's ongoing interference. Resolute, he begins typing a plan, choosing to fight with modern tactics. He uploads recordings of Desira's confession online, including proof of ties to the first species. At the same time, Lily receives a call from him. She asks whether he will partner with her as her aide. He declines and instead inquires about connections to journalists. The following day headlines reveal an assassination attempt on Valhalla students by the Ventric family, describing how a freshman survived an ambush by a cult member and presented recorded evidence to authorities. Photos of Valhalla and a detained Desira accompany the article, exposing links to the Ventric clan while highlighting the students' courage and proof. Reports detail how the freshman captured the attacker and handed him to Valhalla, providing audio of his confession naming Rockdil Ventric as the instigator, leaving the family scrambling to respond as commenters speculate Kim is the hero and mock the clan's incompetence. Kim lounges with his feet on the desk, reading the reactions with satisfaction. Barch remarks that for someone from 3 centuries ago, he has mastered modern tools and media warfare impressively. Kim explains that staying informed allows him to adapt to the era and become his present self. Barch notes that this strategy boosts his reputation, and Kim replies that he simply aimed to implicate Rockdil. Yet the press frenzy further damages the Ventric family's name. Soon the family issues an official statement as Adelia, their matriarch, steps forward to address the public. He offers apologies to Valhalla students, claims Desira was expelled and acted alone, calls his accusation against Rockdil a lie, denies family involvement, and vows to atone despite his exile. Adelia announces she will personally visit the victim to express regret. She adds that although Rochdale studies at Valhalla and may not be implicated, he will return home for a thorough internal review. Furthermore, she promises a comprehensive investigation into the entire family to dispel suspicion following her address. Adelia exits without responding to the reporter's questions, leaving them speculating about the form her apology to the victim will take. At the same time, Rochdale remains visibly unsettled, staring at the footage of Adelia's statement on his phone. Not long after, his father rings him, commanding him to fly back to England at once. Rochdale, pale with fear, accepts the order as his body trembles under the weight of everything collapsing around him. The following day, a video of Desira claiming sole responsibility and defending the Ventric family surpasses 2 million views. Walking through town, Kim stumbles upon the clip and frowns at the unexpected twist. He feels annoyed by the Ventric family's continued recklessness and shakes his head at their incompetence. Even with an apology promise, Kim senses an uncomfortable tension in the air. Later at Valhalla Academy, he meets Lily inside a cafe. She teasingly asks whether their meeting counts as a date. Kim shows little reaction and turns down her suggestion that he become her assistant. Still, he expresses gratitude for introducing him to a reporter who turned out to be invaluable. Lily rises with a grin after he offers to share strategies for battling monsters. In exchange, he requests a favor. He needs her help securing permission to leave campus over the weekend while she calmly sips her drink. Sunset casting warm light over Valhalla's grounds outside. She casually agrees, joking that if he joined her team, she would let him leave daily. Politely refuses again, but thanks her for assisting him. Far from the academy, a prison transport ship called Al-8 sails across the North Pacific. Confined behind iron bars on board is Desira, seething at being treated like mere freight. He is bound for the dreaded prison tower, a harsh facility created by an S-class constellation known as the Haven of Deprivation. The tower can strip contractors of their powers, reducing them to powerless inmates. Even so, Desira forces a grim smile. He reassures himself that if he keeps quiet and protects Rochdale's standing in the Ventric family, his sentence might shrink to 5 years. If he fails, the punishment will be far worse, and just as he accepts this reality, a voice mocks his miserable state before he can react. A dark figure steps out from the shadows and slices his throat with a swift dagger strike. Desira collapses as blood pools beneath him. Red-eyed silhouette silently observes his fall, calling him unfit for the first species. The assassin disappears without another word. Back at the Ventric estate, Adelia sits across from Rochdale and his father, Eden Ventric, as both men bow respectfully before her. Calm yet stern, she demands an explanation for his actions. Rochdale, shaking, apologizes with a deep bow. Unsatisfied, she presses further, asking whether he believes empty gestures can mend such damage. He keeps his eyes lowered as she orders him to recount everything that led to this disgrace. Rochdale reluctantly complies. Delia questions whether he truly thought he could take responsibility for Kim. He responds vaguely without meeting her gaze, which only fuels her anger further. The air grows heavy as a dark aura seems to rise from her presence. She accuses him of acting out of arrogance rather than obligation, and declares that this pride has dragged the Ventric name through the mud. Stepping toward him, she states his recklessness has brought complete humiliation upon the family. Overcome, he kneels and vows to restore their honor at any cost. Yet Adelia coldly declares that true redemption may require his excommunication from the church. When his father questions the severity of that decision, he icily asks if he wishes to share the same punishment. He immediately falls silent, tempted to end Rochdale's life. Adelia knows that would confirm suspicions of their guilt. Instead, she postpones any final judgment. She orders him back to Valhalla to remain quiet until she meets Kim and determines his fate. Still kneeling, he expresses his gratitude. Later, father and son depart the estate grounds. His father warns him to stay silent and avoid further scandal. Rochdale, bitter and tense, admits his expulsion seems inevitable. With public scrutiny tightening around him, he can only wait for the right moment to act. As they walk, he blames his father for failing to shield him. The older man quietly replies that the matter should never have surfaced. Weeks later, inside Valhalla's interview room, the instructor lounges casually, mentioning that Adelia herself is coming to personally apologize to Kim. Kim, seated opposite, appears skeptical and detached, believing her visit is more about protecting the family's image than genuine remorse. The instructor vents his frustration, noting that both he and Lee San are disturbed by how events unfolded. The student was attacked, and the culprit confessed to acting under Rochdale's command. Yet the Ventric family seems focused on damage control. He criticizes the Academy for hesitating to expel Rockdale, suggesting financial contributions from the Ventric family influence the decision. He laments how money distorts justice within the institution, while Kim listens quietly, irritation flickering beneath his calm. Eventually, Kim agrees to meet Adelia, though he expects little from it. The instructor is surprised by his indifferent response. Kim shrugs it off as typical of him. Nock soon announces Adelia's arrival. The instructor greets her courteously and leaves them alone. She steps forward with measured grace toward Kim, introducing herself as the Ventric family head, and sits across from him. Kim calmly states his name in return, his expression unreadable. Adelia formally acknowledges Desira's attack and offers a sincere apology. She even rises to bow deeply, an uncommon act for someone of her rank. Kim remains unmoved, saying the matter no longer concerns him. When she references Rockdale, Kim dismisses it as insignificant, citing the public statement that clears him and showing no desire to revisit it. His indifference visibly surprises her. Nevertheless, she explains that public doubt persists, and she wishes to resolve the controversy. Kim questions the purpose of this meeting, sensing her desperation despite pretending to entertain her words. Maintaining a polite smile, Adelia suggests this conversation could correct misunderstandings and hints that Kim could help restore their reputation before directly requesting his assistance. Kim rejects the proposal without pause. Unfazed, she sweetens the offer with full support until his graduation. She even promises a recommendation to a powerful guild allied with her family, presenting it as a fast track to success. Kim rises slowly and meets her gaze with a knowing smile, clearly seeing through her strategy. He recognizes her visit and promises as calculated attempts to silence him, and his tone reveals that awareness. Though anger simmers within her, Adelia maintains her dignified composure. As Kim expresses his resentment, standing before her with piercing eyes, he condemns her attempt to act as if nothing occurred. He bluntly states he has no interest in rewards and only wants the Rockdale family to face public disgrace, a remark that strikes deeply. Her calm facade cracks as she calls him insolent and demands to know how he dares speak so boldly. Eyes glow ominously as energy surges through her body. Kim watches calmly, smiling without fear. Even as her power fills the room, she insists she came to ease matters for him, but encountered what she perceives as arrogance. In a burst of fury, she mutters that killing him would solve everything. Kim continues smiling, unthreatened as she offers him one final opportunity. He states plainly that he has no desire to accept her proposal. When she presses him for clarification, repeats her own claim that the Ventric family was uninvolved, pointing out that she is now trying to buy his silence to preserve that narrative while simultaneously threatening his life. Faced with her inconsistency, she falls into silence. Kim ridicules her hesitation, telling her to act if she intends to, though he assures her she would not win even then. Adelia's anger burns quietly beneath her composed exterior. Abruptly, she pivots toward the exit and warns him that he will regret defying her. Remaining seated, he only smiles, dismissing her threats as hollow and transparent. Nearby, Barch has been observing in silence and now hesitates. He had no intention of intervening, yet he questions whether staying neutral is truly wise. Kim turns to him with icy honesty, saying he despises those who demand reverence while manipulating others, which is why figures like Adelia and perhaps even Barch irritate him. Our master, taken aback, asks him to elaborate. Instead, Kim shifts topics, rising from the couch and remarking that he might as well head to the gym early since classes are canceled, ending the confrontation. The scene transitions toward Valhalla Stadium. Dressed in athletic gear, Kim strolls across campus while scrolling through his phone, till he spots Arin nearby. He pauses in surprise upon seeing her speaking with someone else, and beside her is Jingjian, eldest heir of the Choi family. Wearing a self-assured smile, Jingjian questions whether she truly believes she can succeed, belittling her efforts and claiming her training at Valhalla will amount to nothing. He offers his hand and advises her to skip the upcoming selection test if she values her dignity and family standing. Arin remains quiet, taking in his words. When she finally responds, she firmly declares she will not abandon her ambitions. Irritated by her resolve, Jingjian gives her one final chance to reconsider, but she refuses again. His expression tightens as he questions her awareness of the stakes, his annoyance rising just as he prepares to continue. Kim suddenly steps in, pointing at Jingjian and calling him foolish, surprising Arin as he challenges why someone would hinder a person who has worked so hard. Offended and confused, Jingjian demands Kim's identity and dismisses him as insignificant. He hurls insults, yet Kim remains unaffected. Kim responds that he cares little for status and suggests Jingjian leave the academy if he believes himself superior, then turns to Arin and asks if she agrees. To his mild surprise, she nods in support. Jingjian's irritation deepens, coldly tells her they will settle matters during the test. Before walking away, thankful for his intervention, Arin expresses gratitude while Kim shrugs it off, and proposes heading to practice. Still processing the exchange, she reflects on his earlier question and wishes she had answered differently but holds back. When he asks what she would have said, she jokes that she would have spoken her mind after the conversation ended, which amuses Kim and makes him realize she is less predictable than he thought. They head to the gym together, agreeing to train hard, though Kim explains he will be away on business over the weekend, so they resolve to give their all during this session. Days later, Kim treks through mountain terrain with a shovel in hand, while glancing at his phone. Arch asks if he is once again searching for notes, and Kim confirms. As he pushes through dense brush, he listens to Barch's remarks. Arch notes the numerous relics already uncovered, but Kim insists he believes something exceptional may still be hidden among the remaining records. When asked what exactly he seeks, Kim grins and says it might compensate for weaknesses he had as Kim Hyuno, adding that had he found it 3 centuries ago, his fate might have unfolded differently. Elsewhere, reporters gather at the Choi Jin estate ahead of the selection trial. Tension rises as Choi Jansuk addresses Arin and Jingjian. He explains that passing the trial will officially designate one of them as heir. Her objective is simple: locate a concealed blade in the mountains and return it to claim victory. Jansuk firmly states that killing is strictly prohibited. The test begins with Arin sprinting forward and drawing her weapon while Jingjian calmly descends the steps, observing. He believes her rush suits this speed-based challenge and assumes that once she finds the blade, she will effortlessly seize it and secure the win. Later, Jingjian advances deeper into the terrain. When his phone suddenly rings, the mysterious caller asks about progress regarding the blade. Jingjian explains that an additional qualification test has delayed him beyond expectations. The caller reminds him this is not the first delay and notes he is already behind schedule. Jingjian apologizes and vows to fulfill his promise once the blade is in his possession. Voice responds that promises made to a constellation must be honored and urges him to remain focused. Returning to the present, Jingjian steadies himself, aware this is his final opportunity as he prepares to locate both Arin and the blade. In the forest, Arin crouches low to the ground. She senses faint traces of blade magic beneath her feet and concentrates to pinpoint it. Extending her hand, she estimates it will take about 15 minutes to uncover the sword. Suddenly, she detects another presence and turns, wondering if it is connected to the blade's energy. As she reaches for her weapon, she notices Jingjian watching her intently. With a grin, he asks whether she tracked the blade using magical footprints and who taught her that method. Gripping her sword, Arin recalls that Kim showed her how. She remembers asking him about magic during training. He had assumed she already understood the fundamentals, since she had mastered lightning techniques and basic mana control. During practice, Kim advised her to refine her control over short-range magic, and when she admitted confusion, she asked for guidance. Noticing her uncertainty, he commented that she should have learned it from her family. She remained silent at the remark, then explained she was accustomed only to channeling constellation power and drawing energy, which she acknowledged, though not an expert himself. Instructed her to relax and guide mana gently through her fingertips. Closing her eyes, she focused on gathering and stabilizing her energy. Kim encouraged her to spread it slowly and sense the flow of magic around her. As she concentrated, she suddenly perceived a blazing crimson aura near Kim. Startled, she opened her eyes, gasping as she tried to process the sensation, while Kim asked whether she had felt anything unusual. She nodded, saying she could now see the energy surrounding him. Kim explained that this technique allowed one to detect even faint traces of magic from the body, and that with practice, she could sense residual energy lingering in the air or ground. Holding a wooden sword, Arin nodded, realizing consistent training would sharpen her perception of magical traces. Kim added that once she could visualize the magic of objects, she would eventually recognize the distinct signatures left behind by weapons. With persistent practice, she would gradually learn to perceive those faint marks clearly and eventually identify them without guidance. Arin gave a small smile, replying that she grasped it all. Returning to the current moment, Arin directs her attention toward Jingjian. He walks toward her wearing a frosty, furious expression, and Jingjian questions her about Kim. He insists he recognizes Kim as the same man seen with her near the Valhalla training hall, and although Kim appears ordinary, Jingjian has already sensed his remarkable talent and keeps it in mind. Even with her modest and quiet presence, anger flickers in Arin's eyes as she retorts sharply that he far surpasses someone like Jingjian, then demands to know why he showed up there at all. Jingjian shuts his eyes briefly, a faint smile curving his lips. He draws his weapon, violet mana crackling around it. He slashes toward her, proclaiming that this very clash is why he came. He is startled when their blades collide, and he feels unexpected resistance, confused by how she is forcing him backward. Caught off guard, he adjusts his grip and angle, never anticipating such overwhelming strength. Calm and steady, Arin advances with her sword glowing blue, leaving Jingjian unable to fathom how she has advanced so dramatically in such a short time. At the same time, Kim concentrates deeply, spreading his magic across the terrain as he searches for something concealed. He remembers creating several hiding spots around Valhalla, though only one of them is the true refuge. All at once, a glowing circle of energy forms near the ground. Kim smiles softly, realizing he has located it, glances left, and notices a brilliant explosion of light bursting from the forest, which startles him. Meanwhile, the fight continues as Arin swings her blade, unleashing flashes of blinding lightning. Jingjian parries her blows, but his weapon shakes violently in his grasp. He sneers and mocks her, belittling her newfound power. Unshaken, she keeps channeling mana through her sword and orders him to surrender the twin blade. Jingjian responds with a scornful grin, brushing off her warning, rushes forward aggressively, sword poised as he lunges at her. Arin concentrates energy into her weapon, bracing herself for the incoming strike. Jingjian springs off the ground and charges straight at her. Predicting his movement, she swiftly swings her sword in response. Force knocks Jingjian's blade from his hands and sends him crashing down, breathless and stunned as Arin stands above him. She looks at him on the ground, slightly astonished that her attack connected so effectively. Leaning down, she picks up the fallen twin blade beside him, a wave of victory washing over her. She begins to rise. A voice from behind halts her instantly, freezing her in place. Jingjian stands facing her once more, gripping his sword as it emits a menacing purple glow. Smirking, he asks if she truly believes defeating him would be that simple. Still trying to comprehend the sudden turn of events, Arin stares at him in shock and disbelief. Jingjian wears a self-satisfied smile. He points his blade toward her and questions what she thinks just occurred. She swings again, her strike passes over his head, and she watches in surprise as he ducks smoothly to evade it. He counters with a sweeping slash that leaves a vivid violet arc in the air. Blow hurls Arin backward, and she slams onto the ground, lying there in a daze. Jingjian remains standing over her, taunting her to rise if she can and suggesting it would be wiser to stay down and surrender. Arin trembles, coughing weakly. She lowers her gaze to her abdomen, where blood begins to seep from a wound. Clutching her injury in agony, she hears Jingjian warn that attempting to stand will only lead to her death. With immense effort, she lifts her hand and painfully asks whether his contract is tied to an evil constellation. Wearing a sinister grin, Jingjian admits that as head of the Jinsa Guild, he forged a pact with a top-tier constellation to secure his position, and reveals he now sides with the Devotees, one of the world's 3 most feared dark factions. He questions why he chose to align with them, wondering if the power they promise outweighs the value of an ordinary life. Jingjian replies that the strength and liberation from emotional bonds they offer are deeply enticing. He adds that what he calls deviation carries a strange appeal of its own. Still shaken, Arin listens carefully to his words. Jingjian crouches beside her and recounts that he joined the Jinsa Guild at 12, raised to be the perfect heir though it was never his own wish. Yet he claims he has never regretted it. He describes a pivotal moment when a devotee approached him, persuading him to join by promising to satisfy the desires he had long suppressed. He says the man understood his nature and his dislike for people, but explains that entering the devotees required meeting a specific condition. That requirement was to secure a relic, a certain twin blade necessary to pass the family selection exam. He tells Arin that if she surrenders now, they can skip the second elimination round, and she can simply hand over the blade. Shocked, Arin discovers that the second test involves a forgotten piece of her own past. Jingjian reminds her that a decade ago her elder sister, Choi Ah-jin, participated in the first selection trial. Arin is stunned by this revelation, and it's linked to the current ordeal. Jingjian coldly confesses that during that trial he lost control of his desires and killed her sister on the mountain while hunting the twin blade. He says he was gravely injured and failed the test, blaming his loss on that incident and claiming he could have joined the devotees much sooner otherwise. Jingjian then mentions her father, who uncovered a secret about Arin's missing sister at a hospital. He adds that her mother collapsed after seeing her daughter's face, overwhelmed by unbearable grief, just as Jingjian lifts his sword to strike her, determined to end everything he began. Abrupt interruption stops him. Kim suddenly appears and presses down on Jingjian's blade, halting it inches from Arin's throat. Startled, Jingjian orders Kim not to interfere, claiming it is a private family issue. Kim scoffs, clearly irritated, mocking the notion of such a twisted family affair. With a casual gesture, he blasts Jingjian into a nearby tree. Tree splinters on impact, leaving Jingjian stunned. Arin lifts her gaze toward Kim. He stands over her protectively, his sword still sheathed. Kim looks down at her bleeding wound and asks why she has not retreated. He explains that he came to locate hidden spots, and that one is close by. Noticing the seriousness of her injury, he tells her to move aside so he can gather mana to heal her. Holding her abdomen, Arin gives a faint smile and bows her head. Gaining his footing, Jingjian questions Kim's sudden interference, noting they met before at Valhalla. He insists this concerns their family and declares Kim must die for meddling. He charges fiercely at the young boy. Kim sidesteps effortlessly, avoiding the attack. Jingjian stares in disbelief, unable to grasp how his strike missed. Calmly, Kim remarks that Jingjian should not underestimate his agility. He counters with a swift blow that sends Jingjian flying backward. As Jingjian coughs up blood and collapses, Kim steps forward and raises his sword before him, prepared to strike again. The force of the attack cracks the earth beneath Jingjian, shockwaves rippling outward. Jingjian loses consciousness, while Kim stands over him in silence. Kim then turns back to Arin, asking gently if she is all right and able to stand. Still unsettled, Arin admits she is unsure but needs a moment to try. Before he can say more, Kim senses a sinister presence approaching from behind. He turns to see dark energy emanating from Jingjian's body, signaling the activation of sword magic. Rising again with blade in hand, Jingjian mocks Kim for believing he could defeat a guild leader. He lunges once more at Kim. Kim blocks and evades every strike and spell with effortless precision. Frustrated and bewildered, Jingjian cannot understand why none of his attacks land. As the fight drags on, he realizes he must resort to a perilous and powerful method. He takes out a radiant crystal from his pocket, its glow hinting at its significance, and smiles darkly. He bites into it, claiming it will grant him a temporary contract with a constellation and shift the battle in his favor. After swallowing the crystal, Jingjian bursts into manic laughter. Dark energy surges violently around him as an immense aura expands outward when he spreads his arms. The ground quakes from the surge, knocking reporters off their feet. Fear ripples through the spectators as they lift their eyes upward. A massive column of dark violet energy shoots straight into the heavens. Among the crowd, John Sok immediately identifies the spell. Even ordinary people can see how dense the power is, and John Sok studies the phenomenon with concern. He realizes that such an occurrence during the selection exam is highly abnormal and resolves to look into it personally. Jingjian faces Kim directly. With a smug grin, he explains that the overwhelming aura comes from a temporary pact he formed with a constellation. From that darkness emerges a dragon embodying his enhanced strength, and he confidently declares that Kim stands no chance against it. The dragon reveals jagged fangs and an intimidating aura. Its penetrating eye activates, scanning the surroundings with unnatural awareness. Yet the moment it meets the blazing crimson aura surrounding Kim, creature jerks back in visible fear. Its special sight abruptly shuts down. Jingjian is bewildered, unable to grasp why the beast reacts so strangely. A voice from the constellation informs him that the dragon has refused the sacred relic's summoning and ended their contract. Terrified, the dragon prepares to escape. Still in shock, Jingjian watches helplessly as the dragon's strength dissipates and the pact collapses. Kim remains calm, resting his sword lightly against himself with a faint smile. He then lifts the blade and delivers a strike that sends Jingjian hurtling away. The impact renders Jingjian unconscious. He drops heavily onto the ground. Elsewhere, Han, leader of the devotees, silently observes, stunned by how events unfold. System notification appears stating that the dragon, having rejected the pact, seeks to leave the mortal realm, deepening the chaos triggered by Jingjian. Han, shaken by the development, falls to his knees and bows deeply, pleading for forgiveness. The dragon's voice reverberates, warning him never to distribute artificial relics again. Trembling, Han acknowledges the reprimand. As he stands, confusion floods his thoughts as he tries to understand the constellation's fury. He concludes that the issue originates from the person he planted within the Choi family. Still perplexed, he rises and questions the constellation about what went wrong. With a hardened look, Han releases his aura, determined to uncover the truth. That night, Kim returns to his Valhalla dormitory and removes his hood. He opens his briefcase and rummages through its contents. A pleased smile spreads across his face. He takes out the God Arts Manual. When asked about it, Kim explains that this book is the real reason he searches for secluded spots, since its breathing method can elevate magical capacity far beyond his previous limits. Recalls the crude breathing technique he once bought from a market, flawed and inefficient, yet he relied on it until the end of his former life. Memories surface of his fight with the Tower Master, where that weak method drained his mana completely. Now inhabiting a new body, he feels prepared to begin again. He touches the pages with resolve, intent on mastering the god art to strengthen his magic. He decides to suspend physical training temporarily to focus on the technique while reflecting on earlier events. Barch contemplates the injured girl and the turmoil caused by Jingjian. Kim admits he sensed someone approaching and chose to withdraw, leaving the matter to the Tower Master. Still, he vividly remembers the powerful blow he delivered to Jingjian, a strike that knocked him out cold. Standing over the fallen body with sword in hand, he felt both confused and uneasy. Barch wonders aloud if Kim might have killed him. worsening Kim's anxiety since another incident at Valhalla would bring severe repercussions. After checking Jingjian's body and sensing faint magic, Kim convinces himself the man will survive, and Barch accepts this reasoning. Kim recalls approaching the wounded Aron just as he intended to speak. He noticed another presence drawing near from a different direction. Realizing her family might be coming, possibly alerted by sword magic, he grew tense since hiding was already difficult, and extra witnesses would complicate matters. He warned Aron of her family's arrival, and grabbing his bag, said he had business elsewhere. Before leaving, he gestured toward Jingjian's unconscious form and told her to claim she defeated him. Pulling up his hood, he slipped away quietly, remarking that Jingjian must have exhausted himself. Aron smiled in understanding, subtly acknowledging academy complications as her relatives approached. Later, Kim lies on his bed, replaying everything in his mind. He studies his notes and plans to return the remaining storage stones after mastering the god art, admitting he once failed to transfer all the mana due to limited ability before finally deciding to rest. At the Chajin estate, meanwhile, Jansuk sits at a table with others, discussing the intense media attention on the family's selection test. A published article already features Jingjian's photograph. Some reports speculate that the Chajin family has ties to the devotees. Frustrated, Jansuk rubs his temples and laments the chaos, struggling to believe a Choi Jin member could become a villain. He informs the room that the association has issued an official statement regarding the incident and that he has received it. Reflecting on past cases like the Ventric family where silence was chosen, he realizes that remaining quiet this time will not suffice. As matters worsen, he turns to the suited man, acknowledges Choi Jong-seok's cooperation with police, and asks about Choi Ah-in's condition, learning she is hospitalized with serious but non-fatal injuries and expected to recover without major surgery. Jansuk sighs deeply, clearly fatigued by the turmoil. Another attendee mentions that media now hail Aron as a Valhalla prodigy who defeated a devotee member, drawing comparisons to Kim Ju-hya. Public opinion shifts quickly, casting her tragic ordeal in a heroic light. Jansuk concedes that opposing her brother invites controversy, yet the current narrative benefits her. With the selection round concluded, Aron is being framed as the next family head, and the dramatic coverage may secure her position. Nevertheless, Jansuk doubts she could truly overpower Jingjian alone. He remembers seeing her injured beside her unconscious brother. She claims she acted only after he attacked her using dark magic. Although he sensed immense magic in the mountains, her sudden dominance over Jingjian remains puzzling. That time, others helped R back onto her feet. She simply said she relied on techniques Kim had taught her. Later, Jun Seok reads an article about Kim. It describes how he brazenly insulted guild officers, boosting his notoriety. Back at Valhalla, Kim returns to his desk and settles down. Suddenly notices Choi Aron sitting quietly opposite him. Shocked, he thought she was still hospitalized, yet she appears calm and composed as if nothing occurred. When she senses his stare, she turns, smiles warmly, and waves gently. Students behind Kim erupt in whispers, asking if she truly acknowledged them, with one joking it must be his imagination. Kim drifts into a memory at home, sitting at his desk holding a book and a white flame. The quiet is interrupted by his phone vibrating repeatedly. Aron texts that doctors have forbidden her from training for now due to her recent bleeding, which does not surprise him. He replies that he plans to focus on his own matters and rest for a few days. She continues flooding him with emojis, leaving him increasingly irritated. His annoyance is cut short when Barsh informs him of something important. The Tower Master mentions their recent encounter with black magic. Curious, Kim asks what details he remembers. Barsh confesses it feels less forgotten, and more as if something is deliberately blocking his memory. Floating thoughtfully, he theorizes the memory seal might break if a second condition on a mysterious scoreboard is met, though he admits it is speculation. Kim studies the board where a cryptic dagger reference appears, but what intrigues him more is the Eye of the Great Forest, officially a training test yet seemingly far more significant. Leaning back, he considers the upcoming exams where low-scoring students face expulsion. The process feels tedious and pointless, and he wonders if he is simply expected to wait idly. Taking off his thoughts, he decides to investigate the Eye of the Great Forest, convinced it is more than a simple training ground. Suddenly, the instructor enters and orders everyone to sit down. After the class quiets down, he scans the room calmly and announces he has an important matter to address before beginning the lecture. He questions them about their knowledge of the upcoming inter-school tournament, and the students respond that they are already aware of it. Kim stays reclined in his chair, detached and thoughtful, silently asking Barch if this is what the instructor is hinting at, and Barch confirms the competition was mentioned right after midterms. Maintaining his composure, the instructor explains the academy needs representatives chosen based on final exam results, then unexpectedly calls Kim to join him in the staff room. Slightly surprised, Kim lowers his arm and asks what the sudden request is about. In the staff room, they sit face to face. The instructor, awkwardly noting the meeting location cannot be changed, while Kim, mildly annoyed, remarks he need not be summoned so often. The instructor concedes that point, but quickly states his intention. He wants Kim to compete in the upcoming event. Kim declines immediately, catching the instructor off guard before any explanation is given. Attempting to smooth things over, the instructor begins outlining the scale of the competition. It is an international contest among the 3 top hunter academies, including Korea's Valhalla, where they study, China's White Lotus Academy, built like an ancient imperial palace, America's Heroes Academy, a towering complex illuminated by violet lights. Each institution sends select promising first-year students to face intense trials such as duels, labyrinth escapes, and survival challenges, with top scorers from practice exams earning selection. Kim merely yawns in response, clearly unimpressed by the grand description. Growing anxious, the instructor emphasizes the rewards. Winners receive scholarships and wealth sufficient for a lifetime. Even so, Kim remains indifferent. His attitude shifts the instant the Eye of the Great Forest is mentioned. Phrase sparks immediate interest, his eyes sharpening. The instructor confirms the final challenge occurs within that location, which also serves as the final exam site, granting automatic exam credit upon success. He adds that refusal means Kim must take the standard final exam like everyone else. That detail changes his mind, a sly grin forming as he enthusiastically agrees to join the competition. Far from the academy, the scene shifts to the United Kingdom. Adelia Ventrick, the family head, questions her subordinates about a covert operation's progress. They bow and report steady advancement, though completion will require another month. Her face remains unreadable as she orders them to proceed. She then inquires about the Rockdales, and upon hearing nothing unusual, sharply instructs that any misconduct be reported immediately. Subordinate agrees, then cautiously mentions troubling rumors unrelated to them. Adelia demands clarification. He explains someone in the market district is constructing a literal building out of paper currency. She questions the absurdity, and he nervously suggests the black cat may be responsible. Glittering particles gather around her as displeasure rises, the act being strange even for the black cat, prompting her to suspect deeper intentions. Suddenly, a luminous yellow frame materializes before her. It carries a directive from the mask requesting further details. The command unsettles her, recognizing it comes directly from Mr. Constellation. Elsewhere in Market District No. 7, a full moon shines over the busy cityscape. Construction machinery continues moving materials even in the night. The black cat stands beside a window, observing a bizarre structure assembled from fluttering banknotes. He understands he is acting under Constellation orders and will comply regardless of how odd they seem. Nearby, a wild-eyed girl calls the structure a gift, though her tone borders on madness. Black Cat questions the real reason for creating a building from money. A system notification appears before him. It states that the two-faced ruler has designated it as a present. Unease creeps in as he wonders who the true recipient might be. Another message from the same ruler arrives. It asks whether he has found the man who sold the ring. He admits failure, recalling only vague features and a voice, with no solid leads despite efforts. More urgent notifications flood in demanding haste, leaving him unsettled though he promises results. Back in Valhalla's faculty room, the instructor sits quietly at his desk. He stares at his laptop, deep in contemplation. Lisan strolls past holding a coffee cup. Curious, he glances at the screen and notices the roster for the inter-school team. 5 students are selected from Valhalla, all from the instructor's class except Du Yoongjin. Lisan expresses surprise, particularly at Kim's inclusion given his usual disinterest. The instructor explains that although Kim initially refused, the mention of the Eye of the Great Forest convinced him instantly. Lisan finds that intriguing since few even know what it truly is. He wonders whether Kim understands the forest's true implications. A troubling thought arises that Kim might be leveraging the academy for personal reasons. Nevertheless, Lisan proposes organizing special training, and the instructor agrees to adjust schedules. Days later, the 5 chosen students gather in a small auditorium. Kim is among them, waiting quietly. Lisan soon enters and surveys the group, reiterates the competition's purpose, and outlines a 3-task training program. First, a qualifying duel. Second, a strategic team battle against rival schools. And third, a dangerous mission connected to the Eye of the Great Forest. At that mention, Kim stiffens slightly, clearly more attentive. Lisan describes the Eye as a heavily guarded maze hidden deep within dense woods. The winding entrance is guarded by sentinels, and aerial attempts lead to capture, leaving only the main gate as access. Each team must enter through that gate, though further details will be revealed on competition day. Opening his book, He explains the team battle format, noting prior dungeon cooperation but stressing clearer coordination. Meanwhile, Kim lazily rocks his chair, wondering why they cannot simply break through the barrier. He assumes it must not be so simple. Closing the book, Lee-san details training schedules and asks for questions. Only Kim raises his hand, drawing curious looks from Soyeon and Seiya. Kim asks whether solo training is allowed. Lee-san replies that it is permissible if he prefers. Unexpectedly, Choi-arin also asks to train independently. Though surprised, Lee-san approves and checks if others wish the same. No additional hands rise. The session concludes. Students file out, leaving Kim and Arin still seated. Kim reflects on mastering a technique before the event. Confident Mana will refine his form, but aware he must devote every spare moment. Arin interrupts his thoughts by calling his name. He looks at her in mild surprise as she asks if she should join general training, and he counters by asking why she seeks his opinion when she chose solo practice. She lowers her gaze hesitantly, and he reminds her she once said she could not push herself too hard. Her mind flashes back to the instructor expressing concern over her condition, yet still asking if she wished to compete. Sitting on a couch, she had asked him directly whether Kim would participate. The instructor, surprised, replied that Kim was indeed expected to join. That answer satisfied her, prompting her agreement despite his worries about her recovery. She smiled confidently and reassured him she would manage, leaving him little choice but to consent. Returning to the present, Arin reflects on being halfway toward leading her family. Kim beside her, she resolves to grow stronger together and support his ambitions as he supported hers. She watches him sit with hands in pockets, puzzled by her attention. A quiet smile forms as determination fills her thoughts. Kim remains confused by her expression, unsure of her reasoning. He advises her not to overexert herself and to focus on mana control during lessons to avoid strain, and she accepts knowing her limits. As he rises to leave, he promises to help once his own tasks are settled, while she stays seated. Elsewhere, in an abandoned building late at night, a battered young boy sits bound on a rooftop, shirtless and bleeding, begging desperately. Two figures stand over him, Samuel Al and Samsa Lisa, clearly the bandits responsible for his torment. As the captive pleads for his life, Al coldly hurls a knife straight into his chest. The blade pierces his heart and ends him on the spot. Lisa, irritated by how long it took, glances at her buzzing phone. A fresh contract appears on the screen with Kim's photo, labeled as the next objective. She immediately recognizes him as Valhalla's newest apprentice. Al, gripping the bloodstained knife, wonders why they are assigned to a mere student, and Lisa assumes the client must be paying handsomely. As they casually walk away from the corpse, Lisa explains the hit is planned during the inter-school competition next month. Al asks why not eliminate Kim sooner, but Lisa notes the academy's security and barriers are too tight, whereas the competition offers a better chance, especially since the event will unfold outside campus at a place called the Eye of the Great Forest. Their client revealed that on the third day students will enter a hidden maze deep within the forest, ideal for an ambush, and Al questions the absence of instructors there. Lisa explains only a few guards and a floating drone will monitor the entrance, while instructors observe remotely from a control room. Confidently, Al states that Alia will infiltrate the maze first, and they will follow behind her. Leaving the abandoned building, Lisa stresses the mission's urgency, and Al nods knowing the time frame. A month passes, and the competition's opening day arrives beneath a bright sun over a vast field. Spectators pack the stands, buzzing with anticipation. Among them sits Rockdill, tense beside his assistant. A flashback shows Rockdill days earlier at home, seated and speaking on the phone. He informs his father, Eden Ventrick, he has secured funds and hired assassins to eliminate Kim. Eden reacts in horror, pleading with his son to reconsider. Rockdill remains unmoved, declaring his father no longer controls his choices and he will proceed his own way. Mentioning the notorious trio of ruthless killers deepens Eden's fear. Still, Rockdill brushes aside the warnings, determined to carry out his scheme. Back to the present, he sits quietly recalling the arrangement. Though aware he should not attend, he stays to hear Kim's name announced. Soon he rises and signals Yuria that it is time to leave, and she follows. At the podium, a white-haired man with a mustache steps up to the microphone. He introduces himself as Shim Daeokun, chairman of Valhalla's board. Welcoming the audience, he begins presenting the competing schools. First is China's White Lotus team of 5, including a girl wielding a katana. Next stands the USA's Heroes Squad, confidently gripping their belts before the crowd. Lastly, Shim calls the final team, Korea's Valhalla representatives, led by Kim himself. Shim explains the event spans 3 days, starting with individual duels today. Teams gather before the stage and are instructed to return to waiting rooms for match assignments. Only Lee-san remains nearby, standing with arms folded, observing silently. His eyes linger thoughtfully, till Jack Rover, head instructor of the USA team, approaches with a friendly greeting and jokes about their last meeting. Lee San teases him about usually finishing third, and Jack retorts that Valhalla is not always champion either. Lee San nods quietly, acknowledging the point. Jack confidently proclaims this year the heroes will claim victory. Lee San asks what fuels such confidence. Jack proudly mentions their generation's finest contractor, Destroyer's son, Logan Jr., now enrolled at their academy. Jack gestures proudly toward him. Logan Jr. mirrors his father's sharp gaze and commanding aura. Lee San admits curiosity about the boy's abilities, and Jack reveals he shares his father's constellation contract. Not yet equal in strength, Jack insists he surpasses most adult contractors already. Jack also notes Kim's recent capture of a villain, similar to Choi Aren's own achievement. While acknowledging Valhalla's rising talent, Jack believes Logan Jr. remains superior. Their exchange halts as an announcement declares the first round matchups finalized. Lee San checks the list and tells Jack he will soon see why he reacted. The opening bout pairs Kim against Logan Jr. Both step forward, Kim relaxed with hands in pockets while Logan stands firm. Rules are simple. Land a hit on a vital point to secure victory. A protective system will intercept lethal strikes and substitute them with electric shocks to ensure safety. Kim signals the beginning and reminds them the protection remains active until the team round. When the countdown ends, the fight commences. Kim stands calmly evaluating Logan, questioning the need for safeguards while Barch urges focus on stamina. Logan steels himself despite slight nerves. At the signal, Kim launches a lightning-fast punch toward Logan's face. Logan blocks it with ease, a yellow aura like his father's flares, and he smirks, questioning Kim's confidence. Surprisingly humble, Logan seems to relish the challenge. They exchange blows, fists colliding in bright sparks as Kim parries. Twisting Logan's arm swiftly, Kim prepares a counter and mocks his defense. Logan spins back, shocked by Kim's strength. Kim drives a punch into Logan's stomach, sending him airborne across the arena as he clutches his abdomen, stunned by the impact. Teachers watch in disbelief, Jack especially stunned by Kim's power. He admits never seeing such ferocity, even in recordings. Yet Jack knows Logan has not unleashed his true destructive power. Determined, Logan rises as his yellow aura intensifies. He strikes back with force. Kim dodges smoothly, barely avoiding an attack that scorches his hair. Kim retaliates with a crushing kick to Logan's abdomen, slamming him down and carving marks in the floor. Bruised and gasping, Logan struggles upright, barely holding on. Remembers one final technique remains. Resolute, he prepares to use it. Stability trembles the arena as cracks spread. Massive slabs of ground rise into the air. He weaves between the floating debris to charge destruction magic. Kim instantly senses his position, turning calmly to face him. Logan, startled, wonders how he was detected among the rubble. Nonetheless, he presses forward, striking the ground again to set up his attack. A stone suddenly smacks his face, disorienting him. Debris crashes down, and Logan rubs his bruised face. Kim mocks that his own magic exposed him. He follows with a devastating punch to Logan's face. Logan is blasted into a wall with a fierce gust trailing the impact. Slumped on the floor, Logan lowers his head in defeat as Kim stands above him. Kim proclaims Kim victorious, leaving Jack stunned while Lee San quietly labels him a monster. The tournament proceeds with Kim ending another match in a single uppercut. He dominates the next fight with a direct strike that sends Lee San Bella flying. The final individual duel pits Kim against Choi Aren, who faces him confidently with katana in hand. Both finalists from Valhalla, their academy's victory is already secure. Our boy, however, shows little concern for the result, understanding that the bout is mainly about standings rather than pride. Standing in the arena, Aren notes that the victor receives a scholarship, though she has no need for it and even considers forfeiting. Kim, indifferent to who claims victory, urges her to fight seriously since the crowd expects a spectacle. He gestures toward her, encouraging her to display how far she has improved. Rolling his shoulder, he tells her to go all out and assures her he will be mindful of her condition. Fired up, Aren settles into her combat stance. Lightning crackles around her katana as she channels power. Kim smiles and loosens his fists, purple energy shimmering around him. Suddenly murmurs ripple through the audience, including Shim. Jack, Lee San, and others stare in disbelief. Kim throws a single punch that sends Aren face first onto the floor, her katana clattering beside her. Shim announces the outcome, declaring Kim champion of the individual division. Kim stands over Aren, surprised at how easily it ended and wondering if he struck too hard despite promising restraint, though she had attempted a decisive blow. The unintended impact leaves her completely unconscious. Later, Lee-san gathers the students in a small auditorium. He explains the protection system prevented serious harm, but advises a visit to the infirmary and reminds them another stage awaits tomorrow. Kim's eyes burn with impatience, feeling the delay is pointless and wanting to proceed immediately. When class dismisses, he approaches Lee-san. He asks whether he can begin the Eye of the Great Forest trial ahead of schedule. The instructor consults the rulebook and states only one trial is permitted per day, except in cases of swift completion. If a task ends early and preparations allow, the next may begin at once. Grinning, Kim leaves the choice in Lee-san's hands. Lee-san agrees that an early finish grants permission to proceed. Kim nods, accepting the conditions. He turns down the corridor with a satisfied smile. Arch asks if he truly intends to clear the eye trial the following day. Kim confirms he is ready for it. Arch misinterprets his eagerness as a desire for attention, irritating Kim, who dismisses the idea. He insists he simply wants the challenge completed quickly. Next morning at Valhalla's inner sanctuary, Yasen, Shim greets spectators and outlines the team battle rules, with 5 members from each academy fighting in a mountainous zone. The audience watches through holographic displays, footage captured by hovering drones. Soyeon waits irritably for Kim, who arrives late grinning and claiming he overslept. She scolds him for not arriving early, but he casually says he was preoccupied. Then he shocks her by announcing he plans to fight solo. Soyeon worries about the implications for the team. He warns that as the strongest competitor, he will be targeted first and asks the others for agreement. The group remains silent. Soyeon apologetically asks if she may accompany him. He firmly tells her to stay back. Soyeon demands an explanation for his confidence, but he ignores her and focuses on preparation. As the countdown starts, Kim stretches and mentions another test awaits him later. Soyeon tries to question him further, still confused, strides forward without answering, ready to confront the Eye of the Great Forest afterward. Kim declares the match underway as the White Lotus team searches for Kim. Steps into view before them. Recognizing him from Valhalla, the red-haired leader orders her team to arm themselves. Kim smiles confidently and swings his sword, impressed by her swift command. Moments later, a holographic notice announces White Lotus has been eliminated. Logan, stunned, realizes only 10 minutes have passed and is shocked by Kim's speed. One of Logan's teammates senses an approaching presence and moves to intercept. Logan commands defensive positions, while Luke forms a magical barrier. Female teammate inscribes a glowing magic circle. Ibella raises her green shield in support. Despite their layered defenses, one girl questions whether such caution is needed against a single foe. Logan insists Kim's power justifies every precaution. They brace themselves. Logan senses something amiss. He looks up and spots Kim positioned above them. Before he can respond, Kim strikes his face with the flat of his blade, sending him crashing to the ground. The others whirl around in shock. Kim swiftly pierces one girl's stomach and remarks she reacted too slowly. Another charges energy for a counterattack. A yellow bolt shoots past as Kim evades effortlessly. He counters with a slash that hurls her backward. One by one, he cuts down the remaining heroes' members, leaving them unconscious from heavy impacts. Standing over the fallen opponents, System Alert proclaims the heroes defeated. Smiling in satisfaction, Kim prepares to proceed to the eye trial. In the observation room, Shim marvels at the speed of Kim's victory. Only 23 minutes total, 20 spent traveling and 3 fighting. Shim worries about disrupting the schedule. Lee-san notes the rules allow the next stage to begin before noon, if conditions permit. Shim agrees to consult organizers, while Lee-san reflects on Kim's overwhelming display. Later, Lee-san and Jack walk the hallway discussing events. Jack says White Lotus has no objection to advancing the schedule. He admits he now fully acknowledges Kim's strength, and Lee-san smiles in response. They head off to confirm arrangements with White Lotus. The rest area, Soyeon polishes her sword in silence. Watching Kim relax, she thinks he is insane for clearing the battle alone. Remembering her rivalry with Aren, she wonders if letting go of pride could improve her skills. Soon the announcement comes that the eye trial will start a day early at 1 p.m. Kim smiles beside Aren, pleased events unfold as he anticipated. He informs the team he will handle the next trial solo and urges them to focus on their own survival. Soyeon listens quietly, absorbing his words. Kim assures them they may call for assistance if needed. Reflecting on his plan, Soyeon notes they won the first 2 stages but cannot afford complacency. Considering the maze ahead, she concludes it is mostly dense forest with minor monsters rather than immediate lethal threats. Kim notices her thoughtful expression. Teasingly, he asks if she wants to speak, using a nickname that irritates her, and he laughs that her reaction proves his point. Aren quietly thinks the nickname sounds charming. The scene shifts to the Eye of the Great Forest, where students and guards assemble at the maze entrance. Kim raises his microphone and announces the final challenge, surviving within the labyrinth. Viewers observe the event through shimmering holographic displays and receive an explanation about the maze's distinct features. Kim clarifies that the setting resembles a forest labyrinth drenched in non-stop rain and overgrown with dense plants, stressing that true difficulty lies in enduring and adjusting to the brutal environment. Since the creatures inside are relatively weak, the exam focuses mainly on endurance and the ability to cope with the surroundings. The performance will be judged by how well they preserve their physical state, which will be checked after a 5-hour period. Kim lets out a bored yawn, appearing detached while his classmates pay close attention. Shim firmly states that inter-team combat is forbidden and officially signals the start of the assessment. Gates slide open and each squad steps into the maze, prepared to confront what awaits. At the same time, in a deserted warehouse in Valhalla, Al and Lisa notice a masked individual making an entrance. The newcomer is Samsel, leader of the assassins known as Alia, who tells them their departure time has arrived. She discloses that powerful magic supported by 2 accomplices is sealing off the maze entrance and asserts they will handle that obstacle first. A flash of vivid violet light detonates, breaking their forms apart into fragments. Isan stares in disbelief as every monitor before him glitches and dies, indicating total surveillance failure. A worried Shim demands an explanation, pointing out that all cameras failing at once feels far too suspicious. He looks toward a guard attempting to reach gate security, only to receive silence in return. Isan proposes that the students may be in danger inside and urges immediate entry, an idea Shim quickly accepts. They proceed straight into the maze. Once inside, the sight awaiting them leaves them speechless. Ground near the entrance has caved in, and rubble covers injured guards, creating confusion about what truly happened. Meanwhile, deeper within the labyrinth, relentless downpour is wearing the students down. Several hero members tremble with pale faces as hypothermia begins to set in. Logan, alarmed, insists they must prevent their condition from worsening and suggests constructing a shelter. They divide to collect supplies, while Logan starts clearing and leveling the area for the hut. Suddenly his eyes catch a distant dark violet orb, startling him. The sphere belongs to the assassin squad, bewildered by the rain and the odd disturbances around them. Unbothered by the storm, Al urges them to stay focused on their objective of assassinating Kim. He casts a threatening glance at Logan and mentions eliminating him before recalling Logan is not the assigned target. Ilya explains they have been warped to a site saturated with mid-level magic, the only way to track its origin. Logan, picking up on the threat, senses traces of dark sorcery lingering in the atmosphere and begins to conclude that these newcomers are the true antagonists. Lisa states no witnesses can remain and designates Al to act as tensions flare. Logan gathers power into his palm, forming a glowing orb, and demands to know their purpose there. In a blink, Al materializes at his back and drives a blade into him with swift precision. Shocked, Logan turns and realizes Al somehow slipped behind him. To his terror, 2 identical owls now stand before and behind him, each gripping a dagger. Al calmly announces it is a cloning technique. Wearing a cruel smile, he plunges the knife again, leaving Logan coughing as strength drains from him. He collapses onto the soaked ground. Watching casually, Lisa remarks that Logan is as good as dead and that the slow demise is intentional. A sudden cry pierces the air as a girl shouts Logan's name. Lisa orders Al to silence any remaining witnesses. With a twisted grin, Al lunges toward the stunned girl, who freezes in horror as she grasps the impending fate. Elsewhere, Kim runs through the woods lost in thought about the mission ahead. A system notification appears instructing him to locate Madage Arona's residence at the heart of the Great Forest. While sprinting, he notices a girl from the hero team. He catches sight of her fallen companions and lets out a terrified scream. Observing this, Lisa commands Al to take care of her. Soon after, the young man, understanding Al and Lisa's intent, steps toward the distressed girl. Al grows irritated and finally recognizes him as the long-awaited target. Kim instead keeps his attention on the wounded students scattered nearby. Many lie slashed and drenched in blood. He instructs the girl to tend to them while he handles their assailants. Taking everything in, Kim deduces the victims were purposely left to slowly bleed rather than executed instantly. With firm resolve, he decides to swiftly remove the threat. Standing before him, Al mocks him, arrogantly claiming Kim is trapped since he entered through the Soul Gateway. He boasts that the surveillance drones were disabled, so no help can arrive, and even if teachers react, it will take at least an hour to reach the entrance, which has been sealed off with fallen rocks that also wounded the guards. Kim remains calm and replies that an hour changes nothing. Rain continues pouring without mercy. While Al ridicules his confidence, as the blade swings toward him, Kim keeps his hands in his pockets, appearing utterly indifferent. When the attack fails to connect, he abruptly disappears from sight, leaving Al baffled. Glancing up the incline, Al spots Kim, who remarks on the foolishness of the situation. In an instant, Kim strikes and incapacitates him. Blow hurls him away, as Lisa and Alia stare in disbelief. Kim presses on without pause, moving at remarkable speed. He assaults the 2 women and renders them unconscious as well. Turning to the blonde, he orders her to pour every ounce of magic into healing the injured. He advises her to retreat west toward Valhalla if she proves unable to manage it. Still shaken, she kneels and concentrates on restoring the wounded. Nearby, Al groans as consciousness returns. Looming above him, Kim labels him feeble and demands the reason behind the ambush. Before finishing him off, he presses for the identity of the one who hired him. The bald assassin maintains a stern look and refuses to speak. Kim remarks that most people reveal their masters when cornered and continues pressing. Irritated, the assassin realizes he had been briefly disoriented by Kim's sudden evasion. Suddenly, a duplicate of the assassin materializes, cloaked in dark blue energy, and lunges with a knife. Kim sidesteps effortlessly, astonishing Al. Cannot comprehend how Kim detected and avoided a supposedly invisible club. Standing confidently with weapon in hand, Kim mocks him for fighting like a coward, striking from behind. Kim answers with a heavy punch. The hit makes Al grab his bleeding nose while insulting him as bald. Bright and composed, Kim asks one last time about the client. The bald man scoffs, calling him a brat, and swears he will divulge nothing. Accepting that no answers will come, Kim grins darkly and warns he will beat him to death if resistance continues. A devastating blow launches Al away and devastates the surroundings, bringing the clash to its conclusion. That moment, Lee San and the others storm into the maze. They arrive to find students tending to the wounded. Jack rushes to the battered Logan, who, despite struggling to move, insists others are in worse shape. Logan recounts that unknown attackers struck them, including one man accompanied by 2 women. Surveying the aftermath, Lee San suspects ties to the Samsal Alliance and inquires about the attackers' whereabouts. Logan gestures toward a pile of debris. Al and Lisa lie unconscious among the rubble. He explains that Kim overwhelmed them with ease and that the surrounding forest was utterly ravaged in the fight. As he talks, a quiet girl tends to his wounds and supports him without saying a word. Thinking back on the clash, Logan confesses that Kim is far more powerful than he expected, admitting he once believed himself unrivaled until the boy's crushing strength humbled him. Jack comforts him by saying Kim is an exception, someone abnormal who should not be used as a standard for comparison. Lee San reminds Logan that he mentioned 3 enemies and asks about the last one, and the girl answers that Kim is handling her just as she finishes speaking. Body drops before them, and the teachers turn, recognizing the fallen girl as one of the attackers. Kim explains that he subdued her because he is investigating who orchestrated the assault and why the maze was targeted. Lee San notes that Kim appears unharmed, and the boy assures him he is completely fine. With a faint smile, Lee San suggests they sort out the details once back at the academy, and Kim nods in agreement. He adds that the staff will transport the injured to the hospital, while the Valhalla students should locate White Lotus and report everything. As rain continues to pour over the labyrinth, a teacher officially declares the event concluded. That night, Kim collapses onto his dorm bed, drained by the day and reflecting on how taxing it has been. Shuts his eyes, aware of how much mana he has expended. A notification appears describing a mission tied to the Great Forest's Eye, Mandigai Alona's house, and a required sword. Kim retrieves a blue orb from his pocket, satisfied that the objective has been fulfilled. He recalls in detail how he overpowered the assassin squad. Alia, still trembling, complained about a pounding headache. Kim approached her calmly and questioned her abilities, which initially left her confused, then speculated she belonged to the Samsal group, noting there were 2 combatants and a supporter. From his deduction, it seemed clear to him that Alia filled the support role. His insight visibly startled her, and he pressed her once more about her powers. She stubbornly refused to respond. Spatial energy began swirling around her as she attempted to activate her ability. Kim stepped in and effortlessly suppressed the forming power. Alia stood frozen in disbelief, unable to grasp how he neutralized her technique. Realizing she could distort and traverse space, Kim affirmed his earlier conclusion, offered her a deal, promising her safety if she cooperated. A chilling grin spread across his face as he made the proposal. Later, he lies on his bed again, pondering how Alia's talent enabled him to secure the orb and smooth his path forward. He remembers assuring her that he would conceal her identity and not report her if she assisted him. Yet he ultimately knocked her unconscious, justifying it by her refusal to reveal who hired them, believing he would have spared her had she been truthful. Staring at the ceiling, Kim weighs the consequences of discovering that a member of the Samsal Alliance orchestrated the attack. He suspects Rockdell's involvement and wonders if his family has begun meddling in his affairs. A darker thought crosses his mind about eliminating them entirely to avoid future interference. Looking once more at the orb, he feels proud of obtaining it since it simplifies his next steps. System alert confirms the mission tied to the sphere is complete, though much of the wording is blurred. Another censored message directs him to meet lost memories within a dream. Confused by the vague instruction, Kim decides to sleep and hope clarity comes after rest. Barch suggests that recovering Kim's missing memories might restore his own. as he received a similar alert. Curious despite uncertainty, Kim agrees to attempt it. He sets the sphere beside his pillow and stretches out on the bed. He contemplates the notion of forgotten memories without fully realizing they are absent, yet it barely troubles him. Thinking he can address it later, he closes his eyes. A vision surfaces of his former life inside a towering structure, injured and trapped as the tower crumbles around him. A massive stone is about to crash down on him when everything abruptly freezes in place. Before him stands a shadowy figure lacking a face. It speaks in riddles about guarding his name and those he protects in this world. And the entity fades away. Time resumes, and he is left questioning the strange encounter. Kim jolts awake, unsettled and confused as he sits upright on the bed. He struggles to interpret the dream, his head aching as he wonders if fragments of lost memories are resurfacing. Arch, observing him, appears equally baffled and mutters something about being a tiger. Kim has no idea what he means. Deep in contemplation, Barch insists he was once a tiger. Kim dismisses the notion from his spot near and playfully mocks the tower master for his confusion. Flustered, Barch denies being adorable and flutters about, uncertain of his own past. Meanwhile, Kim broods over his inability to recall even his own name. And just as the thought lingers, a sudden alert flashes before him, making him jump. The text appears scrambled at first, before resolving into the phrase office of the Grand Palace of Ahala Alafridi Jani, secret room. Another prompt follows, urging him to confront the truth. Uneasy, Kim decides he must investigate the Grand Palace of Ahala first, planning to question Lily about it once training concludes. Elsewhere inside Valhalla's gym, Hayek methodically lifts weights, sweat dripping yet his demeanor steady. His focus breaks when Soyeon walks in wearing athletic gear and carrying water, asking why he is pushing himself so hard. Hayek calmly replies that perhaps she should answer that question herself. Flustered, Soyeon confesses she is motivated by pride and envy connected to Kim. Without pausing his routine, Hayek dismisses that assumption, stating her visit is unrelated to Kim, causing her to blush and look down in frustration. Noticing her expression, he suggests her jealousy likely comes from losing to Aron earlier. Soyeon's mood visibly darkens. She silently acknowledges he is correct, as memories of her duel with Aron replay in her mind. Had initiated the fight with swift, precise katana strikes. Pink traces marked her relentless assault through the air, yet Aron parried every blow. Refusing to yield, Soyeon channeled mana into her blade, releasing a fierce horizontal slash that sent a pink energy wave surging forward. Aron countered by swinging her own sword to cleave through the incoming magic. A vivid blue arc trailing behind her strike. Two deep impact scars formed. She completely severed Soyeon's attack. Frustrated, Soyeon tightened her grip with both hands, determined to slice apart Aron's magic directly. Three currents of mana shot toward her position. Aron infused her weapon with power and destroyed all three streams in one decisive motion. Soyeon was stunned that a single cut could nullify such force. Before she could recover, Aron closed the gap, delivering a sharp strike that grazed Soyeon's vital air. She was thrown back, and Aron stood triumphant as the announcer declared her victory. Later, Soyeon lingers in the hallway, reflecting on her growth and recognizing Aron's rapid progress under Kim's mentorship. While she focused only on magic and sword skill, Aron also trained her physical strength, something Soyeon's family never emphasized, and she believes this made the difference. Hayek continues lifting in silence, suggesting it might benefit her to seek Kim's guidance if she desires similar advancement. Feeling compelled, Soyeon resolves to follow his advice and approach Kim. She steps toward him as he wipes sweat from his brow, gathering her nerve to request training, but before she can finish speaking, Lee-san cuts in and asks whether the young man is occupied. Startled, Soyeon listens as Lee-san explains that someone is waiting to meet him. He adds that this opportunity will not come again for quite some time. Flustered and conflicted, Soyeon can only remain where she is as events move beyond her control. Furious, Kim follows Lee-san down the corridor, leaving her standing behind. She remains there, confused and red-faced, wishing she could simply disappear. Kim suddenly calls out to her, using the nickname Pipsqueak again, and her eyes brighten as she spins toward him. Without stopping, he tells her that if she wants to train with them, she should learn the daily schedule from Aron first, and if she keeps up, he might consider guiding her. After finishing her own practice, Aron approaches and offers to walk Soyeon through the routine. Meanwhile, Kim and Lee-san continue down the hallway as evening light filters through the windows. Kim asks with interest who exactly has come to see him. Lee-san replies in a tone suggesting Kim already knows the answer. It escorts him into a modest chamber. Inside, Rockdell appears barely alive, his body shriveled and lips cracked from severe dehydration. Rockdell drops to his knees and begs desperately for assistance. Surya stands quietly behind him without a word. Shocked, Kim glances at Lee-san and asks what is going on. but Lee San sharply tells him to stop pretending ignorance. He reveals that Rockdell has attempted to assassinate Kim on 2 separate occasions. Lee San wonders aloud how the press learned of the incident, then answers himself by noting that news of Valhalla and the attacks is spreading everywhere. Kim stares blankly, accepting that such attention was inevitable. Turning to the kneeling Rockdell, Kim coldly remarks that unless the Ventric family head returns to embarrass himself again, there is nothing left to discuss. Lee San calmly informs him that the Ventric family has officially disowned Rockdell. Not only was he cast out, but even his relatives, including his father, were publicly renounced. Taking this in, Kim looks down at the trembling young man before him. Lee San notes that unlike before, the family has made no effort to silence the media this time. Kim comments that once the troublesome heir becomes an exile, there is little reason to rescue him. Growing frantic, Rockdell insists that everything is not yet finished and yells that a solution must still exist. He cries that his testimony worsened matters and pleads for everything to be erased. Kim merely scratches his ear, bored by the outburst. Desperate, Rockdell rises and staggers toward him. He clasps his hands in supplication, sobbing and promising never to cross him again. Watching the pitiful scene, Kim says apologies are worthless, and Rockdell quickly offers money as a bribe. Lee San watches with visible annoyance as Kim flatly refuses the proposal. A shocking move, Rockdell seizes Yuria by the wrist. He gestures toward her and proposes giving her to Kim, claiming she is an English royal heir, and that possessing her would elevate his standing. Disgusted, Kim asks if he truly views people as tradable goods. With a warped smile, Rockdell insists the woman is his property. He exposes a spell collar around her neck marking ownership. Crimson letters circle the mark as part of a magical binding. Gripping her roughly by the collar, Rockdell presents her as if she were merchandise. Lee San immediately identifies the enchantment on her neck. It is a formidable obedience seal, nearly impossible to undo and designed to enforce absolute submission. The mere sight of it makes his blood surge with anger. Rockdell smirks cruelly, clearly enjoying her terror. Lee San cannot fathom using such magic on a person, and Kim calmly remarks that in ancient times, scum branded humans like livestock for trade. Without hesitation, he steps forward, channels mana and grips the seal at her neck. With force, he tears at the spell until the magic shatters beneath his hand. She sways unsteadily and nearly collapses. She grabs her throat in relief as the curse dissipates, while Rockdell stares in stunned disbelief and casually asks Lee San whether he may punch the man. Rockdell stands frozen, eyes wide with terror. Lee San states that as an instructor, he must prevent violence among students. Yet since Rockdell has been stripped of his name and poses danger, he will overlook it this once. Soaked in sweat and tears, Rockdell trembles as Kim approaches. Kim rests a hand on his shoulder and reminds him of the decision just made before he can react. A crushing punch follows, launching him through the air. He crashes down broken and dazed as Yuria watches silently, and Lee turns away. By sunset, Kim has already departed, walking with closed eyes while Barch drifts beside him. The Tower Master notes that Rockdell has never skirted death so closely, nor has he seen Kim so furious. Kim replies that centuries ago he would have crushed the man's skull without hesitation, and the branding seal awakened memories of his own past, deepening his rage. Lost in thought, he hears someone call his name. It is Yuria, panting after running to catch up. She bows deeply and thanks him, admitting she was too shocked earlier to speak. Kim tells her simply to accept what happened and live freely from now on. Overwhelmed, Yuria bursts into tears. She trembles and wipes her face as Kim continues walking. The next day after classes, Kim and Lily sit together at a campus cafe in Valhalla. While enjoying pudding, Lily mentions that the Grand Palace of Alala is situated in China. She explains it operates as a labyrinth overseen by the White Lotus Association. Kim recalls that the same group participated in the previous tournament and is uneasy about encountering them again, especially since entering such labyrinths without authorization is illegal today. He briefly considers demolishing it outright, but abandons the idea to avoid trouble with the academy. Wanting a lawful path inside, he questions Lily further. She suggests that enrolling as a student there may be one of the few viable methods, and begins to elaborate, and abruptly stops herself and covers her mouth. Moments later, she accuses him of seeking information selfishly, without offering anything in exchange, demanding that he reveal 3 personal facts first. When he turns as if to leave, he quickly relents and agrees to share the information without conditions. Leaning closer, Lily whispers that an international world tournament will take place at the Grand Palace during the 2nd semester. Kim is surprised that the faculty has not mentioned such a major event. Smiling smugly, Lily claims she has her sources and clarifies it will be global in scope. Unlike regional contests between nations like Korea, China, and the United States, this one includes academies worldwide. The immense scale of it irritates Kim. The thought of waiting until next term feels unbearable. He asks if there is any way to enter earlier. Lily playfully suggests he assist her with a small task today, and promises she may help him further afterward. This brings them to North London in Tottenham, standing before the towering World Monster Research Society building. Though the weather is pleasant, Kim is visibly displeased by the long trip and destination. While Lily laughs and mentions they are only visiting for the weekend, but secured permission to stay until Monday. Kim jokes that she is clearly stretching her authority as a teacher. He responds with a sweet smile and dismisses his comment. Soon Kim stands before a simulated giant boar with sword drawn. Several researchers observe and record the evaluation. The boar charges, and he instinctively slashes its head. The creature dissolves instantly, as it is merely part of a digital simulation. Irritated, he recalls Lily assuring him this errand would be simple paperwork in return for information. Yet he now finds himself hunting down waves of monsters in these trials. An hour later, Kim drops onto a sofa completely drained, discovering that the promised 3 creatures were in fact more than 10. Lily pleads innocence, insisting she never anticipated the numbers would escalate. Still catching his breath, Kim admits the entire ordeal has left a sour taste. He especially dislikes how the staff glare at Lily upon arrival, acting uneasy or offended, and wonders aloud if she is acquainted with them. Lily pauses in silence, then reluctantly explains she knows them somewhat, adding that they cling to archaic hunting doctrines and reject ideas that disrupt their traditions, and her research has unsettled their rigid worldview. Kim questions why such outdated validation systems and sword-bound customs persist in a modern era, and Lily replies that the association reveres them as sacred. She says change frightens them, and their refusal to evolve has locked their minds in place. He further describes an organization sustained by favoritism and stagnation, where even superior research means little without official endorsement. Their pursuit of the ultimate hunting strategy is driven more by authority than by real efficiency. Sharing a look, Lily ominously remarks that those at the top will go to extreme lengths to secure that strategy. Having fulfilled his role, Kim reminds her it is now her responsibility to honor their agreement. Smiling with satisfaction, Lily reveals their true purpose here is to meet someone significant, the chairman of White Lotus. As she sips her drink, Lily notes that the chairman, a frequent presence here, has likely taken notice of Kim as well. Feeling the gravity of it, Kim rises and suggests they meet her before complications arise. At that moment, there is a knock on the door. A voice follows requesting an audience with him. A poised woman enters carrying a fan, her demeanor elegant and controlled. She introduces herself as Seolian, leader of the White Lotus Association. Slightly surprised, Kim offers his own introduction and politely asks her intention. Unexpectedly, she inquires whether he would handle someone on their behalf. Lily senses the shift in tone and excuses herself quietly, recognizing the discussion has grown serious. After Lily departs, the chairwoman identifies herself fully as head of White Lotus and member of the powerful Seol clan, explaining that a prodigy from her family rose after the era of destruction. This young girl surpassed veteran contractors by 13 and even defeated members of her own Seolang guild. Her destructive capacity is so overwhelming that even the family patriarch cannot restrain her. She now isolates herself in the clan's private training hall, claiming nothing outside can teach her further. When Kim asks if she wants him to deal with that girl, she confirms. Though hesitant, he questions why such immense talent would require his involvement. He notes that the chairwoman herself radiates immense power that concealment magic cannot fully hide. He smiles, acknowledging his perceptiveness. She clarifies that despite the girl's terrifying might, she relies solely on physical combat and shares Kim's age of 17. The issue is not raw power alone, but matching vigor, experience, and youth. She believes only someone like him can humble the prodigy. Resting his hands behind his neck, he asks why she assumes he would cooperate. Seolian calmly replies that she would never seek assistance without fair compensation, and begins discussing terms. Kim interrupts, stating money holds no appeal for him. Instead, he requests access to a particular location, and her support in reaching it is all he desires, prompting her to tap her fan curiously. Soon they stand outside the White Lotus headquarters in China. Kim admits surprise at arriving by private jet. Seolian smiles, reminding him he claimed to be pressed for time. She confirms the agreement by asking if he truly seeks entry into the great palace of Ahala. He affirms without hesitation. As they step inside the courtyard, whispers ripple among onlookers. Within the building, Kim surveys his surroundings with interest and asks why she cares about involving him with a girl she has no personal bond with. He explains she is not directly related, but many challengers, including instructors, have failed against the girl. She hopes Kim can shatter the prodigy's growing arrogance. Success would earn recognition from the Seol clan and elevate White Lotus under her leadership. They stop before a shimmering portal. Seolian states it leads to the Seol family's hidden training chamber, where the girl awaits. Kim steps forward, confirming his stance before entering. Just before disappearing, he asks for the girl's name. Oyun answers that she is called Yanlang. Emerging on the other side, he sees her seated on the floor. He glares and demands to know if the Seol family sent him to retrieve her. Kim approaches calmly with a faint smile, acknowledging her pride without being provoked. Suddenly, he tests her with a swift punch. She catches his fist effortlessly, surprising him. Immediately, she channels mana into her palm and strikes his abdomen, blasting energy outward. Sharp glare accuses him of underestimating her abilities. Kim says nothing and lifts his eyes with composed amusement. The clash intensifies in an instant. He seizes her arm and swings toward her face. Barely evades those strange shows on her expression. He follows by striking her arm, leaving her clearly injured. Stepping back unsettled, she demands his identity. He casually invites her to attack again, revealing he is merely a 17-year-old student who misjudged her. With little choice, she withdraws to reassess. Kim refuses to grant space and closes the gap instantly. His next punch lands firmly in her stomach. He is thrown backward, clutching the impact. Yet he notices she adjusted her stance at the last second to reduce the blow's force. Even his former disciples struggled with such control, earning his quiet respect. As she studies her posture, her frustration fades, placed by determination at facing someone her age matching her. Renewed, she smiles and adopts a ready stance. Meanwhile, the duel is displayed on a screen before Seolian. As it grows fiercer, a man approaches from behind, apologizing for interrupting. He questions whether the boy will survive against their prodigy. The man comments on Kim's talent, yet doubts anyone outside White Lotus can rival Yanlang. And when Seolian stays silent, he reminds her she once lost to Yanlang using only physical strength. Ioyun admits he is correct, and that she too was defeated by Yanlang. Even with full magic, she suspects victory would not have been certain. Standing beside her, the man observes closely. Seolian adds that their magical gap was minimal back then, and years have passed, so Yanlang has likely only grown stronger. The guard questions why Kim risks himself in a seemingly unwinnable match, since he does not match Seolian's level. Composed as ever, she tilts her head and asks if he truly believes that, reminding him Kim dominated the inter-school tournament decisively. Keeps her eyes fixed on the monitor, knowing her ambitions are not solely dependent on his triumph. Back in the arena, Yanlang attacks once more. Paws extended, she lunges with lethal accuracy. Kim evades the slicing strikes, but her knee catches his face, granting her a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Her brief triumph turns into alarm when a sharp surge of pain shoots through her knee. She springs backward, gripping it in distress as she realizes she smashed it straight into Kim's forehead. Irritation swells within Yanlang because none of her assaults have worked, and she cannot detect a single flaw in him. What unsettles her more is the thought that Kim, who looks like an ordinary student, may surpass her physically and has yet to rely on magic. Overcome with emotion, Yanlang finally releases her full strength as a crimson aura ignites around her body, and she commits to the fight. Kim answers with a confident smirk. His own blue energy bursts forth, and his eyes shine intensely. He dashes forward at astonishing speed, channeling every ounce of mana into a single crushing strike. Fire erupts around her fist as it closes in on his face, stopping mere millimeters away. For a split second, she believes she has finally connected. Yet Kim tilts his head at the final instant and evades the blow entirely. Still leaning forward, he thanks her for the warm-up, but declares the real fight has begun. He slams his glowing fist into her abdomen with explosive force. Yanlang's eyes pale from shock as the air leaves her lungs, and she can only murmur that he is a monster. Kim stands over her fallen form, composed and steady, while Seolian and the guard watching struggle to hide their disbelief. Grips her by the collar, bruised and unconscious, and sets her before them, stating the match was fair. Seolian can hardly accept his victory and softly asks if he is hurt. Kim replies casually that he is unharmed, though Yanlang cannot say the same. Then he tosses her aside. The young woman groans awake, holding her throbbing head. Her expression darkens the moment she sees Seolian, fury flashing in her eyes, but Seolian calmly reminds her of the prior agreement. Then looks to Kim, intrigued by his desire to enter the Alala Palace. With a faint smile, she grants him access and asks if the arrangement satisfies him. Kim grins broadly and accepts without hesitation. As he departs with Seolian, Yanlang remains silent, watching them fade away. The guards rush to offer treatment, but she dismisses them. Instead, she asks for the name of the one who bested her, and upon hearing it, she repeats it softly and smiles almost fondly, believing he ranks among the strongest alive, already imagining their next encounter. Elsewhere, a hell demon questions her bold praise of his power. Meanwhile, Kim ventures deeper into the Alala Palace labyrinth, encircled by ancient suits of armor and shimmering gateways. He recalls Seolian warning that beneath the castle lay an endless maze. She had said living armor would appear only if he advanced too far. Clearly, he has crossed that line soon after entering. A horde of animated armor ambushes him. Armed with simple steel blades, he dismantles them with ruthless precision. When the final suit collapses, he releases a long breath, standing atop heaps of broken metal, yet puzzled by the maze's purpose. More than 20 chambers yield nothing but emptiness. Remembering his quest, he wonders about the office room mentioned, just as frustration builds. Barch directs his gaze toward a nearby grand double door. Inside, he finds a chamber containing an aged painting, depicting a bearded man above a desk. He briefly thinks it could be Aliftry's office, but senses something amiss. Kim studies the artwork closely, spotting a signature written in an unknown script. Barch deciphers it as Aliftry Johnny flying through the void, and explains the words appear in his mind like neural transmissions, possibly tied to lost memories. Determined, he places his palm on the desk and scans the surroundings. Realizing a careful search would take too long, he smashes the desk with a powerful blow, exposing a concealed trapdoor underneath. Barch confirms this is likely their target. Kim lifts the hidden hatch, revealing stairs descending into a basement, and he grumbles about the oppressive darkness. A quest notification appears verifying he has located the secret chamber. Below, he encounters a girl seated at a table lit by 2 flickering candles. He introduces herself as a guide ready to answer his questions. As he sits, she explains her name was stolen from her. The statement reminds him of his dream involving names. She tells him names hold power, shaping destiny, talent, and strength. When paired with potential, they grant immense might. She hints that a dark entity stealing names also steals that power. Kim asks what becomes of those stripped of their names. She answers that they turn into constellations. Startled, he urges her to elaborate. She suggests he may be different, perhaps due to reincarnation. Kim is surprised that her knowledge rivals Barch's. With a sly smile, she teases him for doubting her, and clarifies she is not the one sending him notifications. She too learned through those mysterious messages. Curious and unsettled, he demands to know the identity of the figure targeting his name. He reveals the being is called the Maze Lord, who seeks to relocate the Tower of Destruction into his labyrinth and feed on powerful names. Kim wonders how such an entity commands such authority. She explains the Maze Lord embodies his title perfectly and hints that even Earth is part of his maze. Only by stealing names from those burdened with karma can one ascend as a constellation. Kim speculates whether his disciples have already become constellations after gaining renown. He fears they may unknowingly serve the Maze Lord's design. The guide notes his reincarnation is an unpredictable variable, even for the Maze Lord. He adds the Maze Lord is not all-powerful and can be outmaneuvered. She reveals the architect of his rebirth, and their meeting is not the Maze Lord. Kim wonders who orchestrated everything. She admits uncertainty, but suspects someone connected to him. She hands him a ring, saying it will be vital in their retaliation. However, she says there is no time for further explanation. Confused, Kim questions her, and she admits she is hunted by the Maze Lord despite telling him all she knows. She assures him that having met the conditions, they can meet again in a few days. The snap red energy surrounds them, and in an instant, Kim reappears outside the palace within a cave. Anger surges as he thinks of the Maze Lord and the mastermind who stole his name and interfered with his life. Walking away, he examines the ring carefully. He believes it contains hidden power that may restore him indirectly, and imagines absorbing mana from storage stones to regain former strength. Continuing forward, he exits the cave into open air. Meanwhile, on a remote island in the North Pacific, Han burns with anger as he hears the latest update about the teenage student. The broadcast announces that Kim has completely crushed the SAMSL organization. Han, the head of the Soul Fanatic group known as the Dragon King, has kept a close watch ever since learning of the constellations, and discovering that the boy defeated Choi Jingjian, a contractor backed by one of them, only deepens his alarm. The revelation drives him to his limit. In his rage, he realizes that despite all the assets he dispatched to eliminate Kim, the teenager has cleverly evaded every trap. Leaning back in his chair, Han simmers with frustration, feeling utterly outmatched by a mere high schooler. Still boiling with resentment, Han is suddenly interrupted by someone commenting on his troubled look. He spins around, ready to lash out, only to see Jorg, the leader of the privileged race. Han complains about the lack of courtesy, and Jorg coolly replies that if he had not stepped in, Han's temper would have worsened, then casually asks whether Kim is the reason for his anger. Han reluctantly confirms that it is. Reclining comfortably, Jorg explains that Kim has not only removed a crucial piece from their board, but has also thrown their broader strategy into chaos. Before he can elaborate, Han cuts him off to ask if he means Desira, and Jorg nods in agreement. Jorg states matter-of-factly that Desira failed the assignment, and despite serving as an informant for the Ventric family, exposed everything to a teenage boy. Refusing to tolerate such a breach, Jorg has already sent Desira to the prison tower, and the discussion continues from there. Han shifts the topic to the Samsel group and inquires whether Jorg can assist with the 3 captives still restrained, and Jorg consents. Yet as Han reflects further on Kim's role, Jorg voices hesitation about making any direct move against him. He cautions that Kim has drawn the attention of the First Cult, a perilous sect led by ominous hooded figures with unclear intentions. Growing uneasy, Han asks what sort of adversaries they are truly facing. With a grave look, Jorg explains that the cult follows no moral code and is erratic. making them far more threatening than they seem. He adds that they were the ones who dealt with Logan's unit. This gives Han slight reassurance, as he was already aware of that incident. Both men agree that meddling in the cult's affairs would likely place them in the crosshairs as well. Though still furious, Han concludes that waiting is the only viable course left, and he lets out a bitter laugh. Elsewhere, Kim stands encircled by hooded figures who silently fix their gaze on him, questions their intentions, remarking that they must be either incredibly brave or utterly insane to confront him openly on campus. The leader positioned before him says nothing, heightening the oppressive silence. The story flashes back to when Deacon, cloaked and composed, spoke with Adelia, the matriarch of the Ventric family, declares that they are fully prepared for the operation. Adelia responds with a faint smile, hinting that such readiness should have come sooner. Bowing slightly, he reassures her that because of Kim's nature, every precaution has been meticulously arranged. He notes that they have contractors capable of forming subspaces, and that each participant was personally vetted by the Ventric family to prevent information leaks. Adelia appears pleased with this. Her demeanor then turns icy as she asks whether the additional matter has been handled. He confirms that a unique storage stone containing limitless magic for sanctuarization has been secured. Adelia acknowledges the preparation with a nod. Topic shifts to Deacon's responsibility to command the elimination unit and supervise the subspace undertaking. He inquires whether sanctuarization will be used to call forth a new constellation. Calmly and without hesitation, Adelia confirms the intention. Deacon questions whether such measures are truly required. Adelia's expression hardens with irritation. She quickly regains composure, explaining it is simply a safety measure. Their dialogue continues. She reveals that a long-dormant constellation has recently responded. This revelation unsettles Deacon, especially when a message appears indicating that the Beaked Mass constellation seeks further details. Visibly uneasy, Adelia seems thrilled by the chance to communicate with such a being. Returning to the present, Deacon and his squad encircle Kim, and he worries about why a silent constellation would suddenly break its silence. Nevertheless, he swiftly commands the contact team to initiate spatial distortion. Cloaked figures kneel and press their palms to the ground, preparing to trigger the next step. As they weave the distortion spell around Kim, a golden barrier forms around his body. Unfazed, Kim glances over his shoulder and asks if this is their subspace. He ridicules their effort, wondering aloud how long they have been plotting this scheme. He then suggests that such a plan must have originated from the Ventric family's leader. Deacon stiffens, realizing Kim has uncovered the truth. With a sly grin, Kim remarks that among his foes two wield black magic while one does not, and sarcastically asks who else besides the Ventric family could be behind this. Shaken, Deacon orders his men to throw back their hoods. The disguise falls away, revealing a fully equipped elimination force ready for battle. Glowing with a yellow aura, the fighters grip fists, spears, and swords poised to strike. Standing relaxed, Kim mocks them for assembling such numbers against a simple student. Maintaining a stern demeanor, Deacon states that they are simply carrying out their superior's command. Without further warning, he signals the squad to begin the assault. Fighters charge toward Kim in unison. Kim counters instantly, moving with speed and power as he drives his fist into one attacker's abdomen. He pivots smoothly, striking others and blasting them away with bursts of violet flame. Enraged, Deacon lunges with his blade, yet Kim sidesteps effortlessly. Kim even sneers at the man's sloppy technique. Two more assailants rush him, one wielding a spear and the other a sword. Kim deftly slips past their attacks without difficulty. He kicks one square in the face and plants his foot firmly onto another's torso. Deacon becomes shrouded in a dark purple aura. He prepares another strike, blade aimed at Kim's skull for a lethal swing. As the sword slices down, Kim tilts aside, the edge missing him by mere inches. Sweating profusely and gripped by fear, Deacon struggles to grasp the overwhelming strength before him. In desperation, he unleashes another slash, but Kim ducks low and evades yet again. Irritated by the drawn-out clash, Kim taunts them, saying they are beginning to bore him. With a faint grin, he lifts his blade. He smashes them with the flat of the sword, unleashing a surge of force that erupts outward. Deacon crashes to the ground, blood spilling from his lips as he trembles. His thoughts spiral as he realizes he drastically underestimated this opponent. As Deacon lies defeated, Kim stands tall, smiling confidently with his weapon still in hand. Suddenly, a presence emerges behind him, gazing straight at Kim. It is Adelia, the Ventric family's leader. She remains silent, eyes lowered toward Deacon's fallen form. Considering the immense strength of her elimination squad compared to veteran contractors, she senses something is amiss and decides to intervene. Adelia draws a radiant golden dagger from her side. A chilling tone, she declares that Kim should consider it an honor to witness her family's sacred relic before dying. Smirking, Kim ridicules her arrogance and questions whether she even grasps what she is invoking. Without hesitation, Adelia thrusts forward with the dagger, but at the height of the clash, an unforeseen event interrupts. Storage crystal beside Deacon begins trembling violently. It suddenly radiates a brilliant golden glow. Those holding similar crystals stare in shock as each one transforms simultaneously. Adelia quickly turns her attention to the storage stones. Her blade then shines with the same blinding gold, the light intensifying beyond comfort. Chill runs through her as she senses something terribly wrong. A single notification appears with the word master. As golden radiance floods the area, everyone freezes in place, including the entire elimination team and Adelia herself. Their bodies and minds are locked down, while Kim alone remains free and composed. With dread, Adelia realizes the sanctuarization ability has triggered on its own, and she struggles to comprehend it. Helplessly, she watches her forces stand immobilized around her. Confusion fills her eyes as she looks at Kim, unable to understand why he alone is untouched by the golden stasis. She stares, Kim steps forward and casually places his hand on her glowing dagger. In that instant, a notification window materializes before his eyes. A message appears showing only one word, Master. Kim studies the word with confusion, unsure who it is meant to indicate. Out of nowhere, someone suddenly takes shape in front of him. The newcomer is a small girl, dressed in a suit with a mask covering her face. She pulls off the mask, revealing golden hair, and addresses him respectfully as Master. Though startled at first, Kim quickly breaks into a pleased smile upon recognizing her. The delighted girl turns out to be a figure connected to his earlier days. Memory surfaces of their first meeting, when she sat restrained by chains, baring her teeth defensively. Back then, he had teased her lightly, telling her to take a good look at her situation. He shot him a fierce glare, eyes burning with anger, and barked at him not to act as if he understood her. Remaining composed, Kim replied that even if he did not know her completely, he understood parts of her struggle. He confessed that he too had once been imprisoned, sold by a trafficker and forced into a life of bondage, which left her stunned. She listened intently as he recounted being kidnapped and bound in chains during his childhood. When he asked whether she wished to escape that fate, she reacted with bitter contempt. In fury, she seized the chain around her throat and shouted that as long as it existed, freedom was nothing but a lie. After regaining her composure, she told him to go away, unsure how he had found her and warning that her captor would return soon. With a calm smile and closed eyes, Kim explained that such restraints could be undone only by the master's death or by the master's will, and he added that the former solution was not always reliable. Clearly taken aback, the girl listened carefully to what he revealed next. He informed her that her previous owner was already dead. She hesitantly asked whether that meant her chance at liberation had vanished forever. Wearing a confident smile, Kim offered her a different possibility. He reached forward and grasped the collar fastened around her neck. Channeling his blue magic, he began altering the limiter's magical structure, gradually causing the chain to disintegrate. She stared in disbelief as the collar shattered apart, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Tears filled her eyes when she touched the broken fragments, realizing the suffering that bound her had finally been lifted. Rising to his feet, Kim gently asked what she intended to do with her newfound freedom. Still overwhelmed, she admitted she had no idea, explaining that the trafficker had taken both her home and her family. Kim suggested a different course, informing her that he was about to embark on a quest. He declared he would purge those who deemed themselves above others, including vile slave merchants. He invited her to accompany him on this path. He paused briefly, uncertainty flickering across her face. Then she accepted. Kim reached out his hand with a faint grin and instructed her to address him as master from that moment on. She quietly agreed. Together they set off side by side. Just before departing, the girl called after him, asking what his name was. Kim gave her his name and reply. The girl answered with a gentle, radiant smile. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she tried to say her own name, yet Kim found he could not recall it. Though he remembers her and sees her potential as she rises into a constellation, her actual name escapes him. He reflects on the guide's advice and resigns himself to calling her only by her nickname. Casting one last look her way, he realizes their fates have intertwined again after so many years apart. Adelia is left speechless watching Kim converse so casually with a constellation, even teasing her with the nickname Moron. Girl steps closer and asks what they should do before properly celebrating their reunion. Without any warning, Moron snatches the dagger from Adelia's grasp. Adelia is horrified that a sacred relic has just been touched by the constellation herself. Moron raises the dagger steadily. She performs an act that strips Adelia of control, sending her collapsing to the floor with vacant eyes. Those nearby drop as well, while the dagger remains clutched in her hand. Moron shifts her gaze to Kim, asking what should be done with them, perhaps weighing whether to kill him too. Our hero, however, has another plan in mind. Next morning, the instructor sits frozen, staring blankly at his laptop screen. His eyes widen in disbelief at the notice announcing the Ventric family's sponsorship of Valhalla Academy. Staggering $5 billion appears under Kim's personal sponsorship. The instructor can hardly process the enormous figure before him. Lee-san approaches with coffee and remarks how suspicious it is for such a donation to surface now, hinting it may be hiding something. The instructor wonders if it ties to Rochdale's deeds, but Lee-san quickly dismisses that as nonsense. Lee-san explains that when Desira attacked Kim, money was offered to keep him quiet. Yet after the Ventric family cast Rochdale out, they finally drew a boundary. Even so, the family never truly severed their connection with Rochdale. Still absorbing it all, the instructor questions why such a vast sponsorship is being directed his way when Kim might refuse it outright. He suspects Kim will decline, which would leave them in an awkward predicament. Lee-san sips his drink and suggests asking the boy directly for clarity. The instructor nods, seeing the sense in that. Shortly afterward, they are moved to the conference room. Our protagonist smiles brightly and states he is willing to accept the scholarship. The instructor is caught off guard by that answer. Kim explains there is no reason to turn down $5 million and confirms his decision confidently. He rises to leave, thinking the matter settled, but the instructor reaches out and hesitates before adding something more. Beyond his personal funding, the academy will gain as well, and under its policies, this allows him to transfer into a premium dormitory. Kim grins and replies that everything sounds acceptable, and he may consider applying later. After a short conversation, he departs, leaving the instructor deep in contemplation. Seated quietly on the sofa, the instructor struggles to grasp why Kim reversed his stance. He once rejected Adelia's offer, yet now accepts this one. He concludes the academy risks nothing and will likely treat the matter casually. Meanwhile, Kim strolls down the hallway absorbed in thought, replays the earlier discussion in his mind. He recalls Moron asking how to handle the fools, even proposing their execution. Kim rejected that notion, deciding their deaths were unnecessary, for he had another scheme. Adelia knelt trembling, overwhelmed with anxiety. Our protagonist bent closer and addressed her. He told her that her constellation would not shed tears if she met misfortune. Morin added that she had created the Ventric family solely to serve her master, and that he could treat Adelia however he wished. Kim recognized her obedience, but stayed focused on his plans. Filled with regret, Adelia apologized to the constellation and spoke of her family's creed of all for one. Constellation replied coldly that the motto was meant for her master alone, and scolded Adelia for misunderstanding it. After donning a mask, the constellation made Adelia realize that Kim had always been the true master, as she sensed his magic despite his altered appearance. Smiling at the shaking woman, our boy told her to stop doubting and asked whether she should worry more about herself instead. Reflecting on his irritation with those in power, Kim felt that simply killing them would not suffice. He needed to manipulate them for his own benefit, even if controlling them would prove difficult. With that in mind, he called out to her and directly questioned whether she was properly leading her household. Adelia replied that although only vice-patriarch, she had effectively led the family for 4 years. In that period, she rebuilt their influence and raised them among the strongest clans. Kim brushed this aside and ordered her to keep managing them without further inquiry. Startled, Adelia could not decipher what he truly intended. With a light smile, he simply instructed her to back him at the family level and refrain from probing his motives. He gestured toward the constellation and warned that if anything faltered, Adelia would face the consequences. The constellation promised that nothing would go wrong so long as Kim trusted her. Gradually, her form began breaking apart into shimmering fragments. She announced calmly that it was time for her to depart. Curious, Kim asked her destination. She explained sustaining her constellation form consumed vast magic, and she was nearly depleted. Boy then understood why so many magic stones had been prepared. Drained of energy, the constellation admitted she needed immediate rest. Kim observed that even a being like her had limitations. Moving her mask, she remarked serenely that such limits were natural. She offered a gentle smile, saying witnessing her master's reincarnation was enough. Perplexed, Kim told her to go and recover. Before fading away, she added one more detail. Another of his disciples had ascended into a constellation as well, and he would encounter him soon. After vanishing in a streak of light, Kim and Adelia remained silent. As he proceeds down the corridor, our hero contemplates her final words. A second student reaching constellation status surprises him less than how it occurred, which he cannot fully grasp. He wonders if perhaps every one of his students has achieved that elevation. Looking back to Barch and Morin, he notes that meeting the Tower Master was expected due to the notification, while encountering Morin happened purely by chance. Continuing onward, he realizes countless constellations now exist and meeting each one would be futile. Glancing aside, he notices Barch has remained quiet since their first encounter. Barch explains he has been pondering deeply, and that his consciousness shuts down whenever he enters the hidden chamber. Intrigued, Kim asks if he is certain his awareness truly disappears. Tower Master affirms this, saying it felt as if Kim left the room the instant he arrived. Though briefly unconscious, his memories soon return. Surprised, Kim presses further and asks whether the Tower Master recalls how feeble he once was. Barch appears puzzled but then remembers learning about names, something he should have known already. He reveals that the Maze Lord, the figure appearing when stones crash upon him, bestowed the name Barch. Kim enters the classroom and takes his seat, absorbing this revelation. He theorizes that the one who stole his true name and handed it to Barch must be the Maze Lord mentioned by the guide. The Tower Master agrees, stating that the Lord granted him both his name and authority over the Tower of Destruction. Kim considers how such bestowed power might alter someone's character. Barch explains that while he is not excessively brutal as the Tower's owner, its influence steadily drags him toward his original instincts. Asked how the Lord manipulates names, he admits ignorance. Kim suggests a theory that if the world itself functions as a maze, the Lord likely wields absolute control over names. Curious, Barch urges him to clarify what he means by calling the world a maze, and why he kept such insight hidden. Beyond the grounds of Valhalla Academy, our protagonist heads to class immersed in thought as Barch asks if the maze theory is accurate. Kim confirms it, though he calls it a grim truth. He recalls the guide mentioning a chance to strike back. That opportunity has passed, forcing them to wait. The next day in the cafeteria, Kim is abruptly transported to the chamber where he usually meets the guide. Spotting her there leaves him bewildered, unsure what just occurred. The girl, unfamiliar with a food tray, questions its purpose, which greatly annoys Kim. He snaps back that it is nothing more than a meal tray, repeating himself with irritation because she interrupted his lunch, even though their meeting was set for 2 days later. Guide watches him quietly as he remains seated at the table. She shifts her gaze and inquires whether he has brought the ring along. He takes the ring out and confirms that he has it with him. Studying it briefly, he hears the guide smile and announce that the time has come to use it. Holding the ring up, Kim remarks that it does not appear to enhance his abilities at all and questions how it could possibly help against their enemy. The girl calmly explains that it is simple. He only needs to wear it and step into the maze. Still gripping the ring, Kim wonders aloud whether entering a maze is truly necessary. Since he believes no natural mazes remain, the guide confirms that none currently exist. However, she adds that the Maze Lord will soon form new ones. When that happens, it results in dungeon breaks or disasters. Chaos spreads across nearby regions as monsters spill out. He recalls how in his former life these outbreaks plunged the world into peril, leaving nowhere safe from destruction. In this lifetime, though, the situation has stabilized, making daily life far easier. Curious, Kim asks when and where the next maze will manifest. The guide smiles and says it will occur in 3 months, most likely in Korea. She is still evaluating its scale but is certain of the location. Realizing he lives there, Kim asks whether it could be prevented nationwide. The guide admits her knowledge is limited and that she is hiding what she knows from the Maze Lord. Kim then asks for more details, noting that the maze will appear within the larger maze that is the world. He explains that the Maze Lord himself is the creator of these structures. Kim wonders if the Lord intends once again to distribute and reclaim names. The guide confirms his suspicion, saying the Lord is preparing humanity to adapt before the Tower of Destruction emerges. Kim understands that he must wear the ring and eliminate the Korean maze before it fully forms. The guide then asks how he handled mazes in the past. He recalls that against powerful bosses, he would often ignore them and instead shatter the maze stones, causing the entire structure to collapse. He acknowledges that tactic but warns this time will differ. Confused, Kim asks for clarification, and she hints that their strategy must change. Holding the ring up, he listens as she points to it and states that he must kill the maze boss while wearing it. Kim asks whether there is a particular reason for that requirement. The guide smiles and assures him there is. Although their world itself is a maze crafted by the Lord, constructing something like the Tower of Destruction is extremely complex. She continues that everything inside a maze draws power from the name granted by the Maze Lord, and the boss plays a central role in its existence. Kim slays the boss while wearing the ring. It will capture the name bestowed by the Lord. That moment will signal the start of their counteroffensive. Examining the ring, Kim questions how impactful a single stolen name could be in their larger plan. Guide smiles at his reasoning and says the Maze Lord will not notice the loss of one name, as he is focused on adapting humanity to the Tower of Destruction. She explains that their objective is not merely to seize a name, but also to clear the maze swiftly by defeating its boss. If the Lord senses interference, the maze will vanish before adaptation completes. He may then react drastically by scattering numerous names and unleashing widespread turmoil. Such chaos would give them the ideal chance to absorb many names at once, strengthening their side significantly. Considering this, Kim asks whether the absorbed names will transform into usable power. The guide confirms and assures him that harnessing that strength will not harm innocent people. He explains that when someone takes a name from the Maze Lord, they either ascend as a constellation or remain bound to that name, unable to reincarnate. But if Kim absorbs those names through the ring, the limitations placed on those individuals will be removed. She promises that only he will be aware of it, as he controls the moment the name is taken. After listening carefully, Kim slips the ring onto his finger, and with a faint smile asks if they simply wait for the dungeon break. Guide nods and says that is all for now, promising to give the precise date and location later. Kim then asks whether killing the boss and collapsing the maze will complete their mission. She raises her hand as if to snap, explaining that while monsters inside will perish when the maze falls, those already outside will remain. He will need a team to hunt them once they appear. She snaps her fingers and brilliant light floods the surroundings. In an instant, Kim is back in the cafeteria, disoriented by the sudden transition. Looking around, he notices that evening has arrived. He mutters a curse, realizing the guide once again failed to warn him before sending him back. Thinking about her advice on forming a team, he remembers how he once fought alongside his disciples before reincarnating. Handling this alone would take too long, and the idea of training students again crosses his mind before something interrupts him. He spots a figure standing ahead. It is Yen Lang. She approaches and explains that after her defeat she reflected deeply on why she lost. She admits she has come to understand that Kim far surpasses her, and that her defeat was unavoidable. Kim regards her with mild indifference, and asks if it truly took her that long to realize it. Yen Lang replies that adults who impress others without ever tasting defeat are rare. Moved, Kim corrects her, saying she is mistaken. His strength comes from relentless effort and discipline, not mere talent. Yen Lang nods as if she finally grasps that truth. Reflecting on their clash, she confesses that her inexperience was the main cause of her loss. Clenching her fist, she declares that the fight made her stronger and more determined. She then asks to battle him again, eager to test her growth. Clearly uninterested, Kim tells her not to waste his time with strange reasoning and says he is leaving. She quickly follows and reminds him she came all the way from China just to challenge him. Kim firmly states he has no interest in continuing the discussion and suggests she focus on mastering her family's martial arts instead of bothering him. Confused, Yen Lang asks what he means. Kim explains she lacks true understanding of her family's martial arts. She says she trained formally until age 6 and was mostly left alone afterward, adding that she fought him during the lunar year. Intrigued, Kim asks whether that was before she took control of the contractors. Yen Lang confirms and recalls how she once trained freely in her own style. She explains that her family forbade further instruction, so she was told to bring in partners for practice. Yet her family only sent a small number of adult contractors, all of whom she defeated with ease. Kim listens without interrupting, realizes her account differs greatly from what the family head told him, and notes her obvious talent and love of combat. Family head, however, had described her as reckless and uncontrollable. Yen Lang says that even if her family views her as troublesome, she does not care because she surpasses anyone who comes after her. Tightens her fist, resolved to change her future. Looking at him, she says she has finally found someone stronger than herself. Kim questions why that matters so much. Smiling, she explains that fighting him will allow her to grow without depending on her family. Kim reminds her he never agreed. Undeterred, Yen Lang continues to beg for another match. Observing her insistence, Kim finds it odd and reflects that if she were truly an outcast, she would have remained confined to the White Lotus Palace. Yet he was told to remove her. After some thought, he wonders if it might be safer for her to stay within the palace instead of wandering freely. Because of this and her persistence, he finally consents. Her face lights up with excitement. Without delay, he tells her to follow him to the gym for their bout. Inside, the regular members stare in surprise, watching their master enter with an unfamiliar girl. Arin quickly approaches and demands to know her identity. Kim casually introduces Yen Lang as a lunatic he met at the White Lotus, who traveled far just to challenge him. Arin is taken aback by that remark. Kim adds that he is only indulging her this once. Yet Arin feels jealousy rising, realizing the girl crossed countries just to train with him. As the atmosphere grows tense and arguments spark. From a distance, Soyen remarks how astonishing it is that someone would journey from China solely to fight Kim. Soon they move to Valhalla Stadium for the awaited clash. Kim feels annoyed by the growing audience since he promised her a private duel, not a spectacle. Meanwhile, Yen Lang stretches confidently, feeling stronger than ever and eager to demonstrate it. Noticing the fire in her eyes, Kim approves and loosens up for the fight. The guide's words about assembling a team echo in his mind, and he considers this an opportunity. That thought, he he proposes a condition to Yan Lang. If she is defeated, she must become his disciple. The proposal shocks her, since she came intending to beat him. Kim calmly says she can still aim to surpass him even as his student. Thrilled by that idea, Yan Lang immediately takes her stance. She rushes forward and strikes with a sharp elbow, which Kim blocks in time. Even so, he is startled by her rapid improvement over a few days, feeling the force vibrate through his arm. Growing fiercer and nearly unhinged, Yan Lang begins emitting flames. The intense heat spreads across the entire arena. The other girls gape at the sudden rise in temperature, and Soyeon even labels her the White Lotus monster. Seyuk wipes the sweat from her face, realizing that her mana density now surpasses even Kim's. Throwing in every ounce of mana she can muster, Yan Lang rushes at him once more. She understands that a direct hit would end the match instantly, and even if he deflects it, the sheer force would be overwhelming. Yet she falters when she sees Kim mirror her exact stance, bracing himself to take her strike head-on. That sight only fuels her excitement, and she surges forward with everything she has. Her fists collide in a fiery explosion of power. To her disbelief, despite channeling all her mana into the blow, she is the one forced backward. She gapes at him, questioning whether he is truly the same man as before, because he feels far more formidable now. While she struggles to comprehend it, Kim springs upward and declares that from this moment on he will retaliate after every defense. He strikes with tremendous force, and she barely manages to guard against it. He follows immediately with a sharp kick that sends her slamming onto the ground. Kim grins in satisfaction, thrilled not only by the battle, but also by gaining another disciple. Sometime later, Yan Lang awakens after being knocked unconscious by his final blow. The instant she regains awareness, she knows she has once again lost to him. Watching her, Kim remarks casually that she is sturdier than he expected, since he thought she would sleep until tomorrow. Still dizzy, she cannot tell if he is praising or mocking her. He reminds her of their wager that defeat would mean becoming his disciple. She once hoped to challenge him again, relying solely on strength. She admits the result would not change. Accepting reality, she agrees to follow him as his student. In a lighter tone, she asks whether that makes her his very first disciple. Kim immediately shakes his head in denial. Curious, she wonders if he already accepted some middle schooler, but he denies it again, unwilling to admit he once had several disciples before. That moment, Aron cuts in, confirming that Kim is telling the truth. She proudly declares she began training under him before Yan Lang arrived and claims the title of first disciple, even nicknaming the newcomer Meow. Irritated, Yan Lang demands to know who she is calling Meow and insists on using her proper name. Aron brushes it off, saying it suits her and sounds adorable. As the two argue, Kim watches quietly, feeling an odd wave of nostalgia. It reminds him of how his former disciples once bickered just like this. Eventually, he intervenes, explaining that since Aron started earlier, Yan Lang must treat her as senior. He orders her to take responsibility and assist her junior in training. Aron beams at being recognized as the first disciple and smugly says she will graciously forgive her, which only deepens Yan Lang's annoyance. Kim then tells Yan Lang to rest for the day because she is still recovering. Frustrated, she points out she has nowhere to stay since she came to Korea solely to challenge him. She explains she found him only because Seal directed her straight to Valhalla. Hearing that, Kim feels a headache forming at her simplistic thinking. Tells her there is an empty room in the dormitory, and she may use it if she wishes. Aron overhears and frowns, complaining about Yan Lang's cat-like appearance. Instantly, the two resume their squabbling. Kim heads back toward the dorms, growing increasingly irritated because their chatter ruined his training session. Despite that, he knows both girls possess remarkable potential. Soyeon still needs to strengthen her body before learning swordsmanship, and Seyuk trains alone. For now, only Aron and Yan Lang are ready to stand beside him against the looming disaster. While deep in thought, he suddenly receives a call from Adelia. He informs him that the donation and all his requests have been handled, and asks if he needs anything further. Remembering the impending catastrophe, he tells her to start gathering contractors because a major calamity is expected within 3 months. Shocked, Adelia asks how he could possibly know that. Kim replies that the source is irrelevant, only that the disaster will strike South Korea. She quickly understands and promises to discreetly alert other contractors and Korean guilds without drawing suspicion. Kim reminds her once more to act carefully and quietly. Slightly embarrassed, Adelia asks if he could inform their constellation that they are doing everything possible to please it. Curious, Kim asks whether the constellation remains asleep. He confirms she has tried contacting it, but received no response. This makes him question whether a single day is enough for a constellation to restore its strength. He reassures her and says he will tell the constellation she is performing well. Following day at Valhalla, Kim trains alongside Aron. They run side by side at a steady rhythm. Yan Lang trails behind, already gasping and barely able to keep up, on the verge of collapse. After finishing, she drops to the ground, utterly drained and feeling close to death. Kim laughs softly, mildly impressed. He had truly expected her to pass out. Struggling for breath, she insists she has been training diligently without slacking. Seeing her resolve, Kim decides to intensify the regimen, realizing her stamina exceeds his expectations. Suddenly a woman approaches and asks if Yen Lang is with them. Kim narrows his eyes, struck by her resemblance, and wonders who she might be, because she bears a striking similarity to Yen Lang and Xiao. The woman steps forward angrily and demands to know why her daughter never told her she was coming to Korea. Yen Lang's expression turns cold as she addresses the woman by name, Yan. Surprised, Kim says he assumed her mother was Xiao, leader of the White Lotus Institute. Woman introduces herself as Yon, head of the Xiao family, and confirms she is Yen Lang's biological mother. She clarifies that Xiao of the White Lotus Society is actually her younger sister. Yan looks at her daughter, puzzled why her sister never mentioned that she had left the palace or sent her to Korea. Muttering, she says she will question Xiao once they return. Facing Yen Lang again, she coldly orders her to return to the White Lotus Institute. Yen Lang erupts in anger, accusing her mother of never being there during her suffering or isolation in the palace. She tells Yan to stop pretending to be a good mother and insists she can live independently now. Yan argues she had no choice and merely obeyed their constellation's command. Curious, Yen Lang says she only learned that from gossiping servants because her mother never explained anything. Yan dismisses how she learned it and insists she must return since it is the constellation's will. She adds this is her opportunity to reclaim her standing in the clan and regain favor, warning her not to disgrace her again. Yen Lang asks in disbelief if that is why she was pushed away, simply to be used for status. The woman admits it bluntly. Enraged, Yen Lang tells her to leave and stop interrupting their training. She reminds her they are in Valhalla and warns against causing trouble. With a smug expression, Yan says she came alone deliberately. She could act without witnesses or restrictions. She channels a surge of mana into her hand and suddenly attacks Yen Lang without warning, hurling her backward, yet Yen Lang blocks with her forearms, displaying remarkable strength and control. She regains balance and rushes at her mother, shouting she will not retreat, reminding her she once defeated her before. Closing the gap swiftly, she throws a heavy punch. Yan catches it effortlessly and smirks, noting her improvement and that she has indeed trained at the White Lotus. Back in the palace, she had sworn to train relentlessly, so she would never be looked down upon again. Yan coldly responds that if so, she should return home because her current strength is still lacking. She seizes Yen Lang's arm and twists it harshly, lifting her partly off the floor and throwing her balance into disarray. Shocked, Yen Lang questions how her mother's strength has surged so dramatically in such a short time. Before she even lands, she lashes out with a fierce kick to wrench herself free from Yan's grasp. The moment her feet touch down, she lunges forward to counterattack. Watching the clash escalate, Arin grows uneasy and asks Kim if they should summon the instructors to intervene. Kim replies coolly that dragging teachers into it would only complicate matters further. Besides, he admits he cannot stand that woman's demeanor. Arin nods in agreement, feeling sorry for Yen Lang, whose mother only acknowledges her when it serves her purpose. As the fight intensifies, Yan keeps urging her daughter to return peacefully, claiming it will spare her suffering. Yen Lang refuses to back down. Instead, she drives a heavy kick straight into Yan's abdomen. Suddenly, her attacking leg is frozen solid in a sheath of ice. Noticing her daughter's shock, Yan smirks and says this must be the first time she has witnessed this technique. He explains it is a blessing from their constellation, the King of the Snow Depths, and promises Yen Lang the same power if she returns and forms a contract. Yen Lang realizes her mother's sudden strength comes from borrowing the constellation's might. Yan continues, stating that every clan reveres its constellation because such beings grant extraordinary power. A chilling tone, she asks once more if Yen Lang will come back to the Seal clan willingly. Even under pressure, Yen Lang stands firm and declines. Furious, Yan rushes forward and appears before her in a blink. She prepares to crush her daughter's arm to force obedience, but before she can, Kim steps in and halts her. Anger flares in him as he demands whether she truly intends to cripple her own child. Yan replies icily that discipline within her family is none of his concern. Her words echo something Kim once said in his past life, just before tragedy struck. At the same time, Yon wonders how Kim blocked her earlier attack without being frozen. He even managed to wound her despite the constellation's borrowed strength. Kim instructs Arin to pull Yen Lang away from the center of the fight. Yen Lang objects, insisting she wants to keep fighting since it is her family matter, and Kim answers that he understands. In her current state, she can hardly feel her legs. He refuses to watch someone tear off his disciple's arm, as protecting her is his duty as her master. Hearing this, Yen Lang reluctantly yields, inwardly impressed by his resolve. Yan scoffs and questions how a mere student could claim authority as her master. She taunts him, asking if he assumed that role just because she tried to take Yen Lang away. Kim answers simply that they share the same objective. Yan smirks and challenges him to prove his worth as a master. She charges at him without without hesitation. Kim quickly assesses the situation, knowing he cannot withstand her blow head-on. Blocking would drain too much mana, so he chooses to evade and wait for an opening. As he keeps dodging, frost spreads across the area. He realizes she can freeze opponents without direct contact, making proximity dangerous. Even while fighting, he sarcastically reminds her to pay for any equipment she ruins. She retorts that if he can defeat her, she will gladly cover the costs. Without warning, she swings a powerful strike at his face. Not wanting further destruction, Kim kicks her arm aside to deflect it. He instantly shifts position for a counter, causing Yon to tense. With calculated precision, he drives a punch into her stomach. She is sent flying, leaving Arin and Yen Lang stunned by the overwhelming gap in strength despite her borrowed power. Shaken, Yan understands why her daughter chose him as master, yet insists she will still reclaim her. She warns that it is the constellation's command, and others will come if she fails. Yen Lang cries out emotionally, asking if anyone cares about her feelings. Yon coldly replies that the constellation's will is absolute and the foundation of their clan. Yen Lang trembles, once again forced into conflict with her own kin. Overcome, she falls to her knees and begs to be left alone. Kim's anger rises at Yan's ruthless stance. He steps forward and asks what it would take to meet their constellation directly, startling Yon with his audacity. Kim has already decided the constellation must be confronted to end this. Yan stares in disbelief and asks if he truly intends to face their deity. He explains that summoning a constellation demands immense mana for sanctification. No rational person would waste such resources just to invite destruction. He calmly says there is another method. By touching their sacred relic, he can enter the mental realm directly. Yan is astonished that someone his age knows so much about artifacts. She warns that in the mental realm, the constellation can unleash its full power. She asks if he truly comprehends the danger. Kim answers that he accepts the risk. Seeing his resolve, Yan relents and says she must consult the clan. Within a week, she will send an official invitation and promises no one will disturb Valhalla meanwhile. Before departing, she asks what he will do if he loses, warning that the opportunity is significant. Kim replies confidently that if defeated, they may treat him as they wish. But if he triumphs, they must never interfere with Yen Lang again, and he will assume full responsibility. Yen Lang stands speechless at his bold vow. Yan scoffs at what she sees as overconfidence. Nevertheless, she leaves to arrange matters with them. Later at the Valhalla dormitory, Kim shows Yen Lang the room she will occupy. She is astonished as it resembles a high-end apartment rather than student housing. He asks if she truly may stay there. Kim confirms, explaining the instructor offered him the room, but he preferred his current quarters. Inside the dorm, moved by his generosity, Yen Lang asks why he is going to such lengths for her. He could have ignored the incident when Yan barged into Valhalla. Kim explains she is his disciple, and he despises arrogant, domineering people like her mother who look down on others and expect blind obedience. He wonders aloud if he overstepped, surprising her. She says she simply is not accustomed to kindness and only wished to thank him. Kim smiles warmly, jokes that her gratitude may disappear once serious training begins. Before leaving, he asks her to share what she knows about their constellation. She admits she knows little beyond its ice abilities, since she rarely stayed with the Seal clan. She has heard the constellation avoids clan politics, which is why information about it is scarce, confusing Kim. He asks whether it truly ordered Yon to retrieve her. Yen Lang is unsure since she never received its blessing and has no connection to it. With many mysteries unresolved, Kim decides he will question the constellation directly. He bids her good night and tells her to regain strength as she will guide him to the Seal clan. Back in his own room, he calls Adelia. He requests assistance, explaining he just fought the Seal clan's leader. Shocked, she asks how such a clash occurred. Kim says it happened because the woman's daughter is currently at Valhalla. He assures her not to worry and that he will handle all damages from the confrontation. Adelia reassures him that she will take care of everything, saying the damaged equipment can easily be replaced. She then inquires whether there is anything else he requires. Kim asks her if she has any information about the Seal clan's constellation. Adelia admits she knows very little, explaining that unlike their own constellation which often interacts with them, the Seal clan's deity is never seen or sensed. Understanding quickly, Kim asks whether there has been any sign of Moron, their own constellation. Delia replies that they still have not received a single message from it. Hearing that, he realizes how rare it truly is to encounter a constellation. Just as he prepares to hang up, Adelia shyly asks if he mentioned the constellation while reporting her efforts. Kim jokes that she is getting too comfortable and tells her to drop the subject. He apologizes immediately and the call ends. Afterward, he wonders why almost no one seems to know anything about the Seal clan's constellation. Suddenly, Barch comments that he seems different from the Kim he once knew, implying something feels off. Barch recalls that Kim's usual approach was to attack first regardless of the opponent. Kim agrees but explains he must prepare carefully since his current body is his weakest point, and charging in blindly would be foolish without understanding the constellation's abilities, especially because their battle will occur in the mental realm, where the opponent has a clear advantage. He then questions why Barch appears so weak in the mental realm, since logically he should wield full power there like other constellations. Before he can think further, Barch offers advice, saying that in the mental realm physical strength means nothing. Power there depends on spiritual resilience and mental fortitude rather than muscle. Irritated, Kim argues that strength is strength no matter the form. Barch counters that while that may apply to ordinary people, it is different for him, and he must remember that. Barch's words ease his irritation. Kim nods, acknowledging that he understands. Ultimately, he decides his only choice is to crush that constellation decisively. A week later at the Seoul clan, Joan greets Kim with a mocking tone. She remarks that she thought he had fled. Kim replies confidently that he is far more responsible than she assumes, then asks without delay if he may hold their sacred relic. Anne smirks and gestures for him to follow. Shortly after, they enter an unusual chamber where snow drifts softly from above. She moves toward the far end of the room. He retrieves a box, opens it to reveal the relic, and jokingly says she may turn him into her servant if he loses. Kim answers calmly that she may do as she pleases. Just give him the gloves so they can start. As soon as the gloves are handed over, he grasps them and instantly finds himself before a dignified man seated with authority. The man studies him carefully and demands to know his identity. Kim replies that he will answer after the man introduces himself first. Realizing this must be the one threatening the clan, the man narrows his eyes suspiciously. Kim smirks and suggests they begin by exchanging names properly. The man coldly states that names will be shared only if Kim survives his assault. Without warning, he unleashes a barrage of long-range ice attacks. Yet none of them strike Kim. The constellation feels impressed. Kim's evasive movements are too refined for a simple leap, clearly enhanced by mana to boost his speed. Preparing to speak, the constellation realizes he cannot recall his name since entering this realm, and tells Kim to call him the King of the Deep Snow. His followers, however, know him as Nanshin, while those who feared him once called him Sial. Combining the titles, he is known as the God of Sial. Kim responds calmly and introduces himself as Kim Ju Haya. As the constellation readies another strike, he says he will remember that name. Suddenly towering ice pillars erupt from the ground, sealing off escape routes. The constellation immediately presses the attack, throws a punch into the air, releasing a storm of razor-sharp ice shards toward Kim. With little choice, Kim draws his trusted sword. In one swift motion, he slices through the incoming ice, redirecting the shards back at the constellation. Constellation stops them effortlessly. With a haughty tone, he declares Kim cannot win, because in this realm he commands all snow and ice. Kim ignores the boast, and without hesitation, rushes forward, delivering a fierce blow. The constellation blocks, but is surprised by the power behind it. He admits Kim's combat sense is sharp, yet insists he remains too weak to threaten him. As Kim gathers mana into his hand, he challenges him to judge the next strike, then lands a heavy punch directly on the constellation, sending him crashing backward. As he rises, recognition dawns as the mana and sword feel familiar. Only one person possessed such presence, Muzin. Kim confirms calmly that his disciples gave him that name willingly. Constellation's thoughts spiral, recalling a distant battle though his full identity remains hazy. It occurred 3 centuries ago. At that time he was surrounded by countless monsters. Though he slew many foes, the overwhelming numbers were impossible to defeat alone. Accepting death, he prepared to fall fighting, until someone appeared unexpectedly. Muzin arrived with a black blade, and an aura so fierce it paralyzed the monsters. Memory of that overwhelming strength remains vivid, and now that same power stands before him again in a new body. Snapping back to the present, he remains momentarily stunned. Kim's voice interrupts, asking if he still wishes to continue. Constellation smiles and admits he once longed to face Muzin, and will not waste this chance. He vows to fight with full strength as the clash continues within the mental realm. Outside, Yanlang waits patiently for Kim's return. Unease grows within her. The hostile looks from clan members make her feel unwelcome. If not for Kim, she would never have come back, as she has no desire to remain. While lost in thought, her siblings approach, Sul Yairn and Sul Pei. Seeing them, she assumes they intend to argue again. Instead, Pei says they heard she left the White Lotus Palace and wanted to see her, admitting they could never defeat her anyway. Surprised, she wonders why they did not simply stare at her from afar like others. Yairn reveals they actually came to apologize. It's their last dispute. She isolated herself in the palace, and they never had the chance to say sorry for their cruel words. Still wary, she accuses them of speaking kindly only out of fear. Yairn admits the apology may seem sudden, but explains their mother forbade them from approaching her. She had even ordered that Yanlang be excluded from future training. It shocks her because she always believed their hostility came from jealousy. Pei confesses she was jealous of Yanlang's talent, yet also proud to share a clan with someone so gifted. Yairn explains that their mother had quietly warned them not to involve her in upcoming training sessions, fearing she might obstruct their journey toward becoming the next clan leader. No matter what support or allowances Pei and Yurin obtain, the elder's loyalty would ultimately lean toward her. The sisters are compelled to obey their mother's commands, just as nearly everyone else in the clan does. But their mother overlooked one vital detail. She believed they aspired to inherit the clan leadership, but in reality, they hold no such desire and perhaps never did. Yin Lang struggles to process this, uncertain about what Yiren is truly implying. Before anyone can elaborate further, Xiao steps in, choosing to clarify the matters they were unable to express. At the same time, the fierce clash between the constellation and Kim intensifies as shards of razor-like ice rain down toward him. He slips past them with remarkable speed. Advancing rapidly, he springs upward, readying a decisive strike from above. The constellation retaliates by unleashing yet another surge of freezing power. Kim breaks through the icy assault without difficulty. Refusing to back down, he rushes forward again, declaring that such trivial attacks cannot halt him. The constellation answers with a far stronger blast than before, releasing it in a violent eruption. Even so, Kim evades it as though it were nothing. Astonishment crosses the constellation's face, as it finally comprehends why the youth is hailed as a martial arts prodigy, having expected its earlier strike to cause grave harm. Instead, Kim remains virtually unharmed, though he shows no interest in receiving admiration. What truly draws his focus is the immense strength the constellation continues to display. The young fighter begins to reflect. If this opponent possessed such power in the past, why had his name never reached him? Perhaps his own growth has altered his standards, or maybe this foe has grown even more formidable than before. Thought brings a grin to his face, as he imagines how thrilling it would have been to cross paths earlier. Confused, the constellation wonders what could be running through Kim's mind. The first time during the duel, Kim unsheathes his blade, openly acknowledging his adversary's might and offering rare words of respect. Pleased by the recognition, the constellation resolves not to let him down. A dense coating of ice forms around its clenched fist. Frozen layer swells, enlarging the fist dramatically. Channeling all its strength, it hurls a devastating punch meant to push the young warrior beyond his limits. Kim responds with a strike of his own, swifter and more precise. Before the icy fist can connect, Kim's blade lands first, slicing cleanly through as the attack passes. In that instant, the constellation understands it has lost, despite earlier boasting that victory was within reach. Its arms explode apart, and it crashes down as its body gives way. Kim grasps the fallen constellation's hand, which pulses with tremendous mana. Jan appears, irritated by how long the confrontation has dragged on. Suspects the constellation might be deliberately stalling. Then she notices Kim standing there unharmed, stunned that he escaped a battle with a constellation without a scratch. Hesitantly, she calls out his name. He turns after sensing her presence. Calmly, he informs Yeon that her constellation has been defeated. At first, she assumes he must be teasing her. That changes when an official message arrives stating that the King of Deep Snow conveys profound respect toward him. The announcement leaves her speechless. He struggles to accept that an ordinary high schooler has overpowered their revered constellation. With a hint of arrogance, Kim suggests she try contacting the constellation again to confirm. He rests a hand on her shoulder, reminding her of their proposal to spare Yanlang. Still wearing a sly grin, Kim makes it clear he has further terms in mind and is far from finished. Later, he makes his way to the reception area, where Yen Lung waits, only to find the space unusually packed. He all beams in surprise and delight at his return, not expecting him back so quickly. Kim replies in a similarly casual tone, admitting he hadn't anticipated meeting them again either. Yen Lang asks whether he completed his task, and he confirms, promising to explain everything once they are back in Valhalla. Jokes that lingering any longer might tempt him to confront the people glaring at him from behind. As they walk side by side, Yen Lang wonders why he returned so soon, assuming defeat must have come swiftly. She always knew the fight would be grueling, especially since Kim fights without any constellation's blessing and relies solely on his own ability. Anxious, she asks what penalty Yeon imposed after his supposed loss, and he bluntly replies that Yeon demanded he serve their clan as a subordinate. Yen Lang is taken aback, questioning whether that means he would now serve her family as well, though Kim admits he is uncertain. What intrigues him more is how long he can continue teasing her about it. His comment fills Yen Lang with guilt, as she regrets failing to intervene earlier. She remembers her siblings, and Xiao explaining that their mother never intended to relinquish her role as clan leader. Even as a child, Yan displayed leadership ambitions, prompting Xiao to abandon her own hopes. Yet for Yan, mere leadership was insufficient. Her true desire is to cling to authority until the very end of her life. Under pressure from the elders, she eventually had children, yet she never regarded them as successors, only as potential rivals. Determined to safeguard her throne, she kept them tightly controlled and isolated any promising talent, using Yen Lang's siblings and other members to keep her restrained. However, all of that is pointless, since he has no wish to assume clan leadership. After hearing the sisters' confessions, Kim finally grasps the full picture. With some reluctance, he confirms to her that he truly defeated the constellation. Revelation leaves her completely stunned. Though she first thinks he is joking, he firmly assures her of the truth. He explains that everything began when the constellation attempted to summon her back. He remains confused about why it would do so, if it supposedly had no stake in clan affairs. Before departing the mental realm, he chose to confront the constellation directly, even struck it sharply to bring it back to its senses. Once it awakened, Kim demanded an explanation for calling Yen Lang. The constellation said it had been told the younger daughter must accept its blessing, yet she persistently declined. Following Yehen's suggestion, it personally summoned her, assuming she would obey. Kim quickly connected the dots and mentioned hearing that Yan Lang had been expelled from the clan. Constellation appeared ignorant of this fact and admitted it was the first time it had even heard her name. This confirmed Kim's belief that Yon had manipulated the divine being and deceived the clan to secure her own authority. Upon hearing this, Yen Lang erupts in anger, realizing her mother not only fooled a celestial entity, but also disrupted their lives to cling to power. Kim then tells Yan Lang that he has already requested the termination of Yan's contract. Consequently, her status and everything she established may have crumbled. Overcome with gratitude, Yen Lang offers him heartfelt thanks. He shrugs it off, saying it no longer matters. What counts now is that they can dedicate themselves to training together, oblivious to their surroundings as they converse. Unbeknownst to them, a man observes from a distance. He quietly contacts his own constellation, asking whether they should keep tracking the two. Instead, the constellation orders him to search for Kim's adversaries. Elsewhere in a hidden base, the leading cult constellation convenes its followers. A woman among them voices her confusion. She had been under the impression that their objective was to kill Kim. Another member speculates that the constellation may have altered its directive. Hearing that, the first woman asks who originally received and executed the order. One of them confirms that they carried it out. Curious, the woman presses further, asking what sort of person the boy truly is. The man answers that Kim's background is shrouded in mystery. He attempted to collect intelligence while following him. He uncovered virtually nothing of significance. Records show he grew up in an orphanage, and even his parents' names are absent. From his perspective, the young man initially appeared entirely ordinary. He goes on to confess that he had been covertly observing Kim all along, waiting for directives from his constellation. Yet everything shifted the moment Kim toppled the head of the Seal clan, a result that left them utterly stunned. He further explains that after Kim overcame the Seal family's guardian constellation, their own constellation instructed him to abandon his previous objective and instead monitor Kim's adversaries, while the rest continued debating. Suddenly, a transmission arrives from their constellation. It asks whether the storage stones it had requested earlier are ready. The members promptly present the stones, assuring that everything has been prepared. Constellation then questions them about identifying Kim's current foes. One member reports that 3 factions have directly clashed with him. They are the Ventrix, the Ilshan, and the Iryu sect. Ilshan and Iryu have reputations for brutality, whereas the Ventrix are a prestigious and influential bloodline from England. However, their attitude toward Kim seems to have softened, as instead of hostility, they now appear eager to build ties, leaving uncertainty over whether the Ventrix still count as enemies. Woman adds that she has heard whispers of a group called Bei Kyang that may also be plotting against Kim. A silver-haired man dismisses this rumor, suggesting the group might simply be chasing fame by attaching their name to his. After reviewing all the gathered reports, Constellation declares a fresh order. Every enemy connected to Kim must be eradicated. Back in Valhalla, meanwhile, Arin excuses herself from their training session. Kim is surprised and wonders what urgent matter could make her delay something as vital as practice. Even speculates whether she might return with a sacred artifact and begins to suspect the Choi clan's constellation could be among his followers. As Yen Lang draws near, he remembers inspecting the relics seized from the Sial family after their clash, none of which impressed him. With catastrophe looming and the Tower of Destruction set to reappear, he concludes he must recruit additional disciples to prepare for what is coming. Lost deep in contemplation, a voice abruptly interrupts him, asking if he is Kim. It belongs to Black Cat from the marketplace. Wearing a grave look, he approaches and says there is something important to discuss. Once they step outside together, Kim voices his confusion and mild annoyance, noting that the market usually stays indifferent to customers' identities. He warns that showing up at his school could damage their reputation. Sensing his irritation, Black Cat reassures him calmly that he has no intention of causing trouble. Instead, he explains that he is delivering a letter. The message comes from the market's true sovereign, a constellation who rules from the shadows. Black Cat states that if Kim can interpret and respond to its contents, he should come to the market. He adds that others who visited the market received the same invitation, as the constellation seeks someone capable of decoding the script. Even Black Cat himself cannot understand the text, and if Kim succeeds, he urges him to head there at once, where the constellation will await him. After Black Cat departs, Kim immediately opens the letter, reads its contents, while Barch chatters beside him. As he examines the symbols, he smiles, realizing he must visit the market since he was the one who devised the hidden characters. Later that evening, as he walks alone, Barch stops him and questions how he keeps slipping out of school, to which Kim casually replies that he has an arrangement with instructor Lily. Tower Master then asks why he encoded the letter using special characters instead of normal script. Rather than answer, Kim threatens to invade Barch's mental realm and thrash him if he keeps prying. Soon he reaches the market, surprised to be back so quickly. Gazing up at the sky, he feels an unexpected sense of nostalgia. The same violet shade reminds him of someone precious from long ago. While he is lost in those memories, Masked Man approaches and asks whether he came because of the letter. Kim confirms and inquires about the next step, and the man directs him to follow to District 7. Waiting there, Kim wonders why Black Cat has yet to appear. Barshi then tells him to look at the buildings beyond the window. He points out a yellow structure made entirely of money, and asks whether it existed during their first visit. Kim admits he cannot recall. At last, Black Cat arrives. He asks whether Kim discovered the correct interpretation of the letter. Kim says yes, but reveals there was never a definitive answer in the first place. Confused, Black Cat requests pen and paper so Kim can clarify. Suspicion grows in Black Cat's mind, as 5 suspects were tied to selling the ring, and 3 claimed to decipher the letter. Yet all were exposed as liars, angering his constellation. After finishing his sketch, Kim presents his solution. Black Cat sees the symbols match the original text and asks for their meaning. Calmly, Kim explains that the translation is simply no. Upon hearing this, the constellation reacts with delight. Sensing approval, Black Cat declares that Kim must now meet the constellation personally. He produces a divine staff, explaining that touching it will transport Kim into the constellation's mental domain. Kim agrees without hesitation. In an instant, he is drawn into the mental realm, where he sees the back of an enigmatic woman. The moment she senses his mana, she recognizes him. Even with his altered appearance, his aura is unmistakable. Smiling warmly, Kim greets her and remarks that it has been a long time, affectionately calling her Luminous. At that name, the woman drops to her knees before him. Her voice trembling, she expresses overwhelming joy at seeing him again. Kim quickly lifts her up, telling her she need not kneel. He says she is relieved. He still remembers the special characters they once shared. Kim replies that he could never forget a system he personally created. Long ago, after rescuing her from slave traders, he chose to accept her as his disciple. Only then did he discover she could neither read, write, nor speak, communicating solely through small gestures. For unknown reasons, she had always resisted learning literacy. So Kim devised custom symbols as a temporary language between them, hoping to ignite her interest in writing, and thankfully, his plan succeeded, and she eventually mastered reading and writing, which proved essential for her martial training. Thanks him deeply for guiding her growth, and asks whether he understood the message she sent. Kim reflects and says her letter conveyed how much she missed him, and even proposed marriage upon reunion. That is precisely why his response was no. He explains that with the world on the brink of collapse as it was a millennium ago, marriage is not something he can consider now. His words clearly sadden her, and she softly admits it may not be the right time. Attempting to shift topics, she asks if he noticed the money-built building outside. Kim confirms it is the same structure Barshi pointed out earlier. She beams and reveals she had it constructed solely for him, and invites him to live there. Kim promptly declines. Her expression changes at once. Anxiety creeps into her voice as she asks why he rejected her gift. Internally, Kim worries that her mental state may have worsened during their time apart. This overly attached behavior is exactly why he nicknamed her Luminous, both fondly and to remind himself of her eccentricity. To bring her back to her senses, he flicks her forehead firmly, just as he used to when she drifted off. Gesture works, and she regains composure, explaining she built it because he once dreamed aloud of living atop a mountain of money. Kim cannot recall saying such a thing, though she insists it happened during their old training days. Apparently, he once joked that if peace ever arrived, he wanted to reside on a towering pile of cash. Back then, she treated his words as a genuine promise and devoted herself to making that vision a reality someday. She reminds him of another vow he made during their mission, though at the time they were nowhere near achieving it. In that moment, Kim told them they had to keep growing stronger, strong enough to confront any disaster on their own. Only then could they hope to enjoy a peaceful life in the future. Motivated by his resolve, she dedicated her entire life to gaining the power needed to realize his dream. Though she failed in their previous life, she ultimately accomplished it in this one. 30 arduous years of conflict and hardship passed before peace was finally secured. Curious, Kim asks how she was certain she would be reborn. She confirms she received a notification, just as he did. She has no idea who sent it, but believes that without that message, she might have completely lost her sanity. With a stern look, Kim states that now is not the time to be sidetracked. The world stands on the brink of turmoil. He immediately tells Luminous about the impending catastrophe and the rise of the Tower of Destruction. The news visibly unsettles her. She cannot bear the thought of her master's hard-earned peace being shattered again. Kim explains that he currently lives in Valhalla, which is why he refused her lavish offer. Luminous accepts his reasoning without protest. Without hesitation, she hands him a ring known as the Grand Owner Ring. This artifact grants him full access to the market, including trade privileges and shared financial resources. With it, reaching Valhalla becomes far more convenient, and she vows to support him however he requires. Grateful yet amused at how many rings he has acquired recently, Kim politely excuses himself. After he leaves, Luminous contacts Black Cat. She asks whether Kim has already departed. Confused by her use of he, Black Cat confirms that Kim has returned to Valhalla's school. Moments later, Luminous sends another message, saying she is considering purchasing all of Valhalla. Black Cat becomes intensely curious about Kim's true identity. He wonders what connection such a young man could have with their constellation. Unable to contain himself, Black Cat finally asks Luminous what her relationship with Kim is. He replies enigmatically that Kim is the sky. Elsewhere, in a much darker setting, a man violently smashes someone's face into a wall. The brutality sends fear through everyone present. The attacker is Logan SR, also called Destroyer or the One, who has stormed the Ilshin hideout in fury over their attempt to kill his son during a school tournament. With a single punch, he unleashes explosive force that rattles the entire base. Declares plainly that he will wipe these fools from existence. Several Ilshin members die instantly from the overwhelming blow. As Logan continues his relentless assault, members of the first cult observe silently from the shadows. They had intended to handle the Ilshin themselves, but decide to let Logan finish the job. Meanwhile, Ilshin leader Han awakens in a dark, unfamiliar realm, confused about how he arrived there. Remembers hearing about the attack just before being abruptly transported. A voice echoes from the darkness, commenting on the frantic pounding of his heart. Suddenly, agony sears his chest as his heart is pierced, leaving him stunned by the lethal strike. After being stabbed, his heart is drawn toward the first cult's constellation, Tugui. The entity tells him he has not died because they stand within its domain. It has not allowed his life to end. Twisting in agony, Han slowly realizes he is inside the constellation's mental realm. Swirling mana and the masked figure confirm it. He wonders aloud whether this being belongs to the first cult. The constellation affirms it directly. Within this realm, Han senses that the constellation knows far more than he anticipated. As chaos erupts outside, Han desperately asks why they are being attacked. Constellation says it is not the cause, but the one who discovered their plot against his son. Rage surges through Han at the revelation. The constellation adds that, even without the One's interference, their destruction was inevitable. Bewildered, Han questions why they are targeted when they share the same goal of killing Kim. The constellation admits it once thought Kim was the correct target. It has changed, and now hunts those who boast of supreme strength while ignoring others. It eliminates anyone who falsely claims the title of strongest, like the previous braggart who never deserved it. Han insists inwardly that he never declared himself the strongest. The constellation agrees, but says their true mistake was harming the one who genuinely holds that title. Though confused by the meaning, Han instinctively knows he must escape or die. Desperate to survive, he activates his divine artifact, pouring every ounce of power into a single explosive attack. The blast reverberates through the realm. When the light fades, he sees he has only struck empty ground as the constellation vanished. Panicked, he searches for it. Without warning, it reappears behind him. It states that the true strongest is its master. Han has no right to touch him, promises him a brutal end. Tugui thrusts again, driving a merciless second stab into Han's chest as his screams echo in terror. The following morning in the Valhalla dorms, Kim receives shocking news. Both the Ilshan and the Aryu factions have been found dead inside their hideout. Arch cannot believe two rival groups vanished so suddenly and at the same time. Kim had intended to deal with them himself after leaving Valhalla, but someone beat him to it. Arch then unexpectedly asks whether Kim plans to graduate. Kim reflects that he enrolled due to a notification prompt, and now that it is complete there is little reason to remain. Nevertheless, he decides to stay until the looming calamity is over. The chairman's office at Valhalla. Chairman Shim sits puzzled by the sudden visitor's identity and intent. Black Cat, the mysterious market proprietor, skips pleasantries. He calmly announces his wish to purchase the academy. Shim is stunned and immediately refuses. He firmly rejects handing over his institution to someone tied to such a dubious place. Unbothered, Black Cat snaps his fingers. A chest overflowing with cash appears. Shim clarifies that he cannot be bribed. He recounts how the school was founded. Back when he was still an active hunter, Korea was plagued by labyrinths and the monsters emerging from them. Police could handle ordinary crime, but monsters required specialized forces. The government relied heavily on guilds and hunters to manage such threats. Seeking stronger defenses, the government created a monster response unit of contractors. Yet the random selection made them less capable than guild hunters. Seeing these shortcomings, Shim resolved to build a proper academy in Korea. His aim was to build an institution capable of shaping both contractors and hunters to rival the standards seen overseas. That ambition has since materialized, as the academy has produced numerous gifted graduates who now serve as top-tier guild hunters and influential figures in many fields. And thanks to their rapid action against monster threats, the school is regarded among the best globally. Shim stands firmly by the academy's founding ideals and asks whether Black Cat truly understands the values that sustain it. Black Cat offers no reassurance, instead stating that he has no intention of altering its purpose, only transferring ownership, and that its rules and mission will remain intact. Even so, Shim hesitates, uncertain whether those assurances can be trusted. In reply, Black Cat unveils another chest of cash, subtly testing Shim's determination. Shim does not waver and repeats that the academy is not on the market. As the silence stretches on, Black Cat impatiently taps his fingers together. Tension thickens as a massive pile of money materializes before Shim, nearly burying his desk. Confronted with such an extravagant proposition, Shim finally yields, declaring his retirement and entrusting the academy to Black Cat. Without delay, Black Cat reports to the constellation that Valhalla has been successfully acquired. The constellation promptly issues further instructions. It orders the market's central entrance to be linked directly with Valhalla's space. It also commands the installation of additional surveillance cameras to monitor anyone who might approach its master. Elsewhere, Kim strolls across the campus grounds. Barch comments on the unusual bustle around them, and Kim admits he has not been paying much attention to recent happenings. Even Barch observes the strange behavior among staff, fueling their curiosity. Soon Kim encounters Arin and casually asks whether she has just returned from visiting her clan. She clarifies that she has been attending classes all day. Kim realizes he missed that because he had been sleeping for most of it. Arin accompanies him to the training center, expressing her wish to practice alongside him. Upon entering, she draws out a sword. She explains that she went home specifically to retrieve it. Kim immediately senses the immense mana radiating from the blade. Arin confirms it is their clan's divine artifact. Soyin is shocked, never expecting her to wield something so powerful. Startled, Soyin asks why she brought it, and Arin replies that she passed the succession trial and is now the rightful heir. Despite this, Soyin insists that a high school student should not casually carry such a sacred weapon. Arin counters that her father approved it and tells Kim she intends to train using the Blue Moon sword from now on. Kim, seeing no issue, asks if he may examine the blade. Frustrated, Soyin reminds him it belongs to the Choi clan and questions whether Arin truly plans to let him hold it. Ignoring Soyin's objections, Arin hands the sword to Kim without hesitation. The instant he grips the hilt, a strange yet oddly nostalgic sensation surges through him from the mana. Suddenly, he is pulled into the constellation's mental realm. There he sees a figure facing away, who remarks that it has been ages and calls him Hyun. The figure introduces himself as Dao Wang, the Choi clan's constellation. First, Kim struggles to recognize him, then realization dawns, and he fondly calls him that kid. The constellation, now matured, replies that the nickname no longer suits him. He wonders if he ever revealed his real name, and Kim teases that he only ever waved a sword instead of sharing it. Constellation confesses he cannot recall his original name after becoming a constellation. Kim shrugs and says kid works just fine then. He reflects on how the once troublesome child has changed. He remembers him from years ago brandishing a sword and demanding a duel. Curious, Kim asks what drove him to challenge him back then. The child had declared that since Kim was the strongest and eldest, he was the ideal opponent, even cheekily calling him old man. A disciple once asked if she should eliminate the brat, but Kim told her to stand down. Kim then asked the child for his real motive. The answer was heartbreaking. Monsters slaughtered his family because none of them knew how to wield a sword. Determined to prevent such tragedy, he vowed to create a sword style anyone could learn regardless of age. Challenged Kim to fight using his strongest move. Amused, Kim asked how someone who barely handled a sword hoped to craft such a technique. He agreed to fight only if the boy addressed him as Hyung. The child complied immediately. Kim charged at him without mercy, and from then on they sparred weekly as the boy persistently sought him out. The constellation jokes that had Kim let him win once, he might have stopped pestering him. Kim replies dryly that allowing victory would undermine the purpose of growth. Despite repeated defeats, the constellation thanks him, acknowledging he eventually forged his own sword art. Kim asks if that technique became the invincible Aran body, and the constellation confirms. Kim remarks that as his sole disciple, he could have learned even more. Constellation answers that learning directly from him would mean the art would no longer be truly his own. Kim nods, impressed by his conviction and understanding why he never became his disciple. He realizes Aran's sword style feels familiar because the constellation has taught his contractors that very technique. Kim wonders whether the style differs from the original one he saw years ago. The constellation confirms it has changed, explaining that modern fighters focus more on mana than physical prowess. His original art proved too demanding, so he modified it to suit contemporary bodies. Though no longer the absolute strongest, Kim understands the reasoning. The constellation marvels at how Kim reincarnated into a mere student's body. Kim asks if he received a notification before their meeting, but the constellation denies receiving anything. Kim reflects that perhaps only those closely tied to him were notified of his rebirth. The constellation suggests their reunion was fake. He asks if Kim wishes to spar again. Eager to test his progress, Kim gladly agrees. Constellation prepares with rare excitement. Kim rushes forward, weapon in hand. Clash unfolds unseen, with only the sounds of impact echoing through the space. Afterward, Kim returns to Aran. He thanks her for allowing him to inspect the blade, praises her constellation, and advises her to visit him occasionally for further guidance. In the mental realm, the constellation lies defeated in a crater formed by Kim's strike. He is overwhelmed by Kim's staggering strength. In Seoul, the elders summon Seol. She wonders why she has been called. An elder explains they must decide who will fill the vacant clan head position. Though one elder suggests Seol, tradition forbids the academy head from also leading the clan. They ask if Seol has someone suitable in mind. They stress it must not be another like Yeon who exploited both clan and constellation. Seol firmly declares she has already chosen a worthy successor. Back at the training center, Aran and Yanlang prepare intensely for their duel. Kim reminds Aran to limit mana usage and rely primarily on physical strength. He warns her not to unsheathe the holy sword, as doing so could cause grave damage. Yanlang appears unconcerned, but Kim cautions that blocking it barehanded would be disastrous. Kim notices Soyeon watching nearby and questions her presence, and she says she is simply observing. In truth, she wants to see how Yanlang approaches the fight. She recalls being easily defeated by her before. Even with her recent growth and divine artifact, she doubts Aran can easily surpass Yanlang. She urges Aran to heed Kim's warning and not draw the blade. Yanlang rushes forward without pause, launching her assault decisively. She steadies herself at once and seizes the blade. Her fists and steel clash together. A fierce surge of wind sweeps across the entire training hall. With all her might, she drives her opponent back using the sword. She then springs up, aiming a sharp knee strike. Aran barely manages to evade it. After dodging, Aran releases a mana-infused slash that almost connects with Yanlang. The energy smashes into the wall, catching Yanlang's eye. She understands that taking that hit directly would have caused serious damage. It is obvious that Aran's power has advanced dramatically. Even so, Yanlang charges again, knowing she has not yet grasped all of Aran's capabilities. Regardless, she is determined not to be defeated. She throws a heavy punch. The impact sends Aran stumbling backward. Yanlang begins to sense that Aran's strength and movements are different from before. This is clearly not the same girl she once faced. Distracted by her thoughts, Yanlang fails to notice Aran closing the gap. She barely avoids a sudden strike, though it still grazes her. A small injury marks the exchange. She struggles more than she lets on. Aran teasingly praises her dodge, while Yanlang bristles internally, refusing to admit she was nearly hit. She soon realizes her attacks are consistently blocked, and if this continues, her stamina will give out first. Deciding on a gamble, Yanlang chooses to take the next blow directly to counter afterward. Aran lunges forward, sword slicing through the air. Yanlang deliberately rushes in to absorb the strike. The unexpected tactic surprises Aran completely. At the same instant, Yan Lang fires off a powerful punch. The blow sends Aran flying across the floor. He crashes down hard. Still, she quickly regains her grip on the weapon, ready to resume. Before they can continue, Kim intervenes, states that if either of them is badly hurt, they should seek treatment first, and only then will he evaluate their match. Privately, he feels satisfied. Arin's growth since forming her contract has been remarkable in such a short span. He notices Yanlang seems to have taken a solid hit. He checks on her immediately, and she insists she is fine. Inside, she reflects on how narrowly she avoided severe harm by shifting toward the sword's direction at the last moment. Blade's tip carries the greatest force, and luckily she was struck near the guard where the impact was weaker. She wonders whether Arin's surge in strength stems entirely from the divine artifact. That thought reminds her of her own sacred item. She contemplates whether she may soon need to wield it herself. Kim concludes they have trained enough for now and should rest. Several days later, he enters the guide's mental domain. The guide reveals she has pinpointed where the catastrophe will unfold. Kim immediately sharpens his focus and asks for the location. He tells him the disaster will strike Sejong City. When he asks about timing, she says it will happen within 3 weeks. This surprises him because earlier predictions indicated 3 months, meaning only 3 weeks now remain. They revisit their earlier plan to clear the labyrinth swiftly. Kim worries about monsters escaping while he is inside. The guide reminds him she advised forming a team and asks if he has reliable allies. He considers his companions, but fears assembling them could create unnecessary turmoil. Kim proposes stationing contractors around the area for protection, and the guide agrees, but stresses defeating the labyrinth boss is solely his duty. Confirms he only needs to wear the ring while killing the boss. She confirms that detail. She then hands him a one-time teleportation crystal. He explains that infusing it with mana will instantly bring him to her location. Curious, he asks why she cannot summon him as before. He answers that her perception within her realm has limits. She also intends to monitor the labyrinth boss precisely when the disaster begins. She advises him to depart immediately after clearing it. They agree to meet again in 3 weeks and part ways. Walking back, Kim plans his next actions. He intends to contact Adelia and deploy Ventric contractors, considering bringing his new disciples, since the trial should not be overly difficult. As the date falls on a weekend, he decides to request leave from the academy. He calls instructor Lily for permission. She answers by saying she faces a serious issue. Kim asks what happened. Lily hesitates before responding. She finally admits she has been dismissed from Valhalla. Kim calmly says he expected as much. His composure surprises her, and she questions his indifference. Explains that from his perspective her removal makes sense. Shocked, she defends her record, insisting she performed excellently and even submitted extra monster research. This makes him reconsider, as firing an instructor mid-semester near vacation seems suspicious. She adds that though she knows leadership changed, she cannot understand how swiftly she was removed. Kim is stunned to learn the chairman has already been replaced. Lily says the news was concealed from students to avoid rumors. Kim begins suspecting a link between her dismissal and the leadership shift. Concerned about losing his freedom to leave campus, he heads to the chairman's office. On the way, he receives a message from Yan Lang. Tells him she too has been expelled. This deepens his confusion about the sudden decisions. Determined to uncover the truth, he resolves to confront the chairman. Upon arrival, he finds Black Cat inside. He asks if Black Cat is the new chairman. Black Cat clarifies he is merely the external president and that the true authority is his constellation. He asks if Yen Lang and Lily were removed because of Luminous. Black Cat confirms Luminous reported they were flirting with her master. She even suggested expelling Arin Choi. Kim insists they be reinstated, explaining they are aiding his training and should not suffer because of him. Black Cat replies that his constellation has already agreed. When Kim asks why Valhalla was purchased, Black Cat says he followed Luminous's orders. The acquisition happened after Kim refused to live in her money-built mansion. He believed buying Valhalla would force him to move into her building. Kim is stunned and asks if that was truly her reasoning. Black Cat adds that a secret room now connects Valhalla to the market building for Kim's use, and asks if he needs anything else. After thinking, Kim asks whether he has free reign within the academy, and Black Cat says yes as long as classes are unaffected. Kim smiles, saying there is one favor he wishes to request. 3 weeks afterward in Sejong City, Si Hyuk stands rigid, utterly stunned by the catastrophic scene unfolding before his eyes. The city he knew has been shattered, torn apart by horrific creatures. Overwhelmed and disoriented, Si Hyuk had only returned to Sejong to settle a family issue, never imagining he would be met with such destruction. Savage monsters are rampaging through the streets. While he remains rooted in shock, an odd sound suddenly reaches his ears. It is a terrified woman, fleeing frantically from a pursuing goblin. The beast raises its weapon, seconds away from delivering a fatal blow. In a flash, Si Hyuk steps in to protect her. He throws a crushing punch that drops the goblin lifeless on the spot. Without hesitation, He tells the woman to run, insisting that staying any longer would be far too dangerous. Even after defeating it, Si-hyuk senses something strange. Unlike the controlled simulations he trained in, this real battle makes his entire body shake the instant his fist collides with the monster. Though he eliminated one goblin, he is painfully aware that many more remain, and facing them alone fills him with frustration at his own limits. Nevertheless, he steels himself and resolves to take down at least half of them, bracing for the next assault. Just then, Yen Lang and Arin suddenly appear, catching Si-hyuk completely off guard. The two women charge forward and begin cutting through the monsters effortlessly. Si-hyuk can only stare in amazement as they swiftly clear out the remaining enemies. Soyin arrives shortly after and is stunned to see that the battlefield has already been cleaned up. Still trying to process everything, Si-hyuk asks the two women why they are here. Yen Lang merely gestures toward Kim. She replies that he is the one who can answer that question. 2 weeks earlier, a gathering was held inside the Valhalla auditorium, where Kim addressed the group. Yen Lang, confused, asked why they had been summoned when she believed their training period had already concluded. Kim said he wished to speak to them directly, but first there was something important to announce. He introduced the Academy's newly appointed chairman of Valhalla. News stunned Soyin, who immediately questioned the fate of the former chairman. The Black Cat calmly explained that his predecessor had stepped down, and he had assumed control of the Academy. Still doubtful, Soyin wondered why such a major change had not been publicly announced. Black Cat replied that the succession had been intentionally kept confidential for specific reasons and asked for their understanding. He mentioned that students would eventually be informed, though Kim happened to learn of it sooner. Presenting himself simply as Black Cat, he left everyone speechless, Soyin included. Kim then disclosed that he had invited the new chairman because of a proposal to establish a freshly approved class. This special class would grant students freedom to engage in outside missions without mandatory classroom attendance. He looked at them and asked whether they wished to participate. Yen Lung responded at once, asking if her personal circumstances would change. Kim assured her they would not, though she would occasionally need to hunt monsters outside while continuing her training. Satisfied with the explanation, she gladly accepted the offer without hesitation. Arin also agreed without complaint. However, Soyin's curiosity only deepened as she sought clarification. She turned to the Black Cat and asked if he was the very same figure who owned the mysterious night market. He confirmed it directly, observing that she seemed surprisingly informed. Soyin confessed she had always assumed the night market was nothing more than an online myth, yet its elusive owner now stood before her as Valhalla's chairman. Then questioned Kim, asking if he personally knew the chairman, which would explain how he secured approval for the new class. Kim admitted that he did. This realization made Soyin reconsider him. He was not only powerful but also connected to influential figures, something rare for an ordinary student. Kim then asked whether Soyin herself wished to become part of the class. She quickly agreed, recognizing that this freed them from attending regular lectures. However, the Black Cat clarified that although they were excused from normal classes, they were still obligated to join official school activities, including tournaments and practical evaluations. Kim expressed surprise, noting this condition had not been discussed before. The Black Cat acknowledged this but explained that upon reconsideration, he had duties he could not ignore. He emphasized that the advantages granted to Kim's group were among the most generous in the academy. To prevent suspicion, a balanced agreement benefiting both staff and students was necessary. The Black Cat added that these special class students were formidable individuals who respected the abilities of others. With such mutual regard, he anticipated no internal strife. Still, from Valhalla's standpoint, grouping all top-tier students together could be viewed negatively. To maintain prestige, they needed to showcase their strength in major academy events. After listening, Kim asked whether their ongoing monster hunts were insufficient proof for Valhalla. The chairman replied that it would be preferable if they also displayed their abilities before the broader student body. It was not personal, but part of his role as chairman. Kim reflected silently. Though he found the Black Cat difficult to deal with, he understood he had little room to object. He then turned to his teammates and asked if the new terms caused anyone to reconsider. They answered immediately that the conditions did not trouble them in the slightest. Pleased by their response, Kim declared that their first assignment would take place in Sejong City. Returning to the present, upon arriving there, Kim notices Si-hyuk. With curiosity, he asks what Si-hyuk is doing there, only for Si-hyuk to respond that he should be asking the same. Si-hyuk explains that his family resides in the city, so he visits regularly on weekends, then questions why Kim and the others have come. Kim pauses thoughtfully, confidence evident in his expression. He then calls out to Yen Lang and Arin, signaling them to begin. The group steps forward together, forming a line before the monsters as they ready themselves for battle. Out of nowhere, a massive golem lunges forward. Its heavy strike is aimed straight at the young boy. Smiling faintly, Kim tells Si Hyuk to watch closely, and he will soon understand their purpose. At that instant, he releases a devastating attack that nearly obliterates the entire horde in a single strike. As the force of Kim's assault continues to surge across the battlefield, the creatures lie motionless across the earth, utterly defeated. Si-Hyuk can only stare at him in disbelief, shocked that these were mostly high-tier beasts never even introduced in their academy simulations. Yet he wipes them out in a single blow. Not long after, a servant representing the Ventric household makes his appearance. He reports that the maze causing the catastrophe has been located just 5 kilometers away, though it is densely encircled by monsters. Kim questions the whereabouts of their clan's other hired fighters, and the butler explains they are evacuating residents while battling the invading creatures at the same time. Kim then asks if their constellation has shown any signs of awakening. The butler answers that no word or signal has been received so far. This troubles Kim because it has been close to 3 months since their constellation last made contact. He is confident in dealing with lesser beasts on his own, but with Morin's powers, the cleanup would proceed far faster. He instructs the butler to tell the Ventric contractors not to hide their faces during rescue efforts, believing public visibility may restore their tarnished image. The butler quickly grasps his meaning and nods in approval. Asked whether they will head straight to the disaster's source, Kim confirms they will, yet before departing, he orders Yen Lang and Aran to support the Ventric members in evacuations and to remove any monsters blocking the way. He also tells Soyeon to ensure Si Hyuk is safely reunited with his family. At last, Kim gestures to the butler, signaling that it is time to advance toward the labyrinth. Upon reaching the site, they behold an enormous mound-like labyrinth completely ringed by hostile creatures. Observing the scene, the butler assumes the elevated section guarded by monsters must mark the entrance. Though none of the guardians seem exceptionally powerful, their overwhelming numbers would make it hard for Ventric contractors to carve a path. Kim remarks that this route is actually optimal, albeit time-consuming, and the butler replies they are weighing alternatives unless Kim has a better idea. With a faint grin, he concedes that the butler makes a fair point. Then without warning, he leaps straight toward the clustered monsters, leaving the butler too late to stop him. As he descends, the foolish beasts simply wait beneath him. Yet before his feet even touch the ground, he unleashes a devastating strike that eradicates the entire group in an instant. Butler can only stare, stunned that a single slash resolved the obstacle that had troubled them all. He understands that even elite contractors might fail to achieve such a feat, let alone someone still a student. At this point, Kim appears to rival a constellation in strength. Kim reflects inwardly that his pact with Luminous has elevated him tremendously. Now his only task is to swiftly enter the labyrinth. Sudden memory surfaces in his mind. He recalls being told to keep the ring on while defeating the labyrinth's ruler. Without delay, he slides the ring onto his finger and confidently steps through the guarded entrance. Elsewhere within the Ventric domain, Adelia busies herself, collecting updates about the unfolding calamity. He contemplates how slowly the Korean authorities grasp the crisis, learns that nearly half the populace has been evacuated, and hears that Kim entered the labyrinth alone. Unable to believe he went solo, she wonders if he intends to conquer the entire maze by himself. That instant, a transmission arrives from the constellation. It asks how long she has been asleep. Adelia replies that nearly 3 months have passed since she drifted into slumber. Morin pauses thoughtfully upon hearing this and inquires about her master's whereabouts. Inside the labyrinth, Kim continues cutting down monsters without mercy, as effortlessly as someone mowing down grass. Barch observes that he seems to merely swing casually, though the blade is lethally sharp, then asks if this is the so-called Wuxin style, prompting Kim to question where that embarrassing label came from. Tower Master says that during his stay in the Tower of Destruction, one of his students referred to it by that name. The young fighter explains that his disciples coined the term for his monster hunting technique, though he feels awkward hearing it called Wuxin style. Kim soon notices the labyrinth stretches far beyond expectation and realizes he cannot waste time fighting each creature individually. He activates mono detection to locate the labyrinth's core more efficiently, since the boss typically lingers near the core, finding it should lead him directly to his target. Once the detection ability is used, he discovers the core lies directly beneath his current position. Tower Master comments that destroying a labyrinth is no simple task. Kim agrees but notes that is precisely why he borrowed strength from his disciple. He then slashes his sword downward at the ground, shattering the surface beneath him, swiftly drops through the opening he created. As he falls, a mysterious spearman rises to confront him. The labyrinth's ruler emits a crimson aura upon seeing Kim, signaling readiness for combat. Kim notes the boss appears human-like, yet the spear it wields promises a fierce battle. Still, with careful control of his mana and Luminous's energy, he believes he can prevail. He must remain vigilant because the core sits just behind the enemy, and a single lapse could prove disastrous. He understands that if the humanoid unleashes a reckless heavy strike, he must either counter immediately or respond with overwhelming force. The humanoid suddenly thrusts its spear toward him. Kim sidesteps smoothly and prepares to retaliate, yet the foe instantly reads his intention. It whips the spear around with tremendous strength, nearly catching him off guard. Kim realizes the weapon's reach is formidable, and even the shaft carries mana, meaning a single hit would cause real harm. Humanoid charges again without pause, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. Young swordsman manages to parry each assault. Frustration builds as every deflection forces him backward, preventing him from seizing the initiative. Soon the humanoid concentrates mana into its spear and hurls another empowered attack. Kim reacts swiftly by springing back to evade it. Refusing to relent, the enemy manipulates shattered debris as projectiles against him. He calmly slices them apart midair. The same instant, the humanoid unleashes a crushing blow. Its sheer speed compels Kim to block with full strength. The impact drives him a short distance backward. Watching this, Barch questions whether Kim is truly being overpowered by a humanoid. Kim tells him to stop jesting, since he has a deliberate strategy. He is intentionally yielding ground to lure the opponent away from the labyrinth stone. With the enemy repositioned, he prepares a finishing move, determined to end things without tapping Luminous's borrowed might. As the humanoid rushes him yet again, Kim unleashes a rapid flurry of sword strikes. The assault brings about the downfall of the labyrinth's boss. The defeated foe crumbles into dust and dissipates. At that moment, the ring on his finger radiates intensely, gradually drawing in the remnants left behind. Arch notes that the ring seems to be absorbing something, and Kim replies that as the guide explained, it is likely taking in the boss's true name. He recalls the Tower Master's earlier doubts and remarks that Barch should know better than to think he would fall to a mere humanoid, prompting Barch to apologize at once. Kim postpones any further scolding since the labyrinth could collapse soon, and he needs to exit immediately. On his way out, he spots the spear once wielded by the boss. He approaches it, puzzled that the ring failed to absorb the weapon as well. Deciding it may serve a purpose later, he takes the spear with him. Meanwhile, hidden within a hollow tree trunk, a shadowy figure clad in black sits as a subordinate reports to him. The man informs him that the catastrophe has concluded. The figure then asks how many days were required to resolve it. The subordinate answers that it lasted only around 2 hours, leaving the figure perplexed as he asks how long the previous incident had endured. The man responds that the incident dragged on for 5 full days. Dark-clad figure quietly contemplates the vast gap in duration. Still, he concludes that humanity is advancing in strength, likely because those who claimed the names were elevated to constellations rather than being reincarnated. He proceeds to ask whether anyone appeared to command or orchestrate the calamity's end, and the subordinate replies that details remain unclear since events unfolded too rapidly. Hearing that, the figure dismisses the matter, saying the truth will reveal itself in time. Remarks that they must accelerate their agenda and distribute names far superior to those previously sent, instructing his subordinate to prepare everything necessary, as he intends to spread them through multiple channels. The subordinate nods in agreement, while the black-robed figure reflects inwardly. At last, he will confront beings of genuine power. Meanwhile, news of Kim resolving the crisis so swiftly spreads like wildfire online. Reports draw the attention of a man astonished that Kim single-handedly crushed the assassination squad and ended the disaster. This man is Alchemist John, head of Baekjang, and he sees potential in using Kim to elevate their organization's standing. Asks his companion for his opinion, and even muses whether eliminating Kim might serve as an impactful opening. The companion rashly agrees it could work, but cautions that missteps would bring serious danger. John concurs, thinking about how drastically Kim has evolved since they began monitoring him. He estimates Kim was around a rank during the entrance ceremony and school tournament, yet now he feels closer to S rank. The other man shares the same conclusion. Without delay, John orders the masked subordinate to summon their forces, declaring that he will personally step in. At the Valhalla dormitory, Kim has already made his return from the disaster site. The moment he enters his room, exhaustion overtakes him and he drops onto the bed. He reflects that he absorbed every bit of mana from the storage stones and expanded his capacity since the term began. Yet he still feels diminished compared to his former peak. His limited mana pool remains a critical weakness, restricting his abilities. He realizes he has a long road ahead, as even one disaster left him utterly drained. He never imagined battling a labyrinth boss would weigh so heavily on him, especially one bearing a name bestowed by the labyrinth master. Thankfully, Luminous's power carried him through, making him understand why modern contractors crave constellation contracts. While he is lost in contemplation, Barch remarks that he appears deep in thought, and Kim replies that he is considering the constellations. Barch then recalls that after clearing the labyrinth, Kim was supposed to visit the guide, prompting Kim to remember entering her mental domain. When he appeared there, the guide immediately asked whether he had resolved the disaster. He confirmed he had, and she noticed the spear in his hand, questioning its origin. Kim explained it belonged to the labyrinth boss, and that the ring had not absorbed it. After that, the guide asked to inspect the ring, passed it to her without hesitation. She examined it closely before returning it to him, confirmed it had absorbed the boss's name, and reminded him their true game was just beginning, warning that the labyrinth master would soon release more names. She added that the upcoming names would be of far greater caliber, though their identities would remain unknown until encountered directly. Even so, she felt certain at least one hailed from the Tower of Destruction, which Kim had once toppled. Kim reacted calmly, already weary of the complications such matters brought. The guide proposed they reconvene after the labyrinth master completed dispersing the names. Back in the present, after recounting this, Barch reflects that despite ruling the tower, he cannot recall anyone who once stood beside him there. Kim notes that the creatures on the first floor were nothing extraordinary. Barch agrees and suggests usable names likely originate from the second floor upward toward the summit. Kim concurs before abruptly asking whether those descending from the Tower of Destruction imply Barch himself serves the labyrinth master. Startled, Barch insists once again that he was compelled into the role of tower master against his will. Kim voices his suspicion based on past actions and bluntly calls him the labyrinth lord's lackey, prompting Barch to deny it repeatedly. Kim ultimately senses no deceit, which leaves Barch uneasy. Still, Kim cannot grasp why Barch, whose true name was stolen, wields no apparent power. After all, Barch's former disciples became constellations worldwide and continue lending strength to their contractors. Yet Barch alone appears powerless among them, a fact that troubles Kim deeply. He recalls hearing that Barch's name was taken, and he was reborn without ascending as a holy constellation, and wonders why those from his past still address him by his old name. Overwhelmed, Kim lies back and admits he cannot resolve these mysteries alone. Now, he resolves to focus on training and reclaiming his former might before seeking answers. The following day after classes conclude, Hyuk makes his way to the training hall. He struggles to comprehend how Kim managed to defeat those monsters. The feat far exceeded his expectations. He is impressed not only by Kim's power, but also by the remarkable growth of the 3 students he mentors. He believes that under Kim's guidance, he too could advance significantly. Reaching the gym entrance, he swings the door open and calls out Kim's name. Instead, he finds Yen Lang engaged in something unexpected. The scene rewinds 30 minutes to Yen Lang performing cardio inside the gym. Sweat glistens over her body as she pushes past her limits. Kim approaches, handing her a towel and praising the clear progress she has made. He confidently declares her readiness for future battles, and Kim laughs as he recalls how she once struggled to breathe after mere minutes. Nearby, Soyeon and Arin train together, with Soyeon collapsed on the floor exhausted while Arin suggests checking on Yen Lang. Soyeon waves the idea off, drenched in sweat and surprised by the intensity of the regimen. Kim overhears and teasingly tells her she can always quit if she finds it too difficult. Soyeon slowly rises with a grin, admitting she enjoys it and intends to keep improving, while Arin clicks her tongue. Catching the sound, Soyeon immediately fires back at her. Kim intervenes before it escalates, suggesting a break and reminding them they are still recovering from the disaster, and the girls agree. When Arin asks about his plans, he says he will practice magic in his room, and she replies she will do likewise. As he exits, Kim announces they will focus on upper body training next time, and Arin questions it. He assures her the gym is currently only used by them and Hyuk, satisfying her as she leaves alongside him. Soyeon follows shortly afterward. Yen Lang remains behind, insisting she still has energy to continue training. Soyeon cautions her not to push too hard before departing. Alone now, Yen Lang studies her hand and acknowledges the strength she has gained under Kim's guidance. She recalls how effortlessly she handled monsters during the disaster, yet recognizes Kim operates on an entirely higher plane. Excitement flickers in her eyes as she wonders how much stronger he has grown since their first encounter. She questions whether her decision to become his disciple was driven by a desire to surpass him. Yet she finds herself captivated by the immense strength he displays. She accepts the truth of his words that she may never overtake him. This leaves her questioning why she continues to remain by his side as a disciple. Her thoughts drift to when Kim stood up for her against Jan, Perhaps it is because he resolved her troubles with the Seal clan and secured her dorm and meals through his special class, reasons she tells herself justify staying. Even so, she senses these explanations are not the real answer. Thoughts of Kim often quicken her heartbeat, as if she constantly longs to see him. She pushes herself to train harder, just for opportunities to be near him. Taking a breath, she reminds herself they have only recently met. Yet despite trying to restrain her emotions, his face keeps surfacing in her mind. She lightly smacks her head in an attempt to clear such thoughts. Gaze then falls upon the towel Kim had used. She swiftly picks it up, convincing herself she only intends to wash it for him. She suddenly halts mid-step, peculiar impulse crossing her mind. With no one around, she decides to bring the towel to her nose. Then Si-hyuk arrives, unaware of her actions. As soon as he steps in, Yanlang anxiously asks whether he witnessed her humiliating behavior. Si-hyuk looks confused, clearly unaware of what she is referring to despite the tension in her voice. Without offering any explanation, Yanlang suddenly drives a fierce punch toward him. The blow sends him crashing down, unconscious. After knocking Si-hyuk out cold, Yanlang bolts from the room, leaving him sprawled on the training floor. At the same time, within Valhalla's dorms, Kim is concentrating on refining his mono ability. His phone suddenly rings, and Adelia informs him that their constellation has awakened. Kim welcomes the news and asks if she is currently available. Adelia answers that she can postpone her duties if he requires her assistance. Kim immediately tells her to remain in place and ready the divine artifact, saying it has been too long since he last met his disciple face to face. Elsewhere, Black Cat grows uneasy after showing the constellation footage from the gym's security cameras. The constellation reacts wildly, and Black Cat instantly regrets revealing the clip at all. Rewinding 10 minutes earlier in the chairman's office at Valhalla, the atmosphere is busy. Black Cat works away at his laptop. He realizes night has fallen and reflects on how demanding managing an academy can be. Before leaving, he decides to review the school's CCTV feeds. He recalls the constellation repeatedly instructing him to keep an eye on them, remembering that he was specifically told to watch for any girls flirting with Kim. He privately thinks Luminous is overreacting. Suddenly, he notices someone still inside the gym. Curious, he enlarges the footage to check whether it is Kim. Instead, the screen shows a body lying motionless on the ground. For a split second, Black Cat fears it might be a corpse. Zooming in, he recognizes Si-hyuk unconscious, but still alive. The constellation immediately orders him to rewind the recording to uncover what happened. Black Cat obeys and rewinds to the moment Si-hyuk stood before Yanlang, then watches her suddenly strike him and flee. Since the audio reveals nothing, Black Cat is left puzzled about the cause. Constellation demands he rewind further to capture more context. After viewing the earlier scene, Luminous erupts in fury upon seeing Yanlang sniff her master's towel. Black Cat speculates that Yanlang likely attacked Si-hyuk because he caught her acting suspiciously. His explanation only intensifies Luminous's rage, worrying Black Cat as her temper has become increasingly volatile. He recalls how she used to flare up irrationally in the past. Recently, anything involving Kim seems to ignite her emotions. Black Cat begins to wonder whether Kim truly stands as her master, given he is merely a student. It feels improbable that he has shared a long history with constellations, though Black Cat pushes aside the thought. He focuses instead on trying to soothe Luminous. A knock interrupts his efforts. Kim enters and asks if Black Cat can accompany him somewhere. Noticing the ongoing conversation with the constellation, he asks Black Cat to pass along a message. Kim instructs him to tell Luminous that he requires her power to travel to the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, elsewhere across the globe, Alchemist John leads a meeting with his Beijing faction. He questions a subordinate about the readiness of their preparations. Man confirms roughly 1,200 sealing magic circles have been placed around Valhalla to block intruders. Nearly 100 of those are concentrated near Kim's dorm room. John confidently replies that such barriers are meaningless, since his constellation's power can dismantle them. His companion eagerly adds that the never-changing alchemist excels at nullifying spells and defenses. The subordinate proposes that once the seals are disabled, he and 4 others will storm Kim's dorm, cast mana disruption to mask their assault, and eliminate his classmates as well. By wiping out Kim and his peers, they believe their names will echo throughout Korea. John approves the scheme, saying he cares little if others label them cowards. Them slaughtering students still counts as triumph. He declares the operation to assassinate Kim will begin, yet before they finish speaking, voice interrupts, saying they had foreseen this outcome, startling John. In an instant, the heads of the business group's members drop lifelessly. Woman's voice remarks she would have spared them had they not plotted Kim's murder. They identify themselves as members of the first cult. One cultist comments they should have executed everyone immediately. Another adds that the alchemist was destined to die by their constellation's will, only sooner than expected. Bewildered, Alchemist John demands to know their identities. The woman reveals a tattoo as proof of their affiliation. She asks him if he recognizes the symbol. He quickly deduces they belong to the first cult. With mock praise, she remarks that he is not entirely foolish, while he remains stunned. One cultist lunges forward to strike. Yet before the dagger can pierce John, glowing yellow barrier materializes in front of him. The attacker is shocked because his blade should have broken through such a weak shield. It was supposed to be nothing more than a minor force field. At that moment, John releases a fierce surge of mana. Force hurls the attacker backward. John states he does not comprehend their motive for targeting him, but vows to demonstrate the overwhelming might of an S-rank constellation. After issuing the warning, he twists the ring on his finger, causing his mana aura to swell dramatically. The cult woman acknowledges that this indeed reflects S-rank power. The white-haired member confirms and explains that John's contracted constellation is the absolute unchangeable alchemist. John is startled that they possess such detailed knowledge about him. Another cultist remarks that his notoriety has grown loud enough for them to learn of his constellation. They also know the divine artifact he carries originates from the era of the apocalypse. Disclosure leaves John visibly shaken. The cultist explains that relics from that age retain fragments of their constellation's authority. He adds that John's S-rank power derived from such an artifact makes it exceedingly coveted. Despite gaining such strength, John has merely assembled a band of villains. Hearing the accusation, John snaps that he has no interest in their judgment. As he speaks, he summons several magic circles that release chains toward his enemies. The cultists swiftly dodge the binding chains. The woman admits she did not expect him to cast magic circles himself. John offers no reply. Instead, he unleashes yet another spell, which the woman narrowly evades. Growing irritated, she asks how many circles he has hidden in the chamber as his tricks cease to amuse her. Internally, John searches for a solution, as they keep slipping past even his rear attacks. Though pressured, he steadies his nerves and reassures himself of survival. He has planted around 1,200 magic circles across the mansion, making total evasion improbable. Additionally, he possesses absolute defense, rendering him immune to magical harm and unlikely to fall here. Immediately, he activates the numerous magic circles spread throughout the estate. He reflects that such a large-scale attack would have been impossible if his subordinates were still alive. Now that he stands alone, it should not matter. Yet to his shock, nothing occurs after activating the circles. The woman mockingly asks whether he intends to strike or simply stand there, since no change is visible. John is baffled because he is certain the magic formation was triggered. White-haired man notices his bewilderment and calmly explains that before entering. They sensed all 1,200 magic circles prepared to fire chains, but every single one has been obstructed. Refusing to believe it, John demands to know if they secretly dispelled his spells. White-haired man corrects him, saying they did not erase them but merely sealed their function. Immediately afterward, the woman lunges with her weapon. John assumes absolute defense will render the strike harmless. To his horror, the blade still wounds him despite the supposed protection. He cannot comprehend why his prized defense has failed. As he struggles to process this, another assault comes at him, and he narrowly sidesteps in time. Simultaneously, he gathers mana into his fist and punches toward the swordsman. The swordsman deftly parries the blow. The attacker admits he is impressed, since he assumed John relied only on his constellation. John concedes that his foes are formidable, as their pressure begins overwhelming him. Realizes his options are exhausted, since even absolute defense offers no safety. In desperation, he begs them to stop, though he still does not grasp their motive. Points out that every one of his men has already been slain, promising he will refrain from wrongdoing if that satisfies them. The masked cultist replies that John misunderstands the issue. It is not about future harm, but about choosing the wrong target. This makes John suspect their entire plan revolved solely around Kim. He wonders if they truly mobilized just to protect one student. Accepting that words are useless, he fixes his mind on survival. Determined to escape alive, he performs emergence to summon his constellation. Such a ritual usually demands enormous mana and a sanctified space. With no alternative, he burns his life force and remaining mana to force the summoning. When the constellation manifests, a cult member apologizes to John, explaining their Lord Tugwai has words for him. The constellation states that the summoner of the unchangeable alchemist attempted to harm its guardian, the martial god. Immediately questions John on whether this accusation is true. John insists he only sought to kill a Valhalla student named Kim and knows nothing about any guardian. The constellation labels him a fool upon hearing this, and abruptly ends the emergence and withdraws the contract, leaving John feeling as though the world has collapsed. He stands stunned, unable to understand the sudden abandonment. A cultist then calmly informs him that their own constellation has chosen to execute him personally. Back at the Ventric office, Black Cat and Adelia deliver startling news to Kim. Black Cat explains that one cannot meet two constellations simultaneously. Kim frowns, asking whether sanctification is not required to see them. Black Cat agrees, but explains that forming a sanctified space is complex, since each constellation needs a contractor and immense resources. And while a true divine contract could force manifestation, it often costs the contractor their life. Kim wonders if holding two divine artifacts would allow him to view both constellations. Adelia clarifies that touching an artifact draws him into that constellation's mental, which exists privately within the artifact, so the realms cannot overlap. She adds that although constellations grant power, they remain bound to their artifacts. And since Kim has only one soul, he can enter only one mental realm even if holding two relics. Kim turns to Barch for confirmation, and the Tower Master affirms she is correct. Irritated, Kim scolds Barch for not telling him earlier and threatens to beat him later. Accepting reality, he decides he will speak to them separately instead. Delia notes that since arriving they have been flooded with messages from their constellation, and Black Cat shares the same experience. Black Cat reports that Luminous calls Moron stubborn, while Moron retorts that she is insane. Constant bickering gives Kim a headache, reminding him they have never gotten along. He orders both contractors to have their constellations listen, because he has something important to say. He explains that the mastermind behind recent events has begun moving again. He had warned Luminous before, and believes the latest disaster was also that person's doing. He suspects far greater calamities may come, and that previous ones were mere preparation. Till he restores his former power, he asks to borrow their strength. Both constellations readily consent. Kim realizes he must locate his other disciples before the Labyrinth Master spreads chaos first. Instructs Black Cat to link Adelia's location with Valhalla since she frequents there. Kim then departs for Valhalla, telling them to converse as fellow contractors. After he leaves, Adelia asks if Black Cat owns the night market, and he confirms, adding he now serves as Valhalla's president. She wonders what compelled him to take such roles. He replies that their reasons for serving Kim are likely the same, and she immediately understands. Elsewhere, the first cult gathers for a meeting. Through communication, Stones, their constellation, asks if most threats to Kim are eliminated, and a member confirms even the Baekhyun group is gone. In a deep, commanding voice, the constellation issues the next directive. He must protect Kim regardless of cost. The white-haired man asks if that means remaining nearby to guard him. Another suggests revealing themselves, so Kim will not worry about unseen allies. The constellation replies they should stay hidden and act only when absolutely required. They will reveal themselves only if he utters a particular word. The white-haired man, confused, asks if that specific word is correct. The constellation confirms with a subtle smile. The following day in Valhalla Gym, Kim curses softly as he notices Si-hyuk battered. He demands to know what happened to him. Si-hyuk shrugs, saying his injuries are irrelevant, and declares he wants to become Kim's disciple. Kim rejects him without hesitation, leaving Si-hyuk stunned. Si-hyuk mutters that perhaps the rumors are true. Kim asks what rumors, and Si-hyuk explains people claim Kim only accepts female disciples to build a harem, which leaves Kim incredulous, demanding to know who spread such nonsense. He clarifies that only Arin and Soyeon sought his guidance. Yen Lang is the sole disciple he personally selected. He warns Si-hyuk to stop mentioning harems or risk a broken neck, and Si-hyuk insists he merely repeated gossip. Kim adds he lacks time for more trainees, since 3 girls already occupy his schedule. Yet inwardly he wonders if refusing Si-hyuk might be unwise. Another strong ally would help against monsters. Remembering Yen Lang, he calls her over, startling her. He orders her to train Si-hyuk instead. She looks shocked, asking why she must handle it. Kim explains that since both rely on physical combat, sparring together will benefit them, then leaves to resume training, telling them to start by getting acquainted. Si-hyuk, with bruised face, stares silently at Yanlang. Irritated, she asks if he has something to say. He admits he assumed she punched him because he witnessed something embarrassing. He asks if it was merely her wiping sweat and promises discretion next time. Yanlang secretly relaxes, knowing he missed the real incident. Smiling playfully, she pats his back, telling him to be careful, and invites him to train enthusiastically. From afar, Kim watches with a faint smile, pleased to hear them getting along. After that, Arin asks Kim what he intends to do during next week's school vacation. Kim asks in return whether there is not a final exam approaching. He nods, explaining that it will mainly be practical with only a small written portion. She mentions they are exempt from taking it, which reminds Kim of something, so he tells her he plans to spend the break training as usual. Arin promptly says she will follow the same routine. Kim hesitates and tells her she should choose her own path, that her life should not revolve solely around copying his training schedule. Still, Arin remains resolute, declaring that this is her decision and she wants to grow strong beside him as an equal. Hearing her unwavering tone, Kim simply nods and accepts her determination. 1 week later in the United States at Heroes Academy, President Beck is shown carefully studying a sword in his hands, his face clouded with deep contemplation. He recalls the day Logan first brought the weapon to him. Beck had asked whether Logan had come to see his son. Logan dismissed the thought, saying visiting would only distract the boy from his studies. Logan had eliminated the villains who targeted his son. He felt no closure, especially after discovering the Ilshin leader already dead. Shocked, Beck had wondered if internal conflict had torn the group apart. Logan could not answer, frustrated that the mastermind slipped away along with any chance at answers. On a personal matter, Logan admitted he was still hunting the truth behind Bloodleon, the secretive faction responsible for killing his father, a name that unsettled Beck deeply. Beck then asked about the ominous blade Logan carried. Logan said he found it at the Ilshin hideout and named it the Radiant Sword. At that name, Beck reacted in disbelief, recalling the sword once annihilated an entire clan before vanishing without a trace. Logan confessed he did not know how Ilshin obtained it, and added that the blade seemed to whisper to him. Beck grew concerned that the weapon might be cursed or inhabited by something sinister. Logan calmly shook his head, implying that if it were truly cursed, he would already be dead or controlled. Even so, he admitted the sword felt heavy on his spirit, which is why he asked the Academy to safeguard it among their divine artifacts. Beck agreed to store it on the condition that Logan decipher the message it kept sending. Logan revealed uneasily that the sword constantly urged him to find its rightful master. Since then, whenever Beck tried to place it in the vault, the other artifacts and constellations reacted violently, forcing him to remove it. He began to suspect the blade housed its own constellation, still longing for its master, as he stood lost in thought. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the silence, coming from the direction of the classrooms. At first, he felt relieved, remembering the students were on break, but that relief quickly faded. A monstrous figure burst through the ceiling behind him. Beck turned to see a demon staring straight at him, immediately demanded to know whether it led the group that attacked the Academy. The creature coldly replied that it had come alone to invade. Beck wondered how it bypassed both security and defensive magic circles. Observing its non-human form, he sternly asked for its identity. The demon curiously asked if Beck truly wished to hear its name. It remarked that victims rarely ask, but since it was celebrating reclaiming its name, it would share it, and mentioned the body belonged to Backer's nature of Lester. Beck immediately recognized the Backer's nature as a notorious evil faction. The creature then declared its true name Hongui. Preparing for battle, Beck noted the name was uncommon among demons. Beck proudly introduced himself as the president of Heroes Academy, known in his era as Bomber Beck. Without delay, Beck charged forward and landed a crushing punch squarely against Hongui. To his astonishment, it caused no damage at all. Hongui calmly observed that Beck must have an explosive constellation contract because it possessed similar power. Realizing their abilities mirrored each other, Beck felt disbelief as his strike left not even a scratch. Hongui retaliated with a devastating blast. The explosion struck Beck directly, hurling him out of the building. Impact nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet before he could recover, the demon appeared instantly, driving a savage kick into his abdomen, sending him crashing down into the earth. Slowly, Beck forced himself upright, bewildered at the monster's origin and strength beyond anything he faced. Hongui expressed surprise that Beck survived such punishment, commented he was far superior to the weaklings around him. Beck looked around in horror, realizing no allies remained, likely already defeated. Resolute despite the odds, he gathered mana into his fist for another attempt, and struck the ground, sending a shockwave racing toward Hongui. The collision triggered a loud explosion. He knew it was only a diversion, rather than lethal. He followed with his true technique, but once again the demon remained untouched, leaving Beck utterly stunned. Hongui advanced casually, saying more explosions would be required to amuse it, and instantly, it smashed another brutal strike into Beck's stomach, continuing the assault relentlessly, knocking him down again, though Hongui appeared surprised. Even his full-powered attack failed to kill Beck. Among all contractors of Backer's nature, it had never seen such resilience, not even when serving as their constellation. Shocked, Beck demanded to know if Hongui was truly a constellation. Demon confirmed without hesitation, calling itself the Tyrant of Destruction, and upon hearing this, Beck's own constellation reacted with alarm, leaving Beck confused by its fear. He realized he was facing a fully manifested constellation. Sensing Beck's exhaustion, Hongui moved to deliver the finishing blow, raising its hand to strike his face, but before it landed, a firm, calm voice interrupted as Kim stepped forward, drawing Hongui's attention away from Beck. Beck felt a strange familiarity toward the young man. Suddenly, recognition dawned. It was Kim from Valhalla School who had intervened. Hongui snarled, asking if he too sought death. Kim replied calmly that he came to finish Hongui once and for all. The creature seemed oddly familiar to him. Its sharp horns, its jagged teeth and crimson skin. Memories flooded back, as Kim recognized Hongui as a fool from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction. Hearing those words, the creature tilts its head and inquisitively demands to know Kim's true identity. The young man answers with a confident grin, saying that Hong Wai will surely recognize him once he feels those crushing strikes again. As Kim's mana flares outward, Hongui falters, unsettled by a faint but familiar sensation. Even so, he rushes forward with savage determination. Before the blow connects, the boy deftly intercepts it with his blade, leaving the monster visibly stunned. Seizing the moment, he retaliates with a powerful slash, driving Hongui backward under the force of the sudden assault. After enduring the strike, the creature grasps the horrifying reality of who stands before him. The hero reborn. He never imagined their paths would cross again. A teasing tone. Kim comments that he never thought the opponent he once thrashed so easily would rise to become a constellation. Hongui explains that, like many others, he had lost both his name and physical form, known only as a constellation to his believers. Now, however, everything has changed. He has recovered both his body and his true name. Yet after taking that strike, realizes Kim is no longer the same hero from before and sneers that his current attacks feel weaker. The boy calmly replies that it's only natural, since he is merely a student at present. That Hongui declares he will not let this chance slip by and intends to kill him. He then darts in with another rapid strike. Kim blocks it in time, however, while maintaining his guard. The monster suddenly triggers a burst of energy. Even amid the explosion, the youth skillfully slips away from harm. Anticipating that injuring Kim would be difficult, Hongwei closes in swiftly and unleashes yet another heavy blow, which Kim barely manages to avoid once more. Though he keeps dodging, an uneasy thought arises that this might be the extent of his current power. During his earlier clash with the Seal clan's constellation, he prevailed only because they fought in a mental domain where he could freely wield his former strength. Now facing a fully manifested constellation in reality is an entirely different ordeal, far more daunting, and he realizes that if he struggles against a mere second-floor failure, stronger foes would be far worse. As Kim reflects, Hongwei capitalizes on the opening, releasing an attack at full force that erupts in a tremendous explosion. Seeing the destruction, the president understands the creature had been holding back earlier. He worries that while Kim avoided the earlier strikes, surviving this blast seems nearly impossible. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Kim steps out unharmed, remarking calmly that he may need to borrow the strength entrusted to him by his disciple. In an instant he counters, landing a sharp strike on the monster and severing its arm and horn in a single precise motion. Hongui staggers in disbelief, unable to fathom how the youth endured the blast. There was no apparent means of escape. The boy explains that he never dodged the explosion. He sliced it apart. During that, Hongui recalls the odd surge of mana earlier and realizes Kim must have briefly drawn upon someone else's power. Understanding fully that he cannot defeat this young fighter, panic grips Hongui, as with his restored name he cannot afford to perish here. He turns and attempts to flee in desperation. Watching him, Kim smiles coldly and points out that after wrecking the school and slaughtering innocents, the monster now runs in fear of death itself. Without hesitation, Kim unleashes a lethal strike, splitting Hongui in two and bringing his life to an end. After overcoming Hong Wai and absorbing his essence, sealing it within his ring, Kim immediately goes to check on the president, who weakly assures him he will survive despite his wounds. To ensure his safety, the young warrior quickly calls for an ambulance, admitting he lacks skill in healing. Thankful, Beck expresses gratitude and asks if he is truly Kim Ju Hyuk of Valhalla. Kim confirms, surprised that instructors from other academies know his reputation. Struggling upright, Beck comments that Kim has already gained widespread fame among academies, and Kim urges him to rest since the ambulance may take time. Beck reassures him and apologizes for not introducing himself earlier, formally stating he is Beck, president of Heroes Academy, and thanking him again for defeating the monster. Kim modestly says it was nothing, and that he regrets not arriving sooner to minimize the destruction. He adds that backup forces are already on their way. After bidding farewell, Kim gets ready to depart. The president looks on in astonishment as Kim suddenly opens a portal and vanishes through it. Soon after, Logan rushes in, breathing heavily, anxiously asking President Beck what occurred. As the ambulance arrives, Beck says he will explain everything at the hospital. Once at the hospital, Beck reflects that fortunately none of their people died, feeling immense gratitude toward Kim for defeating Hongui and summoning medical help quickly. Meanwhile, Logan presses for details, and Beck agrees to recount the entire event. After hearing the story, Logan is stunned that the boy defeated a fully materialized constellation. Beck admits uncertainty whether it was truly a constellation, yet its intellect and immense mana rivaled or surpassed that of humans. Even so, he struggles to accept that a teenager achieved such a feat, and asks if Logan knows him. Logan says of course he recognizes Kim, the one who beat his son and is rumored to have crushed infamous criminals, and believes major factions must know his name. However, he notes that defeating criminals differs greatly from defeating a constellation, and seeks further specifics. Beck explains he sensed a peculiar, overwhelming mana from the boy, power that felt like it belonged to a constellation, leaving Logan incredulous at the thought of Kim already forming such a contract. Beck concedes it sounds unbelievable, yet he witnessed Kim release extraordinary mana firsthand. He adds that the aura resembled the mana he once sensed at the black market. Logan responds that the black market is governed by a mighty constellation known as the ruler of the underworld, and asks if Kim contracted with it. Beck clarifies he cannot be sure, only that the mana felt remarkably alike. Confronted with this information, Logan asks where Kim headed. Beck suggests he likely returned to his academy. Logan wonders how he could reach Korea so swiftly, and Beck speculates that he used teleportation. Hearing this, Logan is shaken and asks if Beck truly witnessed it. Beck confirms that Kim opened a portal into subspace before leaving. It seemed to stem from the power of his contracted constellation. Noticing Logan's expression shift to one of gravity and shock, Beck asks what troubles him, and Logan explains seriously that very few contractors possess teleportation, since only rare constellations grant it. Adds angrily that although Kim may not be directly involved, he must confirm whether the boy is linked to the group he investigates at Valhalla Academy. Meanwhile, at Valhalla Academy, Kim steps out of a portal as Black Cat waits quietly for him. Question: Black Cat says he followed Luminous's orders to assist the young man however needed. Remaining vigilant, Black Cat explains he observed events through a tiny portal he created, chilling Kim with his abilities, though Kim admits they are thankful since it helped detect Hongwee's assault. Outwardly agreeing, Kim thinks that even before the cat's watch, the guide had already informed him. The guide told him another name would descend next week, though he was unsure if it came from the Tower of Destruction, and she confirmed it vaguely. She said the Lord of the Labyrinth's surveillance had intensified, preventing her from speaking plainly. She also mentioned that a name would soon come from Heroes Academy. Furthermore, after the upcoming meeting, communication would become far more difficult to avoid the Labyrinth Master's suspicion. From then on, the guide would intervene only in critical situations. Before he left, she described two methods for using the ring. One option was converting the name into energy to absorb as personal strength. The other was wielding the name's abilities directly without alteration. Each choice had drawbacks, as absorbing it meant he could not draw out its full original might like the Labyrinth Master, and would gain only residual power. Second option meant he could not grow or enhance those abilities beyond their set level, and when he asked for clarity, the guide offered an example. She explained that if he absorbed a water-controlling constellation's name, no matter how powerful he became, he could only wield water at the original constellation's fixed level. In the end, the choice of how to wield the ring's ability rested entirely with Kim. After defeating Hongwee, Kim chose to merge the name into himself, determined to reclaim the overwhelming strength he once possessed at his peak. Back in the present, Kim studies the ring on his finger, questioning whether the absorption truly succeeded, since he senses no noticeable increase in power. Out of nowhere, Black Cat asks if something is wrong. Kim answers that he is merely organizing his equipment, and then asks if Black Cat has something on his mind. Black Cat admits he is curious whether the finishing move used against Hongwee was the technique known as Space Slash. Kim confirms that it was indeed Space Slash, prompting Black Cat to eagerly request a demonstration. Confused, Kim asks if Black Cat cannot already perform it himself, given that he is also contracted with Luminous. Black Cat explains that although he can execute the move, his mastery of it falls short. He respectfully asks for guidance to refine his skill, assuring Kim he does not mean to impose. Reluctantly agreeing, Kim accompanies him to a quiet location away from others. There, Kim explains that the first step is channeling mana directly into the blade. Then he says, one must twist the hips and unleash the stored energy. He casually remarks that the technique is fairly straightforward. Black Cat recalls how confused he felt when Luminous previously taught him the same method. Now knowing Kim is the genuine master of that constellation, he expects clearer insight, yet he soon feels disappointed. Kim's explanation mirrors Luminous almost word for word, and noticing Black Cat's puzzled expression, Kim offers to demonstrate again, but Black Cat declines, aware repetition will not solve his confusion, while they continue speaking. Sudden tremor shakes the ground beneath them, and they glance around in alarm, only to see a nearby mountain cleaved cleanly into two halves. Even Kim is left speechless at the destruction, questions how it happened, since he intentionally limited his mana to avoid damaging the terrain. Doubt begins to creep into Kim's thoughts. He wonders if absorbing the name triggered this unexpected surge of strength. The possibility excites him, imagining how powerful he might become even from residual energy alone. Deciding to end the session, he promises Black Cat a proper lesson next time. As they part ways, Kim reflects that he once hesitated to rely on this power, but now he recognizes its immense potential. Thrilled by the sensation of growing stronger, he eagerly awaits the next names the Labyrinth Master will dispatch. Meanwhile, deep within the great tree trunk, a figure called the Spear King quietly observes a mystical orb known as the Wheel of Reincarnation. Another man approaches and casually greets him as Spear. He inquires whether the distribution of the names has been completed. The Spear King confirms it, satisfying the man, as the names have been evenly placed on the second tier. Curious, the man asks why the Spear King insists on carrying his weapon everywhere. The Spear King shows no interest in responding. Irritated, the man presses him for an answer. Spear King calmly states he owes no explanation, adding that the other man carries a weapon as well. The man argues it is different since his weapon is sheathed while Spear King always grips his. But Spear King shrugs, claiming there is no real distinction. Internally annoyed, the man reminds himself that Spear King's arrogance stems from being chosen by the Labyrinth Master a century ago. Believes that without that favoritism, he would have eliminated him long ago. As tension thickens between them, suddenly they notice that one of the names sent to America has disappeared. Enraged, the man demands to know whether Spear King placed them correctly. Spear King answered that he followed the Labyrinth Master's instructions precisely. Though they expected some losses, they are shocked at how quickly this one vanished. Determined, the man decides to report the matter to the Labyrinth Master immediately. Spear King remains indifferent, telling him to do as he pleases. Meanwhile, at Valhalla Academy once more, Logan reaches the campus. Black Cat promptly asks how he may assist. Logan, also called the One, replies that he has questions for a particular student. Instantly realizing he means Kim, Black Cat is surprised that Logan uncovered his involvement despite attempts to conceal it. Maintaining composure, Black Cat invites him to sit, warning the discussion may be lengthy. Logan wastes no time once seated. He mentions hearing that Kim visited Heroes Academy and subdued a raging constellation. Though he has numerous concerns, he focuses on two key questions. First, how did Kim know a constellation's attack was imminent? Second, how did he travel there and back in such a short time? Before Black Cat replies, Logan warns him against evasion, revealing Beck sensed mana tied to the black market, and that he knows Black Cat runs it. With no alternative, Black Cat admits the strength Kim used came from his own constellation. Logan quickly presses further, asking whether Kim contracted with the underworld ruler Luminous, which Black Cat confirms while refusing to share deeper details. He adds that Logan's concern is justified, which explains his visit to Valhalla, to determine if Kim has any ties to the organization called Bloodlion. Black Cat reveals he once investigated Bloodlion, initially believing it to be a simple crime syndicate, until discovering a personal link to Logan. Logan then confesses that Bloodlion was responsible for his father's death. Since gaining his abilities, he has hunted criminal groups hoping to track them down. Yet every lead on Bloodlion vanished mysteriously, as if erased completely. The only concrete fact he uncovered is that each Bloodlion member contracts with a teleportation-capable constellation. Black Cat acknowledges he has learned the same. However, he insists Kim is unrelated to Bloodlion, explaining that although Kim teleported, the power originates solely from his constellation. Despite these assurances, Logan remains doubtful. He challenges Black Cat, questioning whether he expects blind trust. Logan suggests the black market itself could be tied to Bloodlion. Black Cat firmly rejects the accusation, stating there is no evidence. He admits operating a black market, but denies involvement in murder or malicious crimes. Even so, Logan insists his suspicions are justified. He argues that teleportation is an exceptionally rare ability. Therefore, it seems plausible that Black Cat supports Kim because both belong to Bloodlion. In response, Black Cat advises Logan to hire an investigator if he doubts him so deeply. His tone turns stern as he warns Logan he is going too far. He reminds him that he has answered honestly, even revealing sensitive information about his constellation. If baseless accusations continue, serious consequences will follow, and he tells Logan to leave and return when his suspicions fade. He also asks Logan to keep their conversation, particularly details about his constellation, confidential. Logan refuses to back down and angrily asks what Black Cat will do if he stays. Black Cat coldly replies that in that case, he would be forced to kill him. Logan bursts into laughter, rising to his feet and taunting him to try, mocking the idea that Black Cat could defeat him. Black Cat calmly admits he cannot win, acknowledging Logan as one of the strongest contractors alive. He warns that if accusations persist, his constellation will personally intervene. At that moment, Luminous sends Black Cat a message. advising that if Logan has heard enough he should leave. Otherwise, continued provocation will prompt action from Luminous and the others. Logan attempts to speak again, but receives a message from his own constellation. It orders him to cease causing trouble and depart immediately, leaving him confused by the sudden command. Nevertheless, Logan complies without delay. Before exiting, he warns that next time he will not leave without the answers he seeks. Once Logan is gone, Black Cat exhales in relief. He resolves to guard information more carefully in the future, and decides to entrust the matter to Adelia Ventric for now. Meanwhile, back at the Valhalla dormitory, Kim devotes himself to refining and strengthening his mana through relentless practice. He feels thrilled because after compressing his mana successfully, he senses a dramatic increase in magical output. Still, he notices that his physical condition lags behind his enhanced magic. Realizing this imbalance, he concludes that he must resume rigorous body training, since relying only on mana could leave him like many contractors who neglect their physiques and grow overly dependent on magic. After finishing his session, Kim asks Barch whether he sensed anything unusual upon seeing Hongui, and the Tower Master quickly denies it while questioning Kim's suspicion. Kim explains they cannot be certain, because the Labyrinth Master might have manipulated Barch again, but Barch assures him he currently possesses no powers and feels nothing strange. Barch then inquires if Kim detected anything odd at Heroes Academy besides Hongui. He mentions sensing a mana presence there that felt oddly familiar to Kim. Kim strains to remember, but cannot clearly identify what Barch means. Even so, he resolves to revisit Heroes Academy soon to investigate further. Meanwhile, inside a deserted structure, several reincarnated constellations gather for a secret meeting. Fish-like figure asks whether everyone who needed a name has arrived. Another replies that almost all are present, except for a few absentees. Perplexed, the fish-faced one asks for clarification, and a vampire explains that some, like Hongui, chose to act independently and create chaos without approval. Fish remarks bitterly that foolish Hongui is already dead, rendering their 3-century wait meaningless. The vampire comments that Hongwei's downfall came from underestimating modern contractors. A green-skinned member adds that if they perish here, they must wait another 300 years to descend again. The vampire suggests that although their mission is to spread disorder, they should act cautiously, something Hongui failed to grasp. Fish then asks whether there are any remaining members they have yet to contact. The green figure confirms that one individual remains. Upon hearing the name Huacha, the fish hopes he will not repeat Hongui's reckless mistakes. However, the green one reveals he already received a message from Huacha. Huacha plans to unleash widespread turmoil during the upcoming World Tournament. Back at the Valhalla training hall, Kim continues working out intensely. He notices everyone pushing themselves except Yen Lung, who had mentioned she would visit her family for several days. Kim recalls thinking her family ties were strained, yet he chooses to trust that she will return in time. He ends the practice and instructs everyone to rest. Shortly after, Arin approaches asking about Yanlang's whereabouts. Kim explains she went home temporarily, and Arin remarks that they had intended to train together. Kim reminds her that she once delayed practice due to family matters as well, and Arin nods in agreement before dropping the subject. Kim then asks Arin to gather the others and prepare for sparring. Watching them, he smiles softly. He never imagined gaining disciples again after his resurrection. He feels lingering sorrow for those he once taught, knowing they can never reunite or speak again. Barch recalls a time when constellations assembled together long ago. Out of curiosity, he once opened a gateway within the mental realm to see what lay beyond. Inside, he discovered what seemed to be a gathering of constellations. Fearing recognition as the former Tower Master of Destruction, he retreated quickly and assumes others entered from their own mental spaces. 2 days later, the gateway vanished, and after hearing this from Barch, Kim realizes he must learn how to reopen that mysterious door. Meanwhile, at the White Lotus Institute, Xiao Yanling's aunt is startled when Yanling appears before her. Yanling wastes no time, requesting to see the Xiao clan's sacred artifact. Smiling warmly, her aunt agrees to guide her there. As they walk, Yanling asks about her mother, Yan. Her aunt explains that Yan was stripped of leadership after the king and Deep Snow ended their pact. She was subsequently expelled from the clan. Once the clan discovered, she gained power through coercion and manipulation tied to the constellation. Since her removal, the leadership seat has remained empty. Yanling asks why her aunt does not assume control of the clan. Her aunt replies that rules forbid holding authority over both the institute and the clan simultaneously, when suddenly, a deafening explosion echoes nearby. They see one of their clan buildings engulfed in flames. Alarmed, they rush toward the scene as her aunt voices deep concern. Yanling, confused, asks her to explain what is happening. Her aunt recounts that their clan was once highly respected across China, but due to Yan's harsh suppression of other families, retaliation followed just as she once oppressed them. Upon reaching the site, they force open a massive door. Inside lie fallen clan members, alongside armed intruders. The attackers are startled to see additional SEAL clan members arrive. One man quickly notices Yanlang's distinctive hair. He tells his partner they may be related to Yan based on rumors. With arrogance, he declares he will treat them as they treated his people. Yanlang asks her aunt whether her mother truly killed other clans to force submission, and her aunt insists Yan only subdued opponents without taking lives. Angered, Yanlang says she does not care much for her clan members, yet the brutality inflicted on them goes too far. She charges straight at the men in black. One attempts to strike her. She blocks effortlessly with a punch, shocking him. She then retaliates with a powerful blow, sending him crashing into his allies. Bald leader is stunned as she fells two men with a single strike. However, he fails to notice she has already dashed forward and delivered a fierce kick that knocks them unconscious. Even her aunt marvels at Yanlang's strength, wondering what sort of training Kim provided. She also questions Yanlang's sudden interest in the sacred artifact, yet she silently resolves to appoint her as clan head once the crisis ends. Elsewhere, Yairn and Pei are surrounded by unfamiliar attackers. The surprise assault left them unprepared. Yairn suspects the attack stems from rumors that their clan currently lacks a leader. They buy time for the elders to escape. She senses her sister nearing exhaustion and losing hope. She murmurs that she refuses to die like this, and just as despair peaks, Yanlang and her aunt arrive, swiftly overwhelming the black-clad men. Yanlang states they have much to discuss, but must first eliminate the attackers. With their arrival, Yurin regains determination and immediately counterattacks. Pei swings her weapon decisively, striking down opponents. Yet while engaged with another foe, Pei is ambushed from behind, and before the strike lands, Yanlang intervenes with a strong kick to stop it. The attackers hesitate, their confidence shaken. Suddenly, the bald man seizes one of his own men and demands whether they will just watch their comrades fall. He mercilessly crushes the man's head until it bursts. Her aunt notes that despite his concealed face, she recognizes him by his build. The bald man is Jai Huang, chief of the Jammu clan responsible for the assault. Now exposed, he removes his disguise since hiding is pointless. He announces that, as everyone can see, they belong to the Jammu clan and have assembled to restore their dominance as China's top clan. Yanlang replies, stating that what happened here goes far beyond a simple gathering, since they slaughtered members of her clan without mercy. Bald leader defends himself by claiming they merely returned the treatment Yan once inflicted on them. Noticing Yanlang's strength and courage, he proposes sparing them if they agree to serve under the Jammu clan. Furious, Yanlang demands to know if he feels no shame waiting for Yan's downfall before making his move. The bald man admits he once feared the former head and lacked the courage to act. But with Yon gone, he says the situation has changed, and the SEAL clan no longer concerns him. He suddenly lunges at Yanlang to attack. Watching him charge recklessly, her aunt calls him a fool. She notes that he has no idea the young woman before him surpasses the previous clan leader in power. As they rush toward one another and throw heavy punches, unusual phenomenon occurs. Yanlang feels confused because his movements appear unbearably slow, almost frozen in place. In all her battles, she has never experienced anything like this. She silently thanks Kim for the training that sharpened her perception. At that very moment, her strike connects squarely with him, knocking him down decisively, and with their leader defeated, his followers panic and flee the scene. Seeing them retreat, Yanlang angrily orders her side to stand down, recognizing pursuit is unnecessary. Instead of chasing them, she tells Yairn they must assist the injured clan members immediately. Hearing this, Yairn tells her aunt she now understands why Yanlang is being considered as the next clan leader. She promises their full support in fulfilling that goal. Her aunt feels relieved and realizes she only needs to speak directly with Yanlang now. Soon after, she leads Yanlang to the chamber, housing the clan's sacred artifact, explaining that the site was specially constructed to safeguard their treasure. When they reach the inner sanctum, her aunt retrieves the artifact and presents it to Yanlang. Yanlang wonders if the relic could instantly enhance her strength, the way Aran experienced. If so, she could train with Kim more often and maintain her place in his elite class. Noticing her thoughtful silence, her aunt asks whether she seeks something from the artifact, suspecting she came for more than a simple viewing. Yanlang firmly denies having ulterior motives, insisting she only wished to see it with her own eyes. Her aunt remains unconvinced and gently urges honesty, promising she will not be angry. Yanlang finally admits she wants to form a contract with their constellation, believing it is the quickest path to greater strength. Her aunt argues she is already powerful thanks to Kim, but Yanlang replies she seeks a different kind of growth she struggles to explain. Her aunt then makes a bold proposal. She asks Yanlang to become the next head of the Seol clan, which shocks the young woman who never considered such responsibility. Her aunt explains there are two primary types of contracts with constellations, standard contract and the protective blessing, yet she reveals a third, rarer form called the divine contract. While the basic agreement can involve several people, the divine contract is exclusive to the clan leader. The sacred bond grants power far superior to the ordinary contract. Therefore, if Yanlang desires rapid growth, this is the most effective method. Still, Yanlang hesitates because she is only 17 and feels too young. Her aunt counters that leaving the position vacant invites further attacks. As a Seal clan member, she cannot remain passive, so her aunt wishes to elevate her as leader. She adds that even Yanlang's siblings support this decision. Reassuring her further, her aunt promises to shoulder the burden of responsibility and only asks her to accept the title. After hearing everything, Yanlang promptly agrees to become the new Seol clan head. Her aunt then instructs her to grasp the divine artifact and enter the mental realm to forge the sacred contract. Yanlang follows without hesitation, soon finding herself before the king within the deep snow. Shortly afterward she returns, and upon coming back, Yanlang beams brightly at her aunt, indicating the contract with the constellation has been successfully completed. Weeks later, Kim and Aron arrive in the United States. He feels annoyed since he did not expect a world tournament before classes resume. A few days prior to departure, Black Cat had summoned Kim to his office for a request. He explained that alongside the new term, the World Championship would commence. It resembled an inter-school contest. This time, institutions worldwide would compete. Each academy required one representative from the first-year class. Kim questioned why only freshmen were selected when upperclassmen seemed more experienced. Black Cat clarified that an agreement excluded second and third years because they often trained with guilds as hunters and frequent representation could hinder their path, whereas freshmen benefit by gaining exposure to guild scouts and companies. Then he asked Kim to represent Valhalla. Kim immediately grasped the nature of the favor being requested, yet hesitated briefly before answering. He inquired about the competition's location. Black Cat replied it would be held at Heroes Academy in the United States, recently repaired thanks to Kim's timely intervention during the Constellation incident. He added that the Academy traditionally hosts this annual event, regardless of circumstances. After hearing this, Kim accepted since he already planned to revisit Heroes Academy. He wanted to verify Barch's claim and see if it connected to his disciple. Black Cat then asked whom he wished to take as the second representative. Kim initially considered Yanlang, but she was ineligible as she was not officially enrolled at Valhalla. Therefore, he selected Aron, who had shown impressive improvement lately. Around the same time, Kim chose to form a contract with Moron after reflecting on the guide's warning. The guide had urgently informed him of a serious issue, explaining that Hongwei was not the only one dispatched by the Labyrinth Master. All names from the second floor had descended that very day. Kim appeared calm, as if in the past such odds would not trouble him, yet he now recognized simultaneous attacks would pose difficulty. The guide believed immediate chaos was unlikely, since indiscriminate slaughter would not benefit their reputation. Still, with the names falling unpredictably, she warned Kim to stay vigilant, as her future warnings might be limited. Kim urged her instead to be cautious and avoid exhausting herself lest the Labyrinth Master discover her. He laughed warmly, saying it had been long since anyone worried about her well-being. With that, she bid him farewell and expressed hope they would meet again. Even after borrowing Moron's strength, Kim remains uncertain about what lies ahead. Soon afterward, Aron approaches to thank him for selecting her as a competitor. Kim reassures her the tournament will not be overly difficult and encourages her to give her best, confident in victory. As they converse, Logan Jr. and Melissa watch from afar. Logan reflects that with his own participation, Kim has a strong chance of claiming the championship. Melissa, meanwhile, expresses heartfelt gratitude for saving them in the Great Forest. Logan adds he owes Kim greatly and hopes to ask him during the competition how he became so powerful. At that moment, Beck, the president of Heroes Academy, speaks up. Seeing the crowd's anxiety, he explains that the unrest stems from the recent attack, assures them the culprit has already been eliminated and the damaged facilities restored. Moreover, he emphasizes that security is their top concern during the event, increasing personnel to over 200 and guaranteeing everyone's safety. The president then proceeds to outline the competition's format in detail. World Championship spans 2 days and 1 night, with the opening challenge requiring participants to conquer a labyrinth. And as the event commences, Logan Sr. watches the screens closely, monitoring every development. Shortly afterward, Rainier, A rank 3 member of the Contractor Association arrives. Logan notices her presence and asks what brings her there. Rainia explains she is fulfilling her duty. Since after a reckless attack on Heroes Academy, they hired her firm to reinforce security during such a large gathering. Logan replies he is observing a contestant who caught his interest, and she wonders if he means his son. He denies it, and just as he is about to continue speaking, massive explosion erupts outside the stadium. Looking out, they are stunned to see hordes of grotesque Zambulets advancing toward the venue. Guards rush in immediately to report the situation. Rainia demands why they failed to report sooner. The guard explains the undead suddenly burst up from underground. Without hesitation, Rainia moves to confront the threat, ordering her team to protect the students at all costs. As she commands them, the zombies surge forward. Rainia and her squad cut them down relentlessly. Though dispatching them seems simple, their overwhelming numbers pose a serious problem, and no labyrinth nearby explains their origin. This mystery leaves Rainia confused about their source. She suspects they are emerging from beneath the ground and fears for the students' safety. At the same time, Kim observes the same troubling sight. Meanwhile, the president orders an evacuation as the tournament is officially canceled. Beck reflects bitterly that after the Constellation incident, another calamity has struck, blaming himself for continuing the event. Jack, a senior instructor, urges Beck to leave when he notices his hesitation. Beck instead tells him to assist the students at the entrance, while he holds off the undead, then prepares his counterattack, triggering a violent blast that scatters bodies everywhere. Witnessing this, Kim understands how Beck survived his clash with Hongwei, yet the zombies trouble him most because they look strangely familiar, though he doubts they are hard to destroy. After thinking briefly, he remembers where he has seen them before. Nearby, Oren continues battling the undead, confused that their numbers never seem to decrease. Kim approaches her and advises conserving strength since the zombies will keep resurfacing. He swiftly raises his sword, channeling mana into it before plunging it into the earth, instantly causing the scattered zombies to dissolve. Grateful for Moron's power, which excels against swarms of weak foes, as the undead melt away. President wonders how such destruction was possible because none of the Academy instructors possess that ability. Spotting Kim, he questions whether the phenomenon is his doing. Kim tells Aren the assault will pause for now, and warns her not to exhaust herself when it resumes. He promises to handle the one orchestrating this chaos himself. Elsewhere, Huacha is perplexed as his zombies vanish near the stadium. He had not expected such a large force to be eliminated so quickly. Still confident, he believes he will slaughter everyone and deliver what he calls his twisted affection. Suddenly, Kim appears behind him, ready for confrontation. The moment Kim steps in, launches a fierce kick that sends Huacha reeling. Huacha retaliates by summoning more corpses from the ground. Kim dispatches them effortlessly. He closes in and points his blade at the Constellation's face, calling Huacha by name, which startles him. Huacha wonders how his identity was revealed, till he realizes he stands before the martial arts god. While still shaken, Kim strikes swiftly with his sword, though Huacha manages to grasp the blade. His arm is severed nonetheless. Kim presses the advantage with another powerful sword. Huacha narrowly evades, yet his arm ends up cleaved in two. Kim taunts him for losing an arm, just like Hong Wei, while trying to die. Realizing this, Huacha understands Hong Wei is dead and flies into rage. He summons a massive corpse, claiming they merely obey orders, and that killing them changes nothing. The giant corpse throws a devastating punch toward Kim. Kim sidesteps it with ease, then drives his sword into the giant's chest, using Moron's power. The corpse melts slowly, and Huacha recognizes the ability is not from the martial arts god. He deduces the rapid destruction of his zombies in the stadium must be due to another power similar to his own. As he ponders, he fails to notice Kim attacking again, resulting in his head being severed cleanly. Even decapitated, Huacha laughs mockingly, claiming Kim is weaker than before. Kim replies that Huacha still talks too much before dying. Near death, Huacha insists their names will rise again soon, and he will reunite with Hongwei. Kim scoffs at this declaration, asking where Hongwei's name has gone while showing him the ring. Huacha is stunned, unable to believe Hongwei was absorbed into the ring. Kim explains his ability differs from the Labyrinth Masters, and even he does not fully grasp it. Yet he is certain Huacha will share Hongwei's fate. Huacha fades away as Kim draws him into the ring despite his pleas. After defeating Huacha, Kim is observed by Black Cat and Adelia, who cannot hide her admiration for his power. Noticing her reaction, Black Cat asks what impressed her. She explains it was the constellation technique Kim used earlier. Black Cat understands. She refers to the melting effect on the monsters. Adelia describes her own constellation's ability called poison. It converts magical energy into toxin that can coat weapons, though its potency varies by contractor. She explains that an ordinary user would only inflict severe pain or incapacitation rather than death, as it serves mainly as support. Even she, with a true contract, must strike directly to melt a target completely. Even so, Kim pulled it off effortlessly, and on an entirely different tier. On top of that, despite being bound by only a short-term contract, Kim still dissolves everything he touches with that power. That explains why Adelia is so astonished, and even the black cat nods in agreement. While they continue their conversation, an abrupt alert pops up from the Moron Ventrix constellation. It states that although the skill belongs to her, her master was the one who guided her training. After hearing this, Adelia grows uneasy and apologizes for her narrow judgment. She then faces the black cat and declares that she will request Kim's instruction the next time they meet. At the Heroes Academy arena, even the exterior resembles a battlefield, with destruction scattered everywhere. Ania stands there quietly, surveying the devastation while lost in contemplation. Once she notices her teammates, she promptly orders them to assist the injured and evaluate the scale of the damage. Internally, she remains shaken, trying to grasp what just unfolded. It hadn't been a labyrinth anywhere close, yet a swarm of monsters appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as abruptly when Kim arrived. The frantic scene replays vividly in her mind as she battled the endless wave of zombies. No matter how many she defeated, they kept multiplying without pause, even activating her constellation skill. Fist faster than light proved ineffective against such large numbers. The immense mana consumption made it nearly impossible to stay composed within the crowd. As anxiety crept in, she began questioning where those creatures were coming from. Then she was stunned to spot a uniformed student standing calmly amid the undead. In panic, she yelled at him to flee immediately. Instead, that student, who turned out to be Kim, drove his blade straight into the earth. To her disbelief, the zombies instantly liquefied and crumbled apart. Turning to the present, Rainia struggles to process it. At first, she failed to identify him. Then realization struck it was the renowned Kim. What unsettles her most is that the monsters disappeared the instant he moved, and she remains absorbed in that thought. Logan approaches and asks whether she is all right. She replies by asking if the situation inside has been stabilized. Logan tells her that Beck has already handled the internal matters. After hesitating briefly, Rainia questions whether the participant Logan had been searching for earlier was Kim. Logan admits it, and Rainia shocks him by revealing that Kim ended the assault by melting the zombies with a single strike of his sword. Upon hearing that, Logan wonders if Kim might have contracted with Luminous, sovereign of the underworld, yet to his knowledge, Kim should not possess such power. Remembers the black cat, cautioning him to keep certain truths hidden. Logan asks where Kim went, but Rainia admits she has no clue. Realizing this, Logan concludes he must wait for another incident like this to encounter Kim again, and chooses to depart. Rainia is taken aback, as she expected him to immediately track Kim down. However, Logan refuses to pry further, saying he is merely intrigued by how that student resolved the crisis. Rainia sighs and insists they must look into his link with the undead. Logan bluntly warns her that digging too deeply could cost her life. His statement leaves Rainia speechless. Without elaborating further, Logan turns and walks away. Elsewhere on a remote island, a member of the Green constellation informs the others that Yuacha has fallen. The fish constellation is stunned, especially since it happened so swiftly, mirroring Hongwi's fate. The vampire attempts to analyze why these defeats occurred so rapidly. The fish constellation rages, believing their descent into this realm is becoming pointless after such unexpected setbacks. Their heavy mood is interrupted by two sinister constellations, who arrive grinning and suggest they unite, promising to ensure those renowned names decay. On American streets, Aaron and Kim walk back carrying their belongings. She remarks that leaving empty-handed feels disappointing, since the tournament ended so suddenly. Kim, though, it feels relieving, as he believes nothing there would have benefited them anyway. Kim asks whether anything strange happened in the stadium during his absence. Aaron replies that the monsters stopped spawning shortly after. As she says this, she studies Kim and asks if he was responsible for stopping them. Kim admits it, explaining that the creatures seemed familiar, and he suspected someone he knew orchestrated it. When Aaron presses him about why they looked familiar, he casually avoids giving details. As they proceed, Aaron realizes they are not heading toward the bus station for their flight. With the event abruptly canceled, direct flights home are nearly impossible to secure, meaning their return to Korea will take far longer than planned. Unexpectedly, Aaron appears unbothered and even somewhat comforted by the delay. Kim then says he knows a quicker route and gestures toward a narrow alley. He assures her that Black Cat authorized him to share this secret. After saying that, Kim scans the area until he locates a door leading into an old warehouse. He explains that the door itself holds no special significance. He recalls what Black Cat had told him. In question, Black Cat confirmed that the black market could be entered from any nation. These entrances function as portals too, though the distance between them makes direct travel to another country challenging. Instead, Black Cat advised first heading to Central Area 7 within the black market. From there, access to other countries would be possible. Black Cat also recommended using a hidden passage if accompanied by a special class student, so regular members would not feel uneasy seeing a uniformed individual. Finally, Black Cat mentioned that the tower in District 7 could provide direct access back to the school. Back in the present, Kim leads Aaron through the door and into the black market. They travel through it and ultimately emerge inside the Valhalla dormitory. Kim guides Aaron to a private room. He tells her she worked hard and should rest, while he reports the incident to the director. As he prepares to leave, Aaron smiles and says he also did well, then bids him farewell. Once outside, Kim eagerly pulls out the ring. He is delighted to see a third name added alongside the first labyrinth boss, and notes these constellations feel stronger and higher rank, fueling his ambition for more. Pushing those thoughts aside for now, he heads toward Black Cat's office to deliver his report. Upon entering the office, he is startled to find Adelia already present. She bows at once while Black Cat expresses gratitude for his efforts. Slightly puzzled, Kim asks what brings Adelia there. She admits she has a request to make. When he asks her to clarify, she nervously asks if she may receive his mentorship. The request surprises Kim, leading her to explain they had been observing him recently. Feeling uneasy, he calls them stalkers and points a finger at Black Cat. Black Cat quickly explains that the constellation had instructed him earlier to monitor Kim. After hearing this revelation from Black Cat, Delia hurriedly signals him to stop talking, which only deepens Kim's confusion. Switching subjects, Adelia says that after witnessing Kim use their constellation's poison skill, she wishes to master that method from him. Kim remains somewhat perplexed. He asks why they cannot learn it directly from their own constellations, arguing that his teaching would not differ much. He clarifies that the technique itself is essentially identical. The distinction lies in the fact that he supplements it with his own mana, instead of depending entirely on borrowed energy. He adds that many students increase their mana reserves without mastering control first, so even if he teaches them, they would exhaust themselves quickly due to limited capacity. Despite this, Adelia and Black Cat persist in persuading him. Kim insists he is occupied and has not even given his other student enough attention, yet since they are fellow disciples under his constellations, finally relents and instructs them to meet him in the training room for physical drills. Before departing, he reminds Black Cat to later discuss how he might reconnect with the constellations. Suddenly, Barch interjects, asking if it relates to the familiar mana he sensed from the building earlier. Kim confirms and says the fire trucks prevented him from entering the school. Nevertheless, he remains certain he will uncover a solution. Meanwhile, in America, at the Contractors Association, Logan stands inside his office, studying Kim's profile and questioning his true identity. He even went as far as employing a private investigative firm. Yet they were unable to dig up a single detail about Kim. The only fact Logan succeeded in discovering was that Kim had grown up in an orphanage. This leaves Logan utterly perplexed. Why would Black Cat and his constellations shield an ordinary high schooler with no known history? Furthermore, Black Cat's constellation spoke as though he were acquainted with Logan's own constellation, and the question Logan later posed to his constellation continues to trouble him. Sometime earlier, Logan had asked his constellation whether he was familiar with Luminous, since it appeared she recognized that name. His constellation acknowledged it, but cautioned him to stay alert around the Mushinmun zealots. Easy, Logan tried to uncover information about the Mushinmun fanatics, yet just like his search on Kim, it yielded nothing at all. Kim seems like an unfathomable enigma, a figure disconnected from the Blood Hunters and without any traceable records, and Logan remains lost in thought over it all. Out of nowhere, a sinister voice belonging to the Devil constellation echoes in his ears. It questions whether this place is the Contractors Association. Logan bluntly demands the bald demon state his name, and asks why someone so hideous is spying on him. The unexpected remark clearly throws the Devil off balance. Clutching his weapon, the fiend lunges at Logan without warning. Acting on instinct, Logan lifts his arms to shield himself from the strike. Though he blocks it, the sheer impact blasts Logan backward. Power behind the hit makes him realize this creature is not only strong, but frighteningly clever. A grim suspicion forms in his mind that this might be the same being that assaulted the hero's academy. Knowing he cannot treat it lightly, Logan clenches his fist and prepares a boosted attack. Devil lets out a mocking laugh as dark energy gathers more intensely around him. The instant Logan dashes forward, the demon swings his weapon in response, attempting to repel him. Yet when Logan's empowered fist meets the strike, the overwhelming force drives the Devil stumbling several steps back. Grin spreads across the demon's face, clearly entertained. Logan ignores the praise from such a creature, energy surging through him as he springs upward and smashes his fist down, driving the Devil into the floor with a blow so devastating that it puts to shame the entire Contractors Association headquarters. Even Rainia, seated in her office, feels the tremor ripple through the structure. For a split second, she wonders if an earthquake has struck, but quickly realizes the shaking is coming from above. More specifically from Logan's room, which sends a chill down her spine. Back inside his office, Logan gazes at the enormous crater, stunned that the devil has vanished. The moment he relaxes, the devil attacks from behind. Logan reacts in time and blocks the sudden strike. Yet once again he is hurled away by the force, slamming violently against the ground. Rising to his feet, he understands this opponent is far from ordinary, because if it were, he would have already defeated it. Devil taunts him, mocking how weak he is despite being a level 1 contractor. Logan cuts him off, aware that he still hasn't tapped into his true strength. If he unleashes his destructive ability, the whole building could crumble, so he knows he must land a precise strike. The issue is that he cannot even make contact with the elusive demon. Suddenly, Rainia bursts in with her subordinates, saying she heard a blast. She freezes in shock the instant her eyes fall on the devil. The room is filled with dark energy emanating from the creature as it notices her arrival. The devil sneers, calling them insects and deciding to wipe them out swiftly. Soaked in mana, he charges forward while Rainia orders her men to stay back. She steps up herself to block his advance, striking back with her own assault. To her disbelief, the devil evades every blow with effortless precision. Irritated, Rainia shifts tactics and throws a heavy punch, but as it flies forward, she watches in disbelief as the devil disappears before her eyes. In an instant, he reappears beside her and swings his massive weapon straight at her. Logan leaps in at the last second and intercepts the attack. He explains to Rainia that the creature is not simply dodging. It creates illusions of itself and only reveals its true form when launching an attack. During this revelation, the devil realizes his illusionary eye technique has been uncovered. Determined to fade away again and strike unseen, he begins to vanish. Suddenly, he feels an immense pressure crushing his foot. Glancing down, he sees Logan pinning it firmly to the floor, mobilizing the devil where he stands. Logan channels power into his arm and throws a crushing punch. But just before it connects, his entire body locks up. Second devil appears behind the first, addressing him as Purple Ghost and scolding him, while being called Black Ghost in return. Purple Ghost looks stunned and calls him Black Ghost, who explains that his petrifying ice spell saved Purple from having his stomach blown open. As the two argue, Logan and Rainia remain paralyzed, shocked by the sudden arrival of another demon. Noticing their helpless state, Black Ghost smirks and casually debates which one to kill first. Just as Purple Ghost prepares to act, Kim abruptly emerges from nowhere and, in a single flash of his blade, slices Black Ghost clean in two, leaving everyone staring in disbelief. As Black Ghost collapses and dies, Logan and Rainia regain movement and shake off the paralysis. With his back still turned to Purple Ghost, Kim calmly remarks that they once used the same tactic, Black Ghost freezing targets with his eye while Purple struck with his club. As he finishes speaking, Kim slowly faces Purple and asks if he remembers. Purple Ghost is shaken, not by the memory but by the fact that Kim knows his name. Even questions whether this young man had killed them in the past. Logan, amazed, expresses heartfelt gratitude for the rescue, while Kim remains composed, having anticipated this confrontation. He recalls Black Cat informing him beforehand about Logan's visit and advising him to head to the Contractors Association. According to Black Cat, Logan was searching for him, which Kim kept in mind as he traveled there, briefly drifting into thought. Suddenly, the furious Purple Ghost leaps high and tries to crush them with his enormous weapon. Logan and Kim evade the descending blow with ease. Still moving, Logan asks Kim if he has a plan to defeat the ghost, since he seems familiar with them. Kim is briefly startled, realizing he may have revealed more than intended. He knows they must kill Purple Ghost at the exact moment he attacks, before he can hide within another illusion. He remembers that previously, once Black Ghost fell, Purple Ghost immediately attempted to flee, and the same thing happens now as he suddenly turns and runs. Logan looks puzzled at the retreating monster and asks whether they should pursue it. Kim quickly explains that the fleeing figure is merely a decoy, while the real Purple Ghost is concealed nearby within the illusion. Considers unleashing a light-based attack to destroy both the illusion and the hidden body simultaneously. However, he cannot use his disciple ability without forming a temporary contract, which he avoided because he planned to rely on the power sealed in his ring. Yet that force might cut through the entire building. As Kim prepares himself, Logan's constellation suddenly declares him the martial god. Confused, Logan has no idea what that means, while Kim hears it as well and greets the constellation as Fist King. With no time to waste, Kim opts to form a temporary contract and urgently asks Logan for the sacred relic. Constellation immediately approves the request, pressing Logan to hand it over, and though he agrees, Rainia, keeping watch, warns that they must hurry. The devil has already slipped out through the window. Kim shouts once more for the sacred relic. Logan throws him a bracelet made of beads. Kim slips it onto his wrist and rushes toward Purple Ghost. Meanwhile, Purple Ghost remains concealed, Yet he senses Kim approaching and realizes with dread that his companions were slain by the reincarnated martial god. Even if he now inhabits the body of a mere child, Purple Ghost resolves to warn others about the martial god's return. The boy reaches him before he can act. Kim gathers strength into his fist and swings with tremendous force. The blow connects, completely erasing Purple Ghost from existence. Watching from above, Rainia stares in astonishment. She asks whether that was Logan's constellation power, which he denies, though he admits the strike carried the immense aura of a constellation. He is amazed that the young hero could unleash such overwhelming strength. Shortly afterward, emergency responders arrive to tend to the injured Logan and Rainia. After achieving what he came for, Kim chooses to slip away unnoticed since he has no desire to attract media coverage. Logan is puzzled and asks why he is leaving so abruptly. Question clearly annoys Kim. He purposely answers in a way that discourages further curiosity, hoping Logan will not return to Valhalla to investigate more. A new idea crosses the boy's mind. Perhaps he could recruit Logan, the world's top contractor, to his side. With that thought, he tells Logan they can discuss it another time, and Logan nods in agreement. Kim suggests they meet again at Heroes Academy, especially since Logan serves as the Fist King's contractor. As Kim turns to leave, Logan reaches out as if to stop him, but the constellation's voice resounds in Logan's mind, instructing him to address Kim with proper respect. Logan immediately complies and speaks more formally. At that moment, Rainia arrives, requesting the monster's corpse for an official investigation, yet Logan explains it dissolved into smoke. This frustrates Rainia, because without physical proof, it will be hard to persuade the committee about the incident. She then presses Logan about Kim's identity, arguing that no ordinary contractor could have defeated such terrifying creatures. Logan calmly replies that the truth will reveal itself eventually. After departing from the scene, Kim heads into a forest where Barsh soon appears before him. Kim asks whether the power he sensed from the Fist King matches what the Tower Master felt at Heroes Academy. Barsh denies it, relieving Kim since his efforts to arrange Logan's meeting with the heroes were not wasted. Even so, he feels a twinge of regret because although the Fist King learned from him, he was never truly his direct disciple. As Kim wonders about Sesame's whereabouts, a masked member of the first cult suddenly steps into view before him. The man immediately drops to his knees. Kim demands to know who he is. The stranger explains that he belongs to the first cult and has come to greet their leader. Kim is startled, thinking the man must have mistaken him for someone else. However, the cultist clarifies that their constellation Tugui instructed them to reveal themselves if Kim ever uttered a specific word. Kim instantly realizes that the trigger word is Sasami. The constellation had commanded them to step forward the moment that name was spoken. Once, the rest of the first cult members emerge and bow respectfully before him. Wasting no time, Kim directly requests the sacred relic. They present it to him in the shape of a glove, and as soon as he grasps it, his consciousness is drawn into the constellation's mental domain. He finds himself standing in a shattered and desolate town. Ahead rises a structure bearing the name Mushin Moon. Kim recognizes it immediately. He spots a throne nearby and calls for Sasumi to reveal herself. He steps out from behind the throne and kneels respectfully before him. Kim notices she appears unchanged from the past. Even the mental world mirrors the martial arts school they shared 3 centuries ago. For Sasumi, Mushinman was more than a training ground. It had been their home. Kim understands why she holds that place in such deep reverence. 300 years earlier, the world had been engulfed in turmoil. During that chaotic era, Kim and his companions once encountered. It seemed to be a fragile caravan besieged by a swarm of trolls. The humans were losing badly against the monsters. Kim and his allies stepped in to help. They eliminated every troll and rescued the caravan. Gratitude, the caravan leader paid them generously. In those harsh times, Kim survived by escorting caravans and accepting monster hunting jobs for pay. The era was bleak. He endured it, yet an even darker reality lingered beneath. Slavery had begun spreading widely during that period. Human trafficking still occurred, and impoverished parents sometimes sold their own children for money. Kim took it upon himself to purchase these children only to train and free them. He despised slave traders and would not hesitate to kill them when encountered. Over time, some of the rescued children became his disciples. Yet this path eventually complicated his life plan. His original intention had been to work as a young hunter, save enough money, and retire comfortably, while raising capable disciples to continue eliminating slave traders. But supporting so many disciples made saving impossible. So with a sizable group already gathered, he chose a new direction. After discussing it with them, Kim resolved to establish a martial arts school named Mushinmun, created to educate and discipline his disciples properly. Although Kim possessed immense strength, he began to sense his body reaching its limits. Students, however, displayed remarkable talent and mastered refined techniques. He trained them strictly, hoping they would someday teach the next generation. His plan was to sustain himself through a share of the school's donations and earnings. Just as his disciples were about to mature into instructors, the Tower of Destruction suddenly emerged. In the present, Kim stands with Sasami before the remains of that once proud school. Shaking off his memories, he asks Sasami what she has done as a constellation and how she tracked him down. He explains that a notification informed her of his future reincarnation. Hoping to reunite with him, she formed the First Cult clan, which currently consists of 4 members. The title First Cult was chosen to honor Kim. He admits she eliminated everyone who proclaimed themselves the strongest, sparing only him. This revelation leaves Kim stunned. Sasami elaborates that they monitored self-proclaimed strongest individuals and executed anyone who claimed that title. Using this tactic, they were eventually able to locate Kim. Kim finds it unsettling that a careless boast could have cost him his life at his disciples' hands. Sasami further mentions the clans and contractors they wiped out for declaring superiority. He believes this merciless approach ultimately guided her back to Kim. She adds that despite being the strongest, Kim had always remained humble and never bragged. He scratches his head and says he simply waited for facts to speak for themselves. He then tells Sasami he has already found the other 2 disciples, Moron and Luminous, which truly surprises her. She knew all 4 had become constellations, yet as such beings they could only watch one another through their contractors. Thus she was aware Kim had met Ventric and figures from the black market, but she did not realize they were contractors of her fellow disciples. Kim shifts the conversation, saying he may require her assistance soon. Sami grows visibly anxious at his words. Kim calmly bids her goodbye, promising to invite her contractor to join a future gathering where they can all speak together. A few days later at Heroes Academy, Kim stands face to face with Logan, with all of his contractors gathered around him. The sight of so many elite contractors assembled around Kim makes Logan deeply uneasy. After everyone settles down, Kim opens the meeting by asking if they understand his true role, catching them completely off guard. Adelia responds that he is the master behind their constellations. Kim affirms this and reveals he has reconstructed much of what occurred after his death. To clarify, he recounts the story of his disciples and the rise of the Tower of Destruction. Those present are left utterly stunned. Black Cat finally asks whether Kim truly destroyed the Tower of Destruction 3 centuries ago, and he confirms it without hesitation. Delia questions whether the Age of Destruction truly summoned the tower that led to the world's downfall, since from what they understand the tower only collapsed after releasing endless waves of monsters. Kim is surprised by her words and asks if their constellations ever explain that detail. Adelia replies that their constellations speak solely with Kim, and even Luminous has kept silent about the truth. During this, Kim realizes his disciples themselves have forgotten the real events, yet he believes their memories will return now that they are reunited with him. He continues by saying that all the renowned figures from the past have become constellations, which helps Black Cat understand why they feel drawn to relics from the Age of Destruction. Kim then shares an even more troubling revelation. The being who built the Tower of Destruction seems to still be active, stirring chaos and dispatching constellations. This implies the tower could rise again. Logan is visibly shaken by this possibility. Kim reassures them that they likely have 4 or 5 years before that occurs, and vows with determination that by gathering disciples and claiming names, he will destroy the tower permanently. Though doubtful at first, Logan ultimately decides to place his trust in Kim, especially since his constellation once told him that Kim was revered as the martial arts god 3 centuries ago. Apparently Kim even saved that constellation and granted it its first authority, though those memories remain unclear to him. Hearing this, Logan rises respectfully and asks that Kim show him mercy if he truly is that legendary martial god. Kim agrees with a nod, and they move to the gym where Logan unexpectedly challenges him to a duel. Delia looks confused by the sudden challenge. Black Cat reasons that Logan likely finds the situation unbelievable and wants to confirm the truth by testing Kim in a direct fight. Both of them gather their magical energy and rush straight at one another, delivering a tremendous impact that shakes the ground. Their fists collide, a powerful shockwave spreads outward, causing the watching contractors to stagger. Even Director Beck feels his office tremble slightly from the distant blast. Alarmed, he traces the disturbance to the stadium and fears another attack may be underway. And he recalls his earlier conversation with Logan. That morning Logan had mentioned inviting special guests to the academy. He told him not to be alarmed by loud noises. Remembering this, Beck calms himself and chooses to trust Logan. Still, the magnitude of that aura feels far from ordinary. Back in the gym, Kim beams with excitement after their clash. Logan, however, trembles noticeably, shocked that he is being forced backward by a mere high school student. He realizes the boy has survived countless battles by relying on raw physical strength. Logan feels himself being overpowered and instinctively gathers mana into his elbow for a counterattack. Kim calmly blocks it with a simple arm guard, taking the hit head-on, even he feels slightly shaken by the force behind it. Kim knows his advantage lies in wielding vast magical energy from constellations, but his physical body has yet to reach its full potential. Even so, he is thrilled to face Logan, a contractor on the level of a constellation, as it presents a rare challenge. Logan pours all his mana into one final strike. Kim decides to finish the duel, and the instant Logan swings, he sidesteps perfectly and counters with a precise blow. A swift strike delivered from behind, which sends Logan flying across the gym, despite its seemingly light appearance. The impact surges through Logan's body before he crashes down unconscious. Later, he awakens in panic on a couch, only to see Kim and the others nearby, as Kim explains he fainted and was carried there. Logan thanks him sincerely. After thinking for a while, Logan asks if Kim is someone reincarnated. Kim reminds him that he already mentioned that fact earlier, though he understands why it sounds unbelievable. He comments that Logan's constellation shares a similar temperament. Having witnessed Kim's power firsthand, Logan nods and pledges to join him in stopping the Tower of Destruction. Kim lights up with joy at the decision. Nearby, a first cult member observes the scene and finds the gathering of such elite contractors, forming an alliance both surprising and intriguing. Kim then asks Logan if he has seen anything at Heroes Academy resembling one of his disciples, perhaps an artifact. He chose the academy as their meeting place because he sensed a familiar magical presence there. Now, however, the lingering mana from their battle makes it nearly impossible to locate the source among the countless relics unless it reveals itself. Logan recalls a relic that once spoke and asked for its master. This prompts him to head toward Beck's office, greets him anxiously and demands to know who the mysterious guest was. Logan says it was Kim, but refuses further details. He explains that he cannot share more information for now. Instead, he inquires about the radiant sword Beck once received, and Beck admits it has been causing him intense headaches. To show him, Beck presses a hidden mechanism that opens it, revealing a secret compartment within the office. Inside rests the radiant sword, releasing a heavy surge of dark mana. The oppressive aura is so strong that the surrounding structure begins to crack visibly, unable to withstand the energy it emits. Regrets keeping such a dangerous relic in his office. The walls nearby are already splitting apart, making it clear the sword cannot remain there. Logan stares in disbelief at the damage caused solely by the blade. He asks why it was not stored with other relics under suppression fields, and Beck explains he attempted to do so. But when he tried placing it in the sacred relic chamber, the relic guardians activated their magic and denied him entry. At the same time, the radiant sword reacted violently, as if responding to them. With no choice left, Beck returned it to his office. Even the concealed compartment, reinforced with sealing spells, failed to restrain its dark aura, as it continued cracking the materials around it. Beck had intended to discuss this with Logan, yet Logan surprisingly came seeking the sword himself. When Logan asks whether Beck heard the sword calling for its master, Beck says he heard nothing, but then watches in shock as Logan calmly reaches out and lifts the radiant sword with ease. The instant he grasps it, the dark aura disappears completely. Beck is stunned and questions how he managed it, though Logan admits he does not know. Logan sheathes the sword and says he will bring it to the meeting, leaving Beck puzzled. Logan assures him that the situation will soon make sense, since Logan has always honored his word. Beck chooses to trust him once more. Logan returns to Kim and hands over the radiant sword, and as Kim grips it, he immediately senses something unusual. There is no magical aura at all, and Logan explains it vanished the moment he touched the blade, remained dormant even during the trip back, which surprises Kim slightly. Logan adds that at times, he hears the sword calling out for its master. Kim instantly understands what that implies, yet when he attempts to enter the artifact's mental space, he is rejected. Puzzled by this, he asks Adelia for an explanation. She confirms that such a reaction can occur if the constellation tied to the relic denies access. No one, not even its contractor, can step into its mental realm. Revelation surprises Kim, and wanting to dig deeper, he asks Barsh whether the sword carries any recognizable magic, and Barsh replies that although the aura is weak, the sense of familiarity is unmistakable. Kim considers if there might be another way to enter, and the Tower Master suddenly recalls something he once mentioned. Strange door that appeared within the realm of imagination, which Kim remembers well. It was a colossal gateway where constellations once assembled. Barsh explains there were actually several doors, one for each constellation, likely leading to realms connected to their true nature. In the Tower Master's view, those gateways could grant passage into other constellations, domains. The theory sounds reasonable to Kim, yet when he questions his other contractors, none of them recognize such doors. Barsh speculates that since the phenomenon was brief, some constellations may not have even noticed it. Kim suddenly thinks of someone who might know more, and with that in mind, he ends the meeting and suggests they head back. Before departing, he asks the first cult member for his name. only to learn he has none, and invites Kim to choose one for him. After brief thought, Kim names him former protector. He instructs former protector to begin meeting the other contractors, since their constellations may wish to connect as well. With everything decided, they leave the academy. A few days later, Kim meets the guide at a hidden house deep within the forest. She starts to greet him, but he immediately gets to the point, stating his intention to absorb every second-tier constellation he discovers. Thanks her for the ring, admitting it significantly increased his strength. Then he moves to his true purpose, asking whether she knows of a door where constellations gather. The guide recalls an old legend, a forgotten realm called the Arena, created soon after the Labyrinth Master formed the constellations. He explains it could be accessed through constellation doors and served as a battlefield for them. Over time, their original names faded, and new titles were earned through combat. These titles held great meaning, each carried a fragment of identity that granted extra strength amplified within the arena. However, the arena did not unfold as intended and was ultimately sealed. Kim presses her for a method to reopen it. She replies that only a constellation acting under the Labyrinth Masters could unseal it. He is stunned, but she continues, revealing she summoned him because she has located the constellation he seeks along with the other second-tier ones. Kim's eyes shine with excitement as he demands details. In a concealed gathering place of constellations, the figure known as the Keykeeper angrily scolds the others for repeated failures. He accuses them of passively waiting to vanish, while clinging to hopes of reclaiming old names. With bitterness, he reminds them of 3 centuries spent wandering without identity. Reduced to fragments of existence, they possessed no bodies, only drifting awareness, circling a lone tree. Eventually, those spirits became fruits of that tree, trapped in an endless cycle. The Keykeeper barely escaped that fate, and after centuries regained a body. Having endured so much, he cannot understand why the others accept fading away, and he angrily mentions the twin ghosts who died uselessly. Only days before, the green-horned constellation delivered news of their deaths. The others were shocked, especially the fish, who believed the twin ghosts were powerful. The green-horned one confirmed it, and warned that all gathered there were constellations once sent to Earth after regaining names. If they stayed scattered and avoided conflict, they could survive by absorbing ambient magic. But gathering closely, as they were now, would drain their reserves rapidly. Once mighty, their state was fragile, and unity could doom them. So the Labyrinth Lord ordered them to gather on an island, beneath which lay a massive floating magic stone. They realized that stone was the source of the power they sensed. One constellation questioned what the issue was. The green one explained the stone was being depleted quickly due to their presence, and could not recharge in time, especially with only 2 months given by the Labyrinth Order. They planned to obtain additional large magic stones to sustain the island, but there was a complication. Mission had been assigned to the twin ghosts. The others were shocked and asked where they were. The green constellation revealed they attacked the Contractors Association to steal a newly discovered large magic stone. Hearing this, the Keykeeper was stunned, as the green one advised lying low and locating the other stone. Frustration surged within him. He stormed out, calling them fools, unable to contain himself. In another room, he mutters that the twin ghosts were weak, and their deaths signaled danger for all. He knows remaining there will drain his power until he fades, and just as he resolves to leave, a portal opens before him. Kim steps through, calmly asking if he is the Keykeeper. Terrified, the Keykeeper turns and runs, believing this is the one who killed the twin ghosts. Yet to his horror, Kim flashes ahead of him, demanding to know why he flees. Keykeeper begs for mercy, insisting he has harmed no one as a constellation. Kim pauses before striking, realizing the encounter is less significant than expected. The Keykeeper's existence feels trivial to him. He had not even bothered wearing the ring since absorbing such a weak being seemed pointless, and he asks if the Keykeeper ever killed anyone. The Keykeeper admits he only once opened a door to the imagination realm and did nothing more. Kim assures him he will spare him until the door can be opened again, specifically to the arena. However, the Keykeeper cannot open it alone. Magic is far too weak. Previously, he relied on an artifact to amplify his power to create and connect those doors. Kim realizes that even absorbing him would not provide enough strength to reopen it. As Kim turns away, the trembling constellation asks if he is powerful. Kim calmly confirms. The Keykeeper then claims he can reopen the arena. Kim retrieves the artifact that descended with him. Meanwhile, at a Chinese temple, Yen Lang stretches, eagerly eyeing her opponents. A horde of skeletons rushes her, but before they reach, she charges forward and smashes into them with immense force. The rush of battle exhilarates her. She delights in how the Seal constellation boosts her magic. Amazed, she lands critical blows and defeats monsters easily, just as Kim predicted. Thinking of him, she wishes he could witness her progress. Moments earlier, he had arrived at Valhalla Gym, announcing herself. Her surprise, few seemed excited, and unfamiliar faces made her wonder if she interrupted something. Kim, sensing her discomfort, reassures her that her timing is perfect. He asks her reason for coming. and though she mentions family matters, he already knows she became head of the Seol clan. This knowledge embarrasses her slightly, leading her to explain it was at her aunt's request. Kim is still surprised, since he believed she had no desire to lead her family. She quickly waved the matter aside, not wanting to dwell on it any longer. Her gaze then shifted to Aron standing behind them, and he immediately noticed Yen Lang staring. Aron bluntly asked if she was looking at him because she wanted to spar. His comment sparked something in Yen Lang, as she realized it had been a while since her last fight, and she had yet to test her newly borrowed constellation powers. So with a confident smile, she accepted the challenge. Kim stepped between them calmly, saying there was no time for a match that day. He pointed out something that struck him as odd. As the head of her clan, she should have been busy with duties, but she replied that hunting monsters outside brought honor to her family. She added that her aunt was managing the remaining responsibilities. That clarified, Kim turned to his true purpose, explaining he needed their assistance in destroying the lab. He asked Yen Lang whether she had tested her constellation abilities since forming the contract, and she admitted she had not. Kim then outlined their plan to tackle labyrinths in pairs. Still, he believed her current strength was enough to handle one alone, as he could already sense her mana had grown significantly. This surprised Yen Lang, since she had not realized how much she had improved. Kim explained that magic attacks were far more effective against labyrinth creatures than physical force, making her ideal for the mission in China. He encouraged her to actively use her constellation powers to master them. He also mentioned she would likely find a labyrinth stone there, along with a hidden relic. The task was to retrieve that relic and bring it back. And Lang agreed, though a hint of jealousy lingered beneath her calm expression. The idea of Kim partnering with another girl while she was away unsettled her. In the present, she unleashes chaos upon the monsters, using her awakened constellation power. With one strike, she tears through their formation. Driven by fierce determination, she decides to eliminate every last creature before her. Meanwhile, in the United States, Kim arrives in a barren wasteland with Si Hyuk and Logan. Logan leads the way, but despite searching, they struggle to locate their destination. Kim notes that without precise information, he had to rely on his luminous ability, and Logan explains that only a few within the Institute know of the site, which explains why records about it are scarce. Publicly, it is said that only one large magic stone was found there, making the location highly classified. Kim feels slightly guilty, knowing the Institute is surrendering the stone after investing so much effort. Logan reassures him that artificial storage devices now make the loss manageable. Kim silently expresses his gratitude. He recalls the Keykeeper, mentioning an artifact that descended alongside him. The Keykeeper had said that relic was scattered across various labyrinths. He claimed the artifacts emitted a strong magical scent that could guide Kim to them. And just as Kim prepared to depart, the Keykeeper stopped him with an additional request. He asked Kim to retrieve the large magic stone too, which puzzled Kim though he knew of its existence. The Keykeeper explained that opening the ancient door required enormous mana, and the stone would supply it. Despite his knowledge, he admitted he felt fear. Kim sensed that anxiety and reassured him with a firm nod, promising to bring back not one but 2 magic stones, though now he regrets that bold promise as even obtaining one seems daunting. His thoughts are cut short when Logan announces they have reached the site. Refocusing, Kim is startled to see a gigantic golem towering before them. Creature's size is overwhelming. Logan and Si Hyuk stare in disbelief. They cannot fathom how such a monster exists or why it stands there. Suddenly, the golem swings its massive fist, and Logan and Si Hyuk leap back to avoid it. Logan remains stunned as he observes the enormous crater left behind by the blow. The golem prepares another heavy strike. Logan steadies himself for a counter. He roars and meets the golem's fist with his own, creating a thunderous collision. To Kim's astonishment, Logan's punch shatters the golem's arm and hurls the monster to the ground. Si Hyuk watches in amazement, realizing he stands beside the world's top contractor, a man capable of destroying a golem with one blow. Surprises him more is that such a figure treats Kim with deep respect. Despite everything, Si Hyuk feels proud to stand with them, ready to witness legends in action. Yet even with the golem down, Logan senses something off. Knocked down, it does not seem fully destroyed. Kim reasons that its core may have been untouched due to its immense size. Saying this, he leaps onto the fallen body, drives his sword downward. To his shock, however, the blade cannot pierce the golem's hardened shell, and as he realizes this, the creature rises again, standing with a surge of overwhelming power, gathers strength, and throws a devastating punch at him. The impact is immense, and although Kim blocks it, is forced backward by the crushing pressure. In that instant, he understands. The golem must have absorbed the large magic stone. The thought shocks both him and Logan. Kim asks if Logan cast an anti-magic spell to conceal the stone. Logan confirms he did. Kim, however, explains that no magic can truly hide the stone's presence. Logan listens as Kim clarifies that such spells only block human perception, while magical beings like the golem can still sense it and may have absorbed residual energy after killing other monsters. He suspects the golem eliminated the surrounding creatures to gather more power. Even so, Kim is astonished that residual energy alone made it this strong, and realizes he should have brought his disciples had he known. After a brief thought, he asks Logan to hand over the artifact, determined to display the true force of a single strike. Meanwhile, inside a labyrinth in England, Black Cat and Adelia work together clearing monsters. Adelia appears drained, since such battles were usually handled by her family. Black Cat admits he too is sweating, as it has been a long time since he fought monsters. Feeling overheated, he removes his mask, revealing a remarkably handsome face. Adelia is stunned by his looks, and silently thanks fate that it is nothing like Dream's terrifying reveal. Black Cat notices her flustered reaction, but feels puzzled by her shock. Thinking he embarrassed her, he apologizes, yet she assures him it is fine. Curious, she asks whether revealing his face is allowed. He explains that outside the black market there is no restriction, and since they are alumni it should be acceptable. This explanation only makes her blush more as she recalls being paired with him without much excitement. Now the situation feels unexpectedly pleasant. She shyly asks, almost playfully, if he plans to show his face more often. He replies that he does. Suddenly, moron, Adelia's constellation intervenes. The radiant black felines call them out for acting flirtatious and sharply urge them to concentrate on their objective. Faced, the pair hurriedly resumed navigating the maze. Meanwhile, across the ocean in America, Kim and his squad are engaged in an intense clash against a gigantic golem. Weaving past its earth-shaking blows, gathers the strength of his constellation into his knuckles and tells Logan to observe carefully. Stone Giant hurls a tremendous punch his way, yet he retaliates with a strike so overwhelming that it not only shatters the golem, but also wipes out the mountain behind it. The impact leaves everyone speechless. Even Kim looks taken aback. It has been quite some time since he unleashed such ruinous force. Inwardly, he recognizes the staggering might of Logan's constellation. Logan stares in disbelief, slowly beginning to understand the terrifying capacity of the destruction ability. As Kim hands the bracelet back to him, Logan stays lost in contemplation, replaying the immense power packed into that single blow. After thinking it over, he asks Kim if he might train him in that technique once the mission concludes. Smiling with quiet confidence, he agrees, but sets one requirement: they must obtain another sizable magic stone. Logan promptly mentions that an association-linked company owns one, and suggests they could make use of it. At that, the young hero beams with excitement, saying he'll come back if all proceeds as planned. However, Logan pauses before admitting that claiming the stone would require installing an artificial storage substitute. Untroubled, Kim directs his team to excavate the pit the golem had previously dug, believing the genuine magic stone may still lie hidden there. Several days pass, and at an isolated location, Kim appears carrying an enormous artificial levitating magic stone, astonishing the keykeeper. But he doesn't stop there. Rather than bringing only the two requested, the boy catches him off guard by presenting a third as backup. Two came from Logan, while the last was secured from the constellation Sasami, once used by the first cult's agents to receive commands. And beyond that, Kim presents a number of formidable relics as well, rendering the keykeeper completely stunned. Admits the amassed offerings are more than enough to trigger the arena. In reality, the so-called arena is simply a vast cavern. He adds that he will soon call forth the entrance gate, mentioning that even one stone would have sufficed for the ritual. Kim, however, understands that the request for extra stones was never about necessity, but about winning favor with the island's other constellations. This insight deeply unsettles the keykeeper. With composed resolve, he states that he intends to turn those very stones against the constellations they were meant to please. Following that proclamation, he presses the keykeeper to commence the summoning immediately. Kim instructs the former guardian to keep a close watch on the keykeeper and ready everything for the upcoming pact with Sasami. He further cautions the ex-contractor to kill the keykeeper should he attempt any treachery. Meanwhile, turmoil stirs within the constellation assembly hall. The fish constellation erupts in anger. Frustrated that no progress is being made, he declares that if they keep doing nothing, they will all perish there, forgotten and without purpose. Maze Lord's silence only heightens the anxiety, causing many to worry that the fallen constellations may have died for nothing. The chamber fills with heated arguments and outcries. The assembled constellations demand action, insisting they charge out and slaughter anyone in their path. Suddenly, their uproar is cut short. Kim's voice slices through the hall. He has been there for 10 minutes, quietly listening to their chatter. A crazed grin spreads across his face as he announces he will be the one to erase them, instead of letting them fade away on their own. The fish constellation does not recognize Kim at all. The vampire remarks that he sensed no magic earlier, which explains why Kim's presence went unnoticed. Still, the vampire bristles with rage, offended by the audacity of his dramatic arrival, and issues a threat. Unshaken, our hero reinforces his bold declaration. He says they were too busy babbling to realize he had been hiding among them the entire time. As he talks, he lightly twirls his blade and warns that they will comprehend everything after he thrashes them senseless. Crushing aura and brazen attitude leave the constellations stunned. In one seamless motion, Kim pivots in a full circle, his sword sweeping around him. The green constellation cries out for everyone to lower themselves, but the warning comes too late. With that lone lethal arc, most of the constellations are instantly beheaded. Only a select few, including the vampire, Green, and the fish constellation, avoid the fatal strike. In that dreadful instant, Green finally understands that Kim is the martial arts deity. Just as swiftly as he attacked, Kim disappears completely, leaving no trace. Bewilderment spreads among the survivors. They suspect he is using a high-level concealment technique and remains somewhere inside, observing them. Without warning, a rapid blade cuts through the air, claiming more heads in a blink. At last, the survivors comprehend the grim reality that Kim has been playing with them all along. In alarm, the green constellation unleashes his power, creating a barrier that seals the entire structure to stop Kim from fleeing. However, the vampire voices his worry, realizing that by locking the building, they might have confined themselves with the martial arts god. Green concedes the danger, but insists their allies fell far too easily. He accepts that they may die as well, though with reluctant calm, knowing they will respawn. Yet he stresses that if they fall now, the Labyrinth Lord's scheme will fail. While Green is speaking, Kim suddenly materializes and swings his sword at him. Reacting instantly, Green intercepts the strike with his bare palm. In that split second, he reaches an important conclusion. Kim is not cloaked by concealment magic, but truly invisible. The active barrier now ensures he cannot escape the building. He informs the others, observing that Kim's strength appears reduced in this vessel. The fish constellation notices as well, and theorizes that Kim may have been reborn. The vampire concurs, noting that since they remain alive and intact, the martial arts god must not be at full power as they analyze the situation. Kim quietly emerges behind the vampire, carves across his face, yet the blade meets only a duplicate made of blood. The true vampire had used the decoy to bait Kim into revealing himself. With Kim now exposed, the remaining constellations strike together, releasing a concentrated onslaught intended to annihilate the ground beneath him. Even so, in spite of their massive assault, he has vanished by the time the smoke settles. Out of nowhere, he appears behind Green and seizes one of his antlers. Taunting him, Kim says that with all their supposed wisdom, they must see their defeat is inevitable. With icy confidence, he assures Green his end will be swift and painless, and drives his blade straight through him. The thrust unleashes a dazzling surge of energy, tearing through the air and rattling the building to its core. The surviving constellations can only gape in shock. Moments earlier he seemed diminished, yet now he has effortlessly slain one of their mightiest. Sensing their bewilderment, he answers, affirming what they suspect. Claims that in his original body, this confrontation would have ended with a single stroke. Intent on finishing everything, the hero produces 2 levitating magic stones, leaving every constellation stunned. He explains that these stones were once utilized in ancient times. Their purpose has long since faded from memory. Once fully energized and struck at their core, they detonate with overwhelming destructive power. The fish constellation suddenly understands his scheme. He intends to eradicate them all in one blast. Offering a grim farewell, Kim drives the stones into the floor. Impact triggers a massive explosion, unleashing a colossal beam that consumes everything in its path. Deep inside the ancient tree's trunk, the guide cautiously approaches the wheel of reincarnation. She sees it. Memories of her earlier talk with Kim flood back. In a hidden house, she had once told our protagonist about the constellations, particularly the keykeeper assembling on the island. Although she could not say with absolute certainty, she was fairly sure the spot was correct. After hearing that, Kim wasted no time getting ready to depart. The guide halted him and requested the names he had absorbed. Without a moment's pause, he passed her the ring, explained that he had already consumed most of the names upon absorbing them, though a few might remain, and he asked curiously what she intended to do. Drawing out the remaining names from the ring, the guide disclosed her plan. She intended to use them to cloud the Labyrinth Lord's sight so Kim could slaughter the constellations unseen. In the present timeline, the guide steps toward the wheel of reincarnation, breathes a stream of dark smoke across its surface. After doing so, she feels certain the collected names will hide them from the Lord's surveillance for a time, as she considers what to do next. Suddenly, the Spear King materializes, taking her by surprise as he points his spear at her. He attempts to soothe him, insisting that nothing significant has changed. The Spear King rebukes her for entering a forbidden zone, and declares he will escort her to the Labyrinth Lord for questioning. This places her in a bind, since facing the Lord now would likely limit her freedom. Trying to slip free, she asks him to forget her presence, claiming she is just a nameless constellation who wandered in unintentionally. However, the Spear King is not fooled and firmly commands her to accompany him, stating it is his responsibility to protect the area. He praises his dedication, but her words strike a sensitive chord in response. He drives his spear into the ground with force, warning her not to presume anything about him. He confesses that guarding this place has merely been a duty, since he received the title 3 centuries ago, lacking any memory of his true self. He says he does not have the power to refuse the role and continues only because he must, pushing aside the weight of his own revelation. He once again orders her to follow. That hesitation gives the guide an opportunity. He claims she has a rare ability and suggests he is uncertain about his own identity. She offers to take him to someone who may know the truth of who he really is. Spear King grows contemplative at her proposal. Several hours later, back on the island, him and his contractors are taken aback when the keykeeper summons the arena door. It looks like a simple doorway at first, but the keykeeper clarifies that it leads to another door, which ultimately grants access to the arena. It serves only as a corridor. He explains that there is no direct route into the arena itself. This information irritates the group, yet the keykeeper defends himself, stating that the arena crafted by the Labyrinth Lord still exists, though it now resides in the Lord's own realm. When the constellations remained in the imagination realm, they could reach it directly, but after descending, they now require a link through the Great Hall. He claims that with the floating stone sand and his artifacts, he has sufficient power to open the passage, which will also unlock the corresponding door in the constellation realm. Hearing this, Kim urges him to act without delay. Before proceeding, the keykeeper warns that numerous monsters lurk inside. Even before he finishes, Kim realizes the constellation expects protection. Kim agrees, drawing an uncommon smile from him. As the constellation begins the ritual, he tells his contractors to instruct the others not to open any door that appears on their side. The keykeeper then slides in his key and opens the passageway. Peering inside, Kim notes the interior is shadowy and ominous. He advises the keykeeper to stay close if he values his life. Together, they rush into the unfamiliar corridor. Immediately upon entry, monsters swarm them. Kim cuts them down with effortless swings. Meanwhile, the keykeeper looks visibly uneasy. Kim tells him to keep pace if he wishes to survive. He advances relentlessly, carving through beasts on both sides as Constellation trails right behind him. At last, they reach the door to the Great Hall. Just before stepping through, a gigantic wolf-like creature bounds before them. The beast is immense and seething with fury, unlike anything Kim has previously faced. Keykeeper suggests it may be a mutation, caused by distortions of time and space within the passage, having brought none of his disciples' powers for this trip. Deeming them unnecessary, Kim chooses to rely solely on his blade. As the creature lashes out, he springs backward and retaliates. The rapid stroke, his sword severs the monster's arm. To his astonishment, the arm regrows almost at once. Thinking fast, he infuses his sword with dark energy and strikes again, this time cutting the limb into several clean fragments. The monster bellows in pain. Taking advantage, he vaults upward and unleashes a decisive slash, splitting the creature cleanly in two. The keykeeper stands speechless. Kim has slain a formidable mutated beast with astonishing ease. Kim snaps him back to attention and orders him to unlock the door. Complying, the constellation places the key and opens the way. At the same time, a door manifests before Kim's disciples. After Kim emerged from the passage, turmoil engulfed the world, while his disciples understood the door's meaning. Other constellations were astonished by the sudden emergence of the Great Hall. Even the martial god could not access the Radiant Sword's imagination realm. Whenever he entered it, the door vanished immediately. His disciples could enter the Great Hall freely, but he himself was barred. He asked the keykeeper for clarification, who explained that the Great Hall was rejecting him, possibly due to the Labyrinth Lord's will. From this, Kim understood that he would no longer be able to assemble his disciples together, nor could he determine who was within the Radiant Sword's realm. His original plan had been to enter the Great Hall and locate the door to the Radiant Sword's imagination realm. Now prevented from entering, he devises a new strategy. As he cannot go himself, his disciples will. He sends them to search for the Radiant Sword constellation in his stead. Afterward, all his disciple constellations step into the Great Hall. However, the moment they enter, Moron and Luminous start bickering, with Luminous having arrived late. As they continue arguing, Sasami intervenes and reminds them to obey their master's command. During that, both acknowledge their task and turn their attention to eliminating every other constellation present. Several days prior, Kim gathered his disciples and contractors to arrange a meeting among their constellations. He asks about Sasami. Moron replies that Sasami has already reached her imagination realm. However, Moron is clearly surprised by how effortlessly Sasami located her door. Sasami explains that she erased her presence from the Great Hall, tracked down Moron's realm by recognizing her senior's distinctive scent. She added that she had followed the traces left by other members to search for their divine relics. Yet the only one she managed to track down was Moron's, guided there by that familiar scent. With both disciples now confirmed to share the same realm, Kim looked toward Adelia and requested the divine artifact. However, when he attempted to step into the realm himself, he was unable to do so. Perplexed, he asked Moron whether she was refusing him entry. She shook her head, explaining that it felt like another force was blocking her from calling him in. Moron then questioned Sasami, asking if she could sense the locations of the remaining members. Sasami admitted she had tried to trace the other divine artifacts without success, leaving her clueless about their whereabouts. Hearing that, Kim asked if she had checked within the Radiant Sword's realm. Sasami replied that she had not, since she could not detect even a trace of the sword's mana. Kim then disclosed his idea of reaching the sword's imaginary realm through the Great Hall. Sasami looked puzzled, recalling the countless doors in the hall and wondering how he intended to choose the right one. Kim responded with a twisted grin, ordering them to slaughter every constellation inside the hall and then pass through the last door remaining. Back to the present, Kim's disciples ready themselves to face the gathered constellations. However, Sasami proposes that before fighting starts, they should remind everyone who their master is. To accomplish that, she summons the old academy he once led. The abrupt emergence of the Mushinmun school washes the area in nostalgia. Those who recognize it fall silent and emotional, and Sasami reveals she has prepared a list of constellations to eliminate first. Since ascending to constellation status, she had carefully noted all who had slandered Kim. The others accept her suggestion, resolved to target those names at the start of their assault. Meanwhile, several constellations spot the school building and laugh mockingly, recalling that the martial god has been gone for 3 centuries, with one asking who would build such a place now. Before he can finish his sentence, Moron appears and smashes his face into the ground, killing him instantly. Remaining constellations freeze in shock, realizing these women are tied to the Mushinmun school. Luminous quickly corrects them, proclaiming that they are disciples of their master. Without delay, she unleashes a beam that drills through several constellations' heads. Seeing Luminous strike, Moron steps into the fray as well. She plunges her sword into the ground, channeling her power through the blade. Luminous briefly worries that such an attack could harm allies, but Moron reassures her it will not. As the sword sinks deeper, numerous constellations begin dissolving. Luminous is astonished by the poison's accuracy, which singles out targets while sparing others. However, to their disbelief, the constellations start regenerating, making it clear brute strength alone will not suffice. Trio decides instead to shatter their morale. Among those present is a Choi family constellation, who instantly recognizes the trio as Kim's disciples. A constellation from the Asun family approaches him, remarking that it has been a long time since they last met. Known as the Fist King, the Asun constellation addresses the Choi constellation by his former nickname, Dao Wang. Though they exchange familiar greetings, Dao Wang still feels awkward hearing that old name. Fist King gestures toward the 3 disciples battling in the distance and asks about them. Dao Wang explains their identity, and when Mushinmun is mentioned, the Fist King immediately links it to the martial god. Dao Wang clarifies that the martial god he just recalled is the very master of the trio fighting now, leaving the Fist King stunned. He remembers tales of the martial god facing endless calamities alone and carving his legend into history. We had heard about the martial god's powerful disciples. This is the first time witnessing them firsthand. Dao Wang adds that the martial god once taught him swordsmanship, which became the core of his own style. That foundation, he journeyed the world and eventually crossed paths with the Fist King. Dao Wang recalls his surprise at discovering the Fist King had already founded his own martial hall, training fighters in unarmed combat. The Fist King views those memories with bitterness. He remembers how everything collapsed when the Tower of Destruction emerged, unleashing hordes of monsters. In the end, their strength failed and they perished, a defeat he still considers a personal shortcoming, one that contradicted the true spirit of martial arts, which is to protect others. Dao Wang nods in agreement, saying that is why he continues training relentlessly, master and refine the ultimate sword technique. The Fist King shares that same determination. At present, his focus is fixed on the trio, carving through constellations with relentless ferocity. He expresses his desire to challenge them, and before Dao Wang can intervene, he has already launched himself toward the 3. Landing near them, he boldly requests a duel, leaving the disciples briefly perplexed. Sasumi, however, immediately recognizes him as the Fist King, guardian constellation of the Asun family, distinction that secured their status among the 5 great families. Still confused, Luminous asks why he would approach them only to be defeated. The Fist King confidently states that, as disciples of the martial god, they are among the few worthy adversaries he has met since becoming a constellation. Asami is displeased by his remark. Her anger flares, for to her the title of strongest belongs solely to their master. Reaction only excites the Fist King further, believing they are ready to accept his challenge. Luminous prepares to cut him down immediately, but Moron steps ahead, insisting she will take him on. Since he remembers their master, she wants to display the martial god's techniques so he never forgets. As she readies herself, a fierce magical aura surrounds her body. Fist King answers in kind, igniting his own power. Luminous watches calmly, aware Moron could end it with long-range poison, but choosing instead to fight head-on out of respect. Sasami feels uneasy, noting the vast difference in weight class and quietly worrying about Moron. However, Luminous reassures her that Moron is more than capable. With that, Moron stamps the ground and drives a punch toward the Fist King. He grins in excitement, recognizing the technique as the crushing fist. Yet he assumes her smaller build will lessen its force and decides to take it directly. When the blow connects, he initially senses nothing. But an instant later, the power detonates within him, hurling him backward. Stunned, he realizes Moron converted the crushing fist into an inch punch, enhancing it further with a mysterious footwork method. The sudden shift and explosive release leave him shaken yet thrilled. Despite the impact, the Fist King quickly regains his foot and retaliates with a ranged fist technique of his own, releasing a tremendous shockwave. Sasami watches in awe, while Luminous remains composed, knowing the Fist King style always leaves an opening for retaliation. Just as predicted, Moron materializes behind him midair and unleashes a powerful kick to the back of his neck, driving him violently into the ground. Luminous had expected this outcome and remains unimpressed. With the duel concluded, the trio continues sweeping through the remaining constellations. Meanwhile, Barch secretly peers from behind a doorway, quietly observing their advance. As the Tower Master lurks in the shadows, Kim demands news about his disciples, and Barch nervously admits he has not checked yet. Kim yells at him to do so immediately, but the Tower Master is frozen by fear. Disciples are already causing devastation in the Great Hall, and if they spot him, especially as the former head of the Tower of Destruction, they might rip him to pieces. Stripped of his strength, the Tower Master trembles at the thought of being brutally beaten. While drowning in worry, he hears our boy urge him once more to check on the situation. Shaking with hesitation, Barch slowly pushes the door open a crack. All that greets him are blasts and chaos. He informs Kim that the disciples seem to have already overwhelmed the majority of the constellations. Barch cannot ignore the feeling that the Master's disciples have grown far stronger than before. As he continues spying through the gap, Luminous notices him. Sasumi also identifies him as the Tower Master. Moron, however, remembers Kim once warning them not to harm Barch if they encountered him, yet she feels uneasy, unsure whether Luminous recalls that command. Now completely exposed, the Tower Master awkwardly pretends he does not recognize Luminous, but she remembers him clearly, towering above them in the past from the Tower of Destruction. Although she wants to punish him, she holds back out of respect for Kim's orders. Instead, she snaps out a sharp kick that sends Barch crashing back into his room. Before shutting the door, she warns him she knows exactly where he hides, and if he steps out again, she will crush him without mercy. Meanwhile, Kim stands on the island attempting to reach Barch, but gets no reply. Soon, Black Cat emerges from a portal with Arin and Yanlong, both puzzled about why they were summoned. Yanlong quickly notices the ruined structures and enormous crater, remarking that it resembles a battle. Kim dismisses it and moves straight to business, announcing he will advance their training. Mentions that Black Cat was called for a separate matter. Turning to Arin and Yanlong, he acknowledges their constellation contracts and steady progress. Now he wants them to define a new standard of strength. To demonstrate, he takes Arin's sword, infuses it with lightning, and unleashes a devastating slash toward a distant peak. Force cleaves the mountain cleanly in two. Kim declares this the level Arin should strive to reach. He hands back the blade and tells her to determine on her own the required mana and control. Then he asks Yanlong for her divine artifact. Puts it on and steps with her into the crater. Gathering mana into his fist, he drives it down into the earth, causing towering walls of ice shards to erupt, swallowing the remnants of the shattered building. Yanlong stares in awe. Kim explains that with dedication, she can replicate that feat, since it is the power of her own constellation. Afterward, he turns his attention to Black Cat. Meanwhile, in the hall, Sasumi locates the priest's imaginary domain. Luminous and Moron both react with surprise, observing that the entire realm is tinted in crimson and black. Moron detects a faintly familiar scent, but cannot identify it. As they venture deeper, they discover a narrow gap in the wall and choose to slip through. Within the tight passageway, they find a recognizable man dressed entirely in red, sitting up. They identify him as their junior brother, yet remain puzzled by the strange red and black nature of the realm. Man slowly stands, asking how fellow constellations managed to enter his space. Moron replies that they came through the Great Hall, acknowledges it as the arena, but says he has no intention of fighting now. He confesses that after becoming a constellation, he sank into despair. Hearing of Kim's reincarnation once filled him with joy. only for that joy to turn to anger when he failed to find their master for 3 centuries. He entrusted those who took his divine artifact to help locate Kim, yet they ignored him and grew drunk on power. Hearing this, Moron remarks that with such strength he should have remained instead of granting contracts. He reveals that someone strong enough to endure his might once appeared and confined him in a basement, referring to Logan who left him there, leaving the constellation to wither in isolation and despair. Moron removes her mask eagerly, announcing they were sent by the very master he speaks of to find him. She adds that the ancient relic is already with their master. This news leaves him stunned. He drops to his knees at once, bowing repeatedly and smashing his forehead against the floor in devotion. The trio exchange uneasy looks at his extreme reaction. Moron explains that this behavior is why their master nicknamed him Freak. After several more bows, Freak stands again, saying he feels renewed, promises to prepare himself before meeting the master. The group then parts ways with him. The Contractors Association. Logan is astonished by the floating magic stone Kim presents. It is twice the size of the previous one, and Kim tells him it belongs to him. He recounts how he discovered it on the island while studying the mana currents. Realizing there might be an enormous floating stone hidden underground, he summoned Black Cat. The island constellations emitted immense mana, and their survival without external sources suggested a hidden power source beneath the land. Kim suspected a massive mana stone was fueling them all. Eventually they uncovered it and had Black Cat remove the heavy layer covering it. That is how he secured the stone and delivered it safely to Logan, returning to the present after giving it over. Black Cat checks a message sent by a constellation, informing the martial god that the Radiant Sword constellation has been located. Kim brightens instantly, already guessing who it is, but tells Black Cat to keep the identity secret for now, because he wishes to confirm it personally. As they get ready to leave, he invites Logan to visit Valhalla anytime to learn the one-punch technique. They then teleport to Valhalla, driving through a portal into Black Cat's office, only to find a powerful swordsman waiting for them, appearing ready to stir up trouble. When Black Cat demands identification, the String introduces himself as Franch, captain of the hosted knights and a 5th-rank contractor. He explains that his order was recently formed after constellations gathered and European guilds and families allied together. Unlike America, where guilds dominate, Europe has long been ruled by powerful families under their guardian constellations. Eventually, 9 constellations united to form an alliance rivaling the American guild unions, led by Franch's family and the constellation known as the King of Knights. Coalition took the name Hosted Knights, although the Ventric clan chose not to participate. Black Cat acknowledges the group's existence, but demands to know why Franch has entered their office. The man explains he was dispatched by his constellation to retrieve sacred sword-shaped relics, since the majority of his relatives serve as contractors under the King of Knights. Their family relics revolve around blades, and they were assigned to secure any dangerous sword artifacts that might threaten the world. During the investigation, Franch states they uncovered rumors of a cursed blade that compels its wielder towards slaughter. They traced it and discovered it had reached Logan, the top-ranked contractor. Although they initially placed trust in him, Franch explains that Logan's judgment failed to reflect his status, so he handed the sword to someone else. Franch points at Black Cat, asserting that the cursed weapon ended up with Valhalla's director and is therefore in his possession. He releases a surge of blue aura, insisting the hazardous relic must be surrendered to the hosted knights. Black Cat responds by unleashing violet energy, stating he tried to remain courteous, but Franch has gone too far. Before matters escalate, Kim steps in and signals Black Cat to hold back. Standing face to face with Franch, Kim calmly states that Franch approached the wrong target because the sword now belongs to him. Franch admits Kim's fame precedes him, citing his capture of criminals, prevention of disasters, and crucial role in stopping the tournament monster crisis. However, he expresses disbelief that Korea would entrust such authority to a mere student. Even shedding tears while lamenting the nation's misfortune, declares he will personally assume responsibility for the cursed blade. Kim's irritation grows, thinking Franch may be the most foolish person he has met. He shoves him aside and clarifies he has no contract with the sword. It is simply his property. If Franch insists on claiming it, he must defeat Kim first. Knight hesitates, claiming he cannot bring himself to fight a young student. The scene moves to a training field, where the two stand ready for a duel. Franch boldly says he will grant Kim an edge by not unsheathing his blade. Kim smirks and telepathically instructs Black Cat to summon the disciples and have them discipline this self-proclaimed Night King. As combat begins, Franch intends to restrain himself so Kim can lose with dignity. However, when Kim strikes first, he is astonished by the sheer weight of the attack. Even though he blocks it with his sheathed weapon, Kim grins and praises him for managing to defend. Franch grows serious, cloaking himself in yellow aura, reinforcing his identity as head of the European Family Alliance and refusing to retreat. He focuses entirely on Kim, drawing his sword and swinging, with overwhelming magical force packed into the strike. Yet, with a single crushing blow, Kim erases the energy and everything behind Franch, calling him the most revolting person he has encountered. Kim attacks at blinding speed, exposing Franch's hypocrisy. He mocks how Franch preaches honor and justice, yet did not hesitate to unleash lethal magic toward a school of students when pressured. Franch releases a massive wave of blue power. Kim smashes him with a brutal strike that sends the knight captain crashing hard into a nearby wall and collapsing onto the ground. Franch cannot believe he was overwhelmed purely by Kim's magical pressure. Realizing he cannot seize the sword like this, he prepares to request strength from his constellation. Before he can act, a system alert appears. It is a direct message from the King of Knights cursing him outright. Franch stares at the notification in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Kim presses the attack, suggesting his constellation has already been handled. He drives a knee forward with terrifying force, leaving a massive crater in the wall. Franch trembles at the raw physical devastation. When he attempts to ask what Kim meant, Kim cuts him off, saying he normally enjoys conversation, has nothing to say to someone so pitiful. He continues with a relentless barrage of sword strikes, driving the knight into desperate retreat. Franch realizes he cannot find a single opening, and worse, his constellation has gone completely silent. The reason becomes evident as the scene shifts to the constellation realm where the King of Knights lies face down while Freak sits on his back, pinning him into the dirt. Hours earlier, Luminous wandered through a strange corridor lined with doors, feeling uneasy about their teacher's direct order to beat down the King of Knights, wondering if he is just another former target. Moron clarifies the matter, explaining this constellation guards a powerful German lineage known for hoarding sacred sword relics. Luminous finds the explanation interesting. Moron admits she simply keeps track of famous European figures. She recalls that Franch recently attempted to recruit them into his alliance. She asks about it. Luminous reminds her their master specifically ordered them to gather everyone and thrash the King of Knights. That reminder excites the masked girl to charge ahead. Once Barch receives the message, her eyes gleam with madness as she eagerly agrees. Freak is informed as well. He appears surprised by the straightforward command. Meanwhile, at a Gothic cathedral called the Great Hall, the human branch of the Alliance is in chaos. Leaders of the Night Sanctuary argue heatedly, like quarrelsome children during an important council. A purple-haired man and an eye-patched warrior trade insults over past betrayals, failed weapons shipment that cost one family dearly. Amid the noise, the armored Night King attempts to calm them, reminding them they stand in sacred ground. But members argue they came to forge an alliance, not to kneel as subordinates. King of Knights, Constellation finally manifests, emitting golden light in an attempt to silence the uproar. Yet his dramatic entrance is shattered as Freak crashes through the ceiling like a falling star. Surrounded by a terrifying dark crimson aura, he bellows, demanding to know which wretch dared insult his master. A female knight moves to confront him, but her companion recognizes the red aura and realizes with horror that it is the infamous fanatic Butcher. Freak wastes no time, seizing the female knight by the head and smashing her into the floor with tremendous force, causing the entire chamber to tremble before, flinging her aside like a discarded doll. Then shifts his gaze toward the Night King. In an instant, he blinks out of sight and reappears at his opponent's back. He forces the constellation's corporeal body flat against the floor and repeatedly smashes the man's head into the ground without mercy, yelling that a self-proclaimed king who cannot manage his own contractors is a complete joke. Meanwhile, outside, the three of them wait calmly for the chaos to die down. Luminous admires the towering Gothic-style structure before them. Moron remarks that it is a recent landmark in the spiritual realm, probably erected through cooperation within the new alliance. Arch notes the design reminds her how she once constructed Marshal Godsek's headquarters. She admits she is uneasy about leaving Freak inside by himself. Even so, Luminous advises patience until he works through his initial bout of insanity. Luminous quietly questions why she was ever dubbed kooky by their teacher when Freak is clearly the wildest of them all. After Freak seems to have cooled off, the trio finally heads into the building. Inside, he casually mentions that he had only just begun questioning the suspect. His goal is to uncover why the King of Knights commanded the sword's theft. The remaining knights attempt to resist, unsheathing their blades and demanding when these martial god zealots became so coordinated. Moron and Barch are already nose to nose with them. Barch materializes behind the knights, her expression blazing with anger. She warns the imposter knights to stand aside unless they want injuries. On the ground, the King of Knights remains trapped under Freak, sounding sincerely baffled as he denies plotting against the alliance. Luminous keeps her sword at another knight's throat, stating they are aware of his pledge to pursue the blade. and the king admits he desires it. However, he is stunned when Freak accuses him of attempting to steal the red molar, the sword's true title. King swears he never issued such a command. Freak refuses to accept the innocent ruler routine, especially since the contractor brazenly challenged the martial arts god to seize it. Focus shifts to reality, where Kim is utterly overwhelming Frank. He blitzes forward and drives a crushing knee strike. That sends the knight captain crashing face first into the soil. As Francis tries to rise, he is more puzzled than anything about his silent constellation. Aside from the torrent of curses he heard just before contact vanished, a system alert suddenly sounds, and Franch assumes his god has come to save him, believing rescue has arrived. Instead, he receives an enraged message demanding to know who authorized any theft, ordering him to abandon the sword pursuit and kneel in apology at once. He attempts to argue about knightly pride, yet ultimately cannot disobey. In the spirit realm, Freak grinds the king's face against the floor until his contractor is compelled to beg and fall silent. Him observes the knight captain's abrupt shift from proud champion to submissive servant and finds it absurd. He understands the constellation directly commanded Franch to apologize, and the knight complied like a marionette. Kim admits the sudden reversal completely killed the mood. He had intended to leave Franch half dead, but with the man groveling, he simply tells him to stand. Franch glances up with fleeting gratitude, though Kim has more in store. He decides on one final blow to ensure pests like Franch stop bothering him. Blue power surges into Kim's clenched fist. He ignores Franch's frantic claims about merely relaying instructions. Our hero unleashes a last crushing strike that robs the knight captain of his breath before he drops unconscious to the ground. Once the fight ends, Kim summons Black Cat. He appears immediately to dispose of the defeated foe. Afterwards, he heads toward the sword, dark aura seeping from its steel. Drawing nearer, he senses mana spilling from the blade, and understands at last which being is bound to it. He grips the handle and casually greets the spirit within, remarking that it has been quite some time since their last meeting. Freak materializes at once and performs an exaggerated full-body bow to the floor. Beaming widely, he greets Kim with overwhelming reverence for his master. Kim notes that Freak still insists on smashing his head against the floor despite already bleeding again, which makes Freak visibly uneasy. Meanwhile, Kim wrestles with a small internal dilemma. He senses gaps in his memory, perhaps caused by becoming a constellation. He even feels slightly embarrassed for calling him Freak. Freak reassures him, saying he can keep that nickname or use Butcher like the others. Though puzzled, Kim shrugs it off, keeps the old name, and tells him to rise. Kim wonders why someone known for fistfights chose a sword as his sacred relic. Freak explains that in his previous life, his master favored the blade above all, making the red molar the obvious choice. Kim pauses to absorb that explanation, then admits he already secured a reliable heavenly sword, though he is willing to try this one as well. Hearing Kim will wield his weapon fills Freak with overwhelming emotion. He bursts into tears and bows deeply once more before his teacher. The narrative shifts back 300 years to when a young Freak first encountered Kim. The boy stands there battered and bruised, yet burning with determination, needing to be taught martial arts so he can retaliate against those who beat him. At that moment, Luminous appears to announce that dinner is ready. Freezes upon noticing the unfamiliar child seeking a master. Her sister Moron comes over to check the delay and shares her confusion at seeing a potential disciple at their entrance. Kim is reluctant to take on a student and tells the boy he lacks time to teach. Response clearly disappoints the child. He gestures to the sign outside and questions why they advertise a martial arts school if they refuse pupils. Kim explains the sign was crafted by his current disciples who dream of founding a real academy someday, but enrollment is not actually open yet. The young Freak lowers his head, confessing he has visited every dojo in town. All of them dismissed or expelled him, and this is the only place where the master even stepped out to speak with him. Kim awkwardly admits he only answered because business in hunting and bodyguard work has been slow, leaving him idle. Upon hearing that, the boy drops to his knees in desperation, repeatedly knocking his forehead against the floor as he begs for acceptance. Kim tries to stop him but eventually relents, agreeing to teach just to end the spectacle. Lifts his head wearing a radiant smile. Luminous observes and jokes to herself that if headbutting is the secret to winning their teacher over, she might attempt it too, while Moron looks at her as if she is crazy. Kim already feels burdened. One student dreams of crafting a new sword art, and another simply wants combat skills. So he decides their first lesson should happen outside. Fixing the boy with a sharp gaze, he asks whether he knows his tormentor's location. The boy nods. Kim grins and tells him to guide them. Soon they spot a cluster of suspicious men, lurking beside a house, chuckling over a pouch of stolen gold. They boast about beating up a kid who looked poor, but was secretly wealthy, claiming he deserved it for not sharing his riches. At that instant, Kim and the boy step forward. Child identifies them as the thieves who attacked him, insisting the money was earned through honest labor. One bandit sneers at him for bringing an adult. Boy retorts that ganging up on children makes them the true cowards. As the argument intensifies, one of the criminals suddenly realizes the man before them is the Grand Master of the martial god sect. The bald thief begins to sweat as he understands they are facing a living legend. He acts unfazed, saying he heard whispers that Kim's dojo is nothing more than him and a handful of girls. The thieves switch tactics and spin a pity tale, insisting they are broke teens just scraping by and that Kim, as an adult, should simply ignore this. Kim immediately shuts down their victim routine and calls them out. He tells them that at their age he was just as poor, but earned every meal honestly. He took on every exhausting job from farm labor to hunting, admitting easy cash tempts everyone, yet he never chose theft because it would have mocked all the skills he struggled to build. He offers one last warning to drop the money and leave or face him instead. The lone girl in their crew doesn't hesitate. She bolts instantly, stunning the others. Kim lets her go and tells young Freak to watch carefully. Energy surges around his fist as he tells the boy this is the martial art he wanted to learn. One thug scoffs and charges at him. Kim deflects him effortlessly with a simple counter and drives him into the ground with a brutal blow to the gut that launches him backward. Before the bald leader can react, Kim vanishes and reappears behind him. After one clean punch, the bald thug is smashed into a wall nearby. Both criminals end up completely destroyed. Kim explains that true martial arts means eliminating an enemy with maximum efficiency and zero wasted motion. The boy stares in awe at how effortlessly Kim handled them. Revenge no longer matters to him. He only wants to reach that level of strength. He resumes banging his head against the floor and pleads again for Kim to accept him as a student. Kim feels awkward becoming someone's master after barely 5 minutes of action. Still, he decides to formally take the boy in. The present day, Kim stands before the sword, thinking about how his foolish disciple chose a blade as his relic, simply because he once favored it long ago. Even though he already owns a top-class weapon, Kim agrees to try wielding this dark aura-soaked sword too. Suddenly, Black Cat steps through a portal to report back. He confirms he returned a shaken Franch to Germany, and Kim asks if it caused trouble. Black Cat replies it was easy since Franch lost his powers the moment they arrived, thanks to his own constellation. Regarding the other knights, he is unconcerned, confident Kim's students already humbled their king, and any retaliation would fail. Kim grows slightly nostalgic, noting that only one disciple remains before the team is whole again. The scene shifts to a shadowy camp where spirits, Spear King and Sword King, speak with the Maze Lord about the names they dispatched on a mission. They mention that although their numbers shrink, their individual strength keeps rising. Spear King stays silent, while Sword King frets about the missing members. His thoughts drift to when the guide briefed him on the region. She had blocked the Maze Lord's view of the domain because he was probing too much with his magic orb. Spear King had stared at the orb in confusion, worried as well since the constellation that once managed labyrinth intel had vanished entirely. The guide revealed that entity was fueling calamity, astonishing him with her insight. He said she would explain later, but for now confirmed she had clouded the vision, because every name on the second floor of the Tower of Description would soon be erased together. He is stunned, thinking she intends to unleash an army. He clarifies that only one individual will handle it all. She prefers subtlety since a sudden wipeout would alert higher constellations to investigate. Therefore, she plans a slow purge to avoid suspicion. Spear King questions why she trusts him with such confidential plans. She calmly lists 2 reasons. First, she believes he despises the Maze Lord as much as she does. Second, her chosen one-man army is the only person aware of Sword King's real identity. She intends for them to eventually form a formidable partnership. The boy remains cautious and tells her to quit mocking him. She responds with a teasing apology and asks him for one final favor. Elsewhere, the Maze Lord and Sword King grow uneasy. They realize fallen names are not returning to the Constellation Center as expected. Remembering the guide's request, Spear King feigns ignorance to divert suspicion. He claims the labyrinth often glitches and names sometimes go missing temporarily. The Maze Lord accepts that explanation, assuming they will reappear. He proceeds with deploying forces to the 3rd floor despite lingering doubts. As the gathering ends, Sword King questions why Spear King suddenly seems so helpful. Spear King mocks him, saying at least he does not lose subordinates like Sword King did. The jab pushes Sword King into fury. Spear King leaves casually, saying he will inspect the reincarnation logs. Alone with the magic orb, drops the facade and begins his task. He places his hand on the magic plate. The room's aura shifts from ominous crimson to soothing blue. A towering mystical tree suddenly sprouts from the altar, branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. He studies the strange harvest, tightening his grip on his spear, unsure if he is ready for what follows. Days later, the focus returns to Valhalla's training hall. Kim scratches his head, slightly overwhelmed after offering training assistance. He did not expect everyone to arrive simultaneously. The hall now resembles a gathering of top-tier players. Logan appears first, reminding Kim about the promised one-punch lesson. Black Cat follows, wanting advice on refining his spatial strike technique. Delia Ventrek shyly admits she is fascinated by Kim's poison ability from the tournament and hopes to learn it. Kim smirks, knowing his schedule is clear. He guides the distinguished trio further inside. On the side, Soyin frowns, puzzled why such elites show a student extreme respect. Si Hayek has long stopped questioning Kim's life, simply observes that leading the world's strongest like obedient pups proves Kim operates on another. Once inside the room, Kim admits he can only cover key points today. Advises Black Cat to remove his mask since the session will get intense. Black Cat agrees without hesitation, revealing a strikingly handsome face that makes Kim inwardly grumble about his unfair looks. Logan jokes about security concerns, but Black Cat dismisses it, saying they are not in public and Adelia has already seen him. Meanwhile, the girl quietly feels proud she chose to attend. Kim praises Black Cat for his impressive endurance. He admits he did not witness him clearing the monster hordes firsthand, yet the sheer pile of bodies left behind speaks for itself. He adds that with focused guidance, Black Cat could rise to his tier, which hits Black Cat right in the heart. Recalls how Luminous struggled tirelessly to pave the way after his reincarnation, realizing that all that effort finally bore fruit. Kim points out that Black Cat's current combat style is too chaotic for elite battles. He traces it back to a corrupt constellation who drilled bad habits into him, and even admits he may share some blame. Advises him to stop juggling martial arts and swordplay at once and commit fully to one path. Black Cat decides to dedicate himself to the blade. Since his relic naturally forms as a sword, Kim agrees that it is the ideal route for refining spatial strikes and sets up wooden sword sparring to evaluate him. Kim then shifts his focus to Adelia, bluntly criticizing her weak level and poor stamina. Embarrassed, she explains that managing her family leaves her little time to train, which Kim anticipated. He reminds her that, as Moron's contractor, he cannot rely on distant poison attacks unless she only wants mild effects. For lethal impact, she must close the gap, and that demands stronger physical conditioning. He assigns her a strict program, beginning with martial arts drills. The regimen surprises her completely. Reflecting on Moron's past, Kim explains she was not exceptional at first either, and that with her dagger style and small frame, she had to excel in close combat, though mentioning her height accidentally touches a sore spot. Adelia reveals her clan preserves a hidden martial art taught by a former head who learned directly from a constellation to enhance poison use. Kim decides to test her through a harsh trial by arranging a spar with Logan. Adelia trembles, noting she is being matched against the world's top contractor, and questions the fairness. Kim balances it by forbidding Logan from using mana, while allowing Adelia 20% of hers. Logan wonders if this connects to his promised one-punch lesson. Kim smirks wickedly and tells him they will both learn what they lack once the fight begins. Black Cat observes quietly from the side, clearly anxious about Adelia facing Logan's strength. Kim jokes about possible romantic feelings, but ends by telling him to stay silent and pay attention. The match starts with Logan charging like a speeding train. To everyone's shock, Adelia executes 2 clean evasive moves, and even counters in a way that forces Logan to step back. Logan admits he underestimated her refined technique, yet his surprise fades quickly. He accelerates sharply, shrinking the distance in an instant, faster than Adelia can mentally react. She is driven against the wall, raising her arms just before Logan closes it, prepared to deliver a decisive strike. As Logan swings with heavy force, she lashes out with a swift kick to push him back in time, and snaps a palm strike into his abdomen, causing even the top contractor to grunt and retreat. While clutching his stomach, Kim abruptly ends the spar, leaving Logan confused. Bluntly states Logan has leaned too much on raw strength and constellation powers. He reveals the handicapped conditions were meant to expose how weak Logan's fundamentals are without overwhelming mana. Glancing at the exhausted Adelia, Kim remarks that Logan failed to defeat a drained opponent due to flawed technique. When Logan demands to know the reason for his setback, Kim explains the martial art granted by his constellation is actually limiting him. To illustrate, Kim brings them back 3 centuries in memory. He and his companions once stumbled upon a street spectacle where a young performer entertained a huge crowd. The boy advertised a miracle pill, claiming it bestowed superhuman strength. To demonstrate, he swallowed one himself, his body glowing with golden light. He lightly tapped a giant boulder. At first it seemed ineffective, leading Moron to think he failed. Then a small crack appeared and rapidly spread across the surface until the entire rock crumbled into dust. The spectators erupted in cheers. The boy eagerly sold the pills for 10 coins each, promising anyone they could gain godlike strength. As people rushed to buy them, Kim quietly observed, deeply impressed, and noting the boy's innate talent had fully awakened. He explains to a confused Moron that such talent resembles a specialized elemental gift like her poison or luminous, dimensional slashes. He reflects on himself, admitting that lacking natural talent and relying only on basic meditation made his path far harder. He might have passed away without ever realizing what he was truly capable of. Kim observes the upbeat youngster and feels a flicker of irritation, thinking about how certain people like him awaken unique talents without putting in genuine effort. It stands in sharp opposition to Kim's own struggle with having no natural gifts, and it frustrates him to see someone so blessed use that ability to swindle ordinary folks. As the kid fusses excitedly over a pouch stuffed with gold coins, puzzles over why today's crowd was so easy to fool, Kim decides he's had enough of the spectacle. When the youngster attempts to brush him off by insisting the miracle elixirs are already sold out, Kim answers with a lightning-quick flick to the forehead that sends the fraud tumbling backward. Boy can't hide his astonishment, yet Kim merely flashes a dangerous smile, accusing him of exploiting sacred chants to deceive people. The guy puffs up his chest, claiming the money is for restoring his temple and that he feels no shame, though his unease is obvious. As dusk settles in, the pair make their way up a winding mountain trail. The boy assumes the unusual children trailing Kim must be his apprentices, proving he's heard rumors about the Mushinman chief and his eccentric circle of pupils. Kim is mildly taken aback by the gossip surrounding him, but he keeps his attention fixed on the task ahead. When the boy attempts a formal introduction, Kim cuts him off without hesitation. Since the fellow has already proven himself dishonest, Kim dubs him monk instead, and the boy protests by mentioning the temple funds once more. Kim extends his hand and explains he left his students behind on purpose, so he could personally verify whether this temple exists or is just another elaborate con. As they venture deeper into the mountains, Monk's tone turns serious as he begins sharing his past. Apparently, he never chose the monastic path for himself. His family was so impoverished that they sold him off. He was rescued only because the head monk pleaded with a slave trader and surrendered everything to buy his freedom. Kim remains doubtful, remarking that slave traders are rarely known for generosity. But the boy insists the head monk truly was that extraordinary. He spent his childhood in a small, secluded temple with only the old master for company, until an enormous golem suddenly appeared and demolished it. The head monk perished in the assault, and the boy escaped with nothing but a single prayer bead. Later, he uncovered the master's sacred sarara among the ruins and resolved to rebuild the temple in his memory, even if that meant resorting to fake miracle pills to fund the construction. At last, they arrive at the location, and Kim is startled to find an imposing, ornate gate standing alone in the wilderness, and Monk sheepishly admits it is the only completed part. Everything beyond remains barren and unfinished, and Kim feels reassured that Monk's story holds some truth. Kim tells him he believes him now, but warns that from this point forward he must earn money honestly. The sincere exchange is abruptly interrupted when Monk suddenly goes rigid, fixating on a towering stone creature that has just arrived, the very same golem from years ago, only now it appears larger and more menacing, shrouded in a blazing crimson orb. The creature wastes no time, hurling a devastating energy strike straight at the newly erected gate. At the last second, Kim steps in with an easy grin and deflects the blow effortlessly. He taunts the golem for its lack of manners, and retaliates with a crushing counterattack, a punch so powerful it gouges a huge crater into the ground. Still, he isn't convinced the battle has truly ended, explaining that a golem only perishes when its inner core is destroyed. He quickly pieces the clues together, realizing the monster grew enormous by feeding on a high-quality mana stone buried beneath the temple grounds. The old master likely knew about that power source, and the golem must have sensed it as well, which explains why the temple was attacked in the first place. As the stone behemoth struggles back to its feet, Monk trembles in fear, terrified that unless they end this now, the monster will return again and again to crush his rebuilding efforts. Kim decides the moment calls for a practical lesson. He steps behind Monk, grips his hands, and instructs him to assume a proper striking stance. He asks whether the boy wants to claim the chance to avenge the master who raised him. That question instantly captures Monk's focus. Though doubtful that his stone-shattering trick will work on a living foe, Monk finds Kim leaving no space for hesitation. Kim carefully directs his movements, urging him to concentrate and channel every ounce of magic into the blow. As the golem brings down a massive fist toward them, the boy shouts fiercely and unleashes a blindingly fast strike. Collision is so fierce it sends a shockwave bursting from Monk's fist. Fractures spread like a web across the golem's body, until the force reaches the crimson core and shatters it completely. The gigantic creature collapses into a heap of scattered stones. Kim is sincerely impressed, observing that Monk's innate ability is genuine since he destroyed the core in a single attempt. Monk modestly claims it was only possible because of the mana Kim lent him, but Kim simply smiles, appreciating his humility. Staring at his fist, Monk is overcome with regret, wishing he had possessed such strength while his master still lived. After watching him quietly, Kim asks if he would like to become his disciple officially. He explains he already mentors several uniquely talented students, and promises that under his guidance Monk's raw gift could become truly formidable. At that time, Monk actually declined Kim's invitation to join the main group, choosing instead to remain behind and protect his unfinished temple. Kim felt no resentment and admired the boy's devotion. In the years that followed, Kim regularly climbed the mountain to train him, transforming that core-shattering punch into a martial art known as one-hit kill. Another of Kim's disciples assisted in refining the technique, and although Kim was largely satisfied, he noticed Monk's direct strikes lacked flexibility. He intended to correct that weakness later, but the tower's destruction occurred first, leaving the flaw unresolved for centuries. Back in the present, Kim tells Logan that this ancient imperfection has been passed down through his constellation's teachings. Kim resolves that the time has come to finally settle that 300-year-old issue, picks up wooden practice swords, and begins hands-on training with Logan and Black Cat, physically adjusting their arms and legs to demonstrate smoother motion. Once the training concludes, he returns to the main demonstration, advising Logan to avoid advancing in rigid straight paths, and reminding Black Cat that spatial slash depends not merely on mana, but on precise speed and timing. He also cautions Adelia that flawless technique means nothing if her stamina remains poor. Later that evening, Kim heads back while feeling quite satisfied that his students are finally improving enough to face the calamities ahead. He takes out the ring, contemplating the troublesome beings likely to emerge from the third floor soon. He has even stored away energy from recently defeated lower-level foes, in case the guide requires a new name to occupy a slot. His quiet stroll is interrupted when Barch contacts him, visibly shaken. He pleads with Kim to warn the others not to attack him on sight in the main hall. Kim keeps walking and calmly states that Barch has no leverage to make requests, and if trouble is brewing, he should explain immediately so Kim might restrain the others. Faced with that, Barch finally relents and confesses that they, the members of the Tower of Destruction, have entered the Great Space. Startled, Kim demands a chronological account of what happened. Barch describes how he conducted reconnaissance in the hall, that peculiar chamber lined with countless doors, to assess how the constellations were faring after Kim's team forced them into submission. He found the area deserted and assumed the constellations had either retreated to their own mental domains or gathered elsewhere to scheme their next move. True trouble began when a fourth-floor figure known as Schemer slipped up behind him so quietly that Barch never sensed a thing. The man addressed Barch as though he were still the supreme ruler of the tower. Kim confesses the name means nothing to him, so Barch elaborates that Schemer keeps a low profile and never acts without careful preparation. Supposedly, one of Kim's own disciples had previously handled him behind the scenes. The so-called hidden schemer stunned Barch further by declaring he now commands all constellations within the Tower of Destruction. As Kim steps into his building and presses the elevator, he questions how a mere fourth-floor manager seized that level of control. Barch revisits the tower's ranking system, explaining that higher floors house increasingly terrifying beings, ranging from common monsters to named entities. Above them are the great names on the fourth floor, and the four heavenly kings on the fifth. Tower Master reigns from the sixth floor. Schemer argues that with the Master and Kings absent, he simply stepped in to occupy the empty throne. Kim immediately recognizes how disastrous that sounds. If those tower beings are gathered in the main hall, they remain fully active and extremely dangerous. Barch is panicking because Schemer instantly urged him to resume leadership. He fears the creatures still believe he is a formidable force and dreads what will happen once they learn he has lost his strength. Trembling, Barch describes how he retreated, confessing that when Schemer cornered him, he bluffed and fled. He attempts to win Kim's sympathy. Instead, he is met with a chilling, furious shout. Kim explodes in anger, berating him as useless and arguing that if Barch insists on being weak, he should at least return with valuable information. Kim emphasizes his obsession with the tower and the need for a proper headcount of constellations to devise a strategy. Reclining in his chair, he even toys with the idea of visiting Barch's mental realm just to thrash him personally. Barch stammers that entering such a realm typically requires the constellation's consent. Kim waves off the concern, assuming he can rely on one of his own disciples to bypass that restriction. He begins assessing the danger, reasoning that if the fifth-floor elites are still active, then the rest of the tower's forces likely are too. He remembers the guide warning that beings from the Tower of Destruction will soon descend. Connecting the dots, he suspects everything from the second floor upward has effectively become a constellation and is merely awaiting the descent of their true names. He explains to an anxious Barch that once those names descend, the monsters fully incarnate and can rampage in the real world without limits. Kim's strategy is to eliminate them in the constellation realm before they ever materialize. Topic shifts to relics, and Kim wonders what would occur if he destroyed the artifact housing a constellation. And since Barch resides in a sword and lacks answers, Kim half-jokingly threatens to shatter him to test the outcome, mentioning he owns spare weapons, prompting a horrified Barch to suggest consulting another constellation instead. Irritated by Barch's ignorance, Kim starts reevaluating his entire situation. seeing contradictions everywhere. Barch is the only name he clearly recalls and possesses deep knowledge about perception, yet remains technically powerless. Kim begins to suspect that Barch's very name could be his vulnerability. He suppresses the thought and decides to shelve the theory for now. After all, Barch might be deceiving him, and nothing will be certain until the truth surfaces. Kim leaves him no option and orders Barch to return to the main hall and pretend to be the tower's leader once more. The scheme is straightforward, yet risky. Barch must fake his former strength to restrain the other constellations and secretly gather their numbers as a double agent, though he hesitates. But when Kim flashes a sinister grin and threatens to grind his relic into dust just to experiment, Barch decides espionage is preferable to annihilation. Satisfied, Kim leaves the main hall issue to Barch while he investigates the consequences of relic destruction. The following morning, he heads straight to the director's office and knocks. Inside, Black Cat is in discussion with Lee San, the academy's premier instructor. When Kim knocks, Bill gives Black Cat a dark look that seems to say reconsider before storming out. He brushes past Kim in the door, comments that Kim has been stirring up quite a commotion lately, then departs with a sly smile. Puzzled, Kim steps inside and asks what is happening with instructor Lee San. Black Cat attempts to deflect with vague explanations, but eventually admits that Lee San intends to resign. Kim is stunned that someone of such caliber would simply walk away. Black Cat clarifies that he is currently the only one aware of this decision, and that Lee San plans to remain until year's end before officially retiring. Steering back to business, Black Cat asks Kim's purpose for visiting, and Kim replies that he needs to question Luminous. Within her mental realm, he immediately inquires what truly happens if a constellation's sacred relic is utterly destroyed. Luminous explains that breaking a relic is not the instant defeat Kim imagined. Noticing his confusion, she sighs and clarifies that when a relic is ruined, the mental world inside it simply vanishes. The item becomes an ordinary object, and the displaced constellation wanders like a restless spirit. He adds that these spirits are drawn to familiar mana or belongings they once used, and upon finding a suitable vessel, they inhabit it and create a new relic. She remarks that she and the other disciples were fortunate because their former equipment still existed for them to reclaim. Kim is mildly surprised by her depth of knowledge, admits he asked on a whim, earning an irritated glare from her. Luminous grows nostalgic, recalling her first act as a constellation, which was rebuilding the bleak monster-ridden wasteland where she once lived with Kim, though he privately thinks her version looks far darker than he remembers. She goes on to describe how the black market originated. The first contractor was a merchant who discovered a method to connect ordinary space with her subspace. Sensing opportunity, she embraced the chaos and transformed it into the masked underground marketplace it is now. Observing how other powerful entities bonded with relics over time is what honed her expertise. Mood shifts awkwardly when Luminous begins to blush, believing that since Kim sought her guidance, she must be his favorite student. Triumphant fantasy collapses instantly when Kim casually reveals he consulted Sasami first, but she had no answer. Luminous's delight turns to irritation as she realizes she was merely second choice, and she immediately asks permission to erase her younger sister. Kim breaks into a cold sweat and reminds her that constellations cannot kill one another, so she will not be deleting anyone. He feels mounting frustration upon realizing that destroying relics would only turn the Tower of Destruction's forces into wandering spirits, making them even harder to eliminate permanently. Forces himself out of his thoughts and returns to Black Cat, reaffirming his curiosity about Lee San's decision to quit and announcing he plans to speak with him personally, leaving Black Cat, sweating nervously at the thought of two powerhouse personalities clashing. As night approaches, instructor Lily strolls through the corridors, suddenly notices Kim. She turns bright red and convinces herself their meeting is fate despite struggling with writer's block on her monster thesis. She abandons her duties the moment she sees Kim cornering Lee San in the hall. The pair decide to move to a cafe for privacy. Lily stealthily follows them like a spy. The atmosphere in the cafe feels tense as Kim and Lee San sit by the window under the fading light, while Lily hides nearby attempting to listen in. Kim, straight to the issue, and asks why someone of Lee San's stature intends to resign. Lily is so startled by the revelation that she spills her drink, drawing puzzled looks from both men. Lee San grumbles that the new director cannot keep a secret for even a few minutes. His expression turns bitter as he confesses he feels utterly useless for the first time, and he blames Kim for it. Explains he was once Korea's most formidable hunter, guiding the White-Silver Guild to the very top. He joined the academy after the previous director assured him that even if ordinary hunters lagged behind contractors, he believed the academy's enormous collection of sacred relics could help them make up the difference in strength. For years he was convinced he could overcome that disparity, yet Kim's recent actions have shattered his self-belief. Lee San explains bluntly that watching his students clear labyrinths across the globe once made him feel like a living legend. Now he feels sick, seeing how trendy it is to cling to Kim and slip into the special class. In his eyes, the special class is nothing more than a crowd of slackers, dodging genuine effort. Even elite heirs like the Snozel family's successor are flocking there just to stay close to Kim, pushing Lee San into a full-blown identity crisis. He demands to know why the academy even requires a chief instructor like him, when everything revolves around a single student. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, Lee San interrogates Kim about his mysterious past, pointing out that his records are practically empty. He suspects Kim must be backed by some hidden S-rank constellation to display such absurd power. Kim does not waste breath on a lengthy defense. He simply grins and suggests settling the matter with a sparring match. A brief duel, he claims, will reveal whether he is a contractor or simply extraordinary on his own. Normally, Lee San ignores taunts. Frustration pushes him to accept immediately. Lily, still undercover beneath her cap, is panicking as she realizes she is about to witness a clash between the academy's strongest instructor and its most enigmatic student. Flashback shows Kim telling Black Cat he only came to the academy because a system alert guided him to search for his sword, leading him to the eye of the great forest labyrinth controlled by the school. Yet after staying, he grew fond of the director's comforts and mentoring students, and he insists he has not been idle either. While Black Cat supplied the official staff files, Kim secretly hired an underground research group to uncover deeper secrets, investigated most instructors, and found that although many are upright, a handful hide troubling pasts. Regarding Lee San, however, he found nothing suspicious, and Black Cat explains why the man is revered in the hunter community. Lee San is a legend who single-handedly elevated the once weakest guild, White Silver, to dominance using only an rank constellation contract, relying more on determination than divine favors. Kim admits admiration, observing that Lee San's disdain for contractors who overly depend on constellations sets him apart as a rare principled individual in modern times. Kim adds that he has done more than review personnel records. He even infiltrated the academy's private email servers. Searching the former chairman's messages, he uncovered evidence of Lee San's growing disillusionment. Valhalla operates like a pay-to-win system, where noble families purchase prime dorms and guaranteed placements for their children. Lee San tolerated it for the school's sake, but final trigger was the case of student Rockdill Ventric. Kim discovered that Rockdill's exchange student label was fabricated, hide that he had been expelled in the UK, and bought re-entry through a hefty donation. Kim understands that for someone like Lee San, watching the academy orbit around a single star student felt like history repeating itself. Even if Kim is not at fault, the appearance alone is enough to push Lee San toward resignation. Though Kim rarely involves himself in politics, he acknowledges losing Lee San would harm his broader plans. Looking back on his previous life, Kim grows unusually reflective. He remembers the shortcomings of his first attempt. His lack of natural talent left him too weak, and overall the global hunter standard was embarrassingly low. He founded a martial arts sect, but concentrated too heavily on his inner circle, failing to cultivate a large enough force. When the Tower of Destruction emerged, his group survived, yet the world did not. The Age of Destruction unfolded because there were not enough high-level hunters to contain the crisis. Kim views Lee San as crucial to preventing that tragedy from repeating. He explains to Black Cat that although hunters are abundant now, their maximum potential has stagnated. Unlike the past when individuals trained to build their own mana rather than leaning on constellations, the new generation depends heavily on borrowed power. And while an army of average fighters is useful, he requires true elites to withstand the next Tower of Destruction, meaning instructors like Lee San must remain to elevate standards. Black Cat realizes Kim is utterly serious about safeguarding the world, even if it demands forceful persuasion to keep valuable staff from leaving. Returning to the present moment, duel commences in the gym as rumors spread rapidly. Students crowd the windows, while the girls whisper excitedly about the intimidating swordsman. Hayek and Arin confirm that Kim is facing Valhalla's strongest instructor, Lee. Lee San remarks it has been a while since he fought another human, but insists he is not dull. At the signal, he bursts forward at blinding speed, becoming a streak. Kim's eyes sharpen as he barely intercepts the incoming strike. The impact is so fierce that it shatters his blade, leaving Kim holding a broken weapon, as he identifies Lee San as a speed-oriented contractor. Lee San vanishes in a flash, reappearing behind Kim to deliver what should be a decisive blow. Yet Kim anticipates it. He snaps a precise counter backward, sending the famed instructor crashing to the floor. As Lee San clutches his side, the students in the stands watch nervously, They saw him ricochet off the ground twice to alter direction. Yet Kim tracked him effortlessly and struck before he could connect. Lily observes that Lee San is restraining himself, avoiding a lethal swing that would have flattened Kim. Other students grow curious about the girl in the cap, but Lily lowers her hat and dodges attention until Soyin calls her out. In the ring, Lee San is stunned by Kim's reaction time. Kim smiles mischievously and asks if he held back because a head strike would have been fatal. He urges him to stop acting like a cautious teacher and face him as a genuine opponent, with no restraint or mercy. He insists that if Lee San truly wants answers about him, he must abandon formalities and fight as though his survival depends on it. Lee San accepts the challenge. He steadies his blade and unleashes a storm of strikes so rapid that Kim realizes deflection is impossible. He switches entirely to defense. Blow after blow lands against his wooden sword. It seemed like one thrust proves to be a layered combo too intense for the weapon, and the practice blade splinters apart. Noticing the shattered weapon, Lee San advances for the finish, but a sudden pain in his side halts him as he understands Kim's earlier strike inflicted more damage than expected. When the dust settles, Kim stands unharmed despite lacking a weapon. Lee San struggles to comprehend how Kim deflected a Kai-empowered attack with bare hands. He assumes a defensive skill granted by a constellation. Kim denies any external backing, explaining he concentrated immense mana into his palms to redirect the blade's force back at its owner. He asks whether such techniques are not part of Lee San's teaching. Lee San admits, sweating, that he has never encountered such a method. It appears in none of the manuals he knows. Kim shrugs, saying anti-human martial arts faded away because modern hunters obsess over battling monsters. Lee San counters that monster-focused training has been standard practice for centuries, since labyrinths began emerging worldwide. Humanity abandoned internal conflicts to concentrate solely on surviving against beasts. Because of this change, ordinary students only practice boosting mana and stats in isolation, never truly learning how to defeat another human in combat. Lee San remarks that only society's darker elements such as criminals, special operatives, or elite troops still train in lethal anti-human techniques. Still fixated on the enigma, he presses Kim to reveal his true identity. He merely gives a pleased smile, implying that if Lee San wants answers, he must win a round first. That response reignites Lee San's fighting spirit. He drops all restraint and surrounds himself with a dense blue aura as he prepares his ultimate technique. He even creates a mirror image, splitting his figure in two to confuse Kim. Kim remains relaxed, smirking as if to ask whether he is supposed to feel intimidated. Instead, he steps forward and throws a punch without hesitation. Lee San is stunned as he attacks from point-blank distance. He feels no resistance at all. A moment too late, he realizes he has struck nothing but empty space. Kim is already positioned behind him. Kim even gives him slight praise for realizing it quickly, then declares it is now his turn to press the attack. Lee San attempts to move, but his earlier wound flares painfully and locks him in place. Kim approaches with an eerie grin, drives a firm punch into his chest, knocking the legendary instructor flat onto the floor. Later, Lee San wakes up on a break room couch, clutching his abdomen in confusion. Kim sits calmly across from him, asking how he is feeling. He remarks that if the injury were serious, he would have sent him to the infirmary. Since Lee San shielded the blow with mana, it is mostly just a painful bruise. Lee San averts his gaze, humbled and admitting he feels pathetic after going all out against a student only to lose. Though he still considers resigning, Kim refuses to let the idea stand. He drops any pretense and directly asks him to remain at the academy. Blunt request catches Lee San by surprise. Kim acknowledges he never intended to disrupt the school's atmosphere and explains that despite appearances, the special class is not a haven for lazy shortcuts. Lee San admits he has observed their gym sessions and noticed their training far exceeds that of regular students. Kim confirms he personally designed those intense programs, customizing routines to match each student's physique and combat style. Lee San is genuinely impressed by that effort. He concedes Kim may even surpass him as a teacher and asks why his departure matters so much. But Kim answers honestly. No matter his knowledge, he is still officially a student and cannot teach the entire academy himself. Losing an experienced professional like Lee San would lower Valhalla's overall standards. The discussion grows serious when Kim says he would dissolve the special class and leave if Lee San truly quits. Lee San rejects that notion, realizing that although Kim's presence disrupts things, no one truly wants him gone. Curiosity pushes him to ask the real purpose behind the special class. Kim decides to confide in him. He reveals the group is not merely academic, but functions as a rapid response strike unit. Kim mentions a major monster incident months ago that received little media coverage. While the public assumed it resolved quietly, his special class handled the frontline battle, arriving before others and eliminating the threat before the situation even became public knowledge. Stresses that he shares this only because he needs Lee San to continue teaching. Lee San is stunned by the revelation, realizing Kim has effectively formed a private armed unit within the academy. The implication clearly unsettles him. He argues that students should not be risking their lives in dungeons. That responsibility belongs to official guilds and the government. Kim responds firmly, explaining that during the last disaster professional teams needed 30 minutes to arrive, while his squad was already evacuating civilians and eliminating monsters. He assures him the students already rival adult contractors, so their safety is not his main concern. He urges Lee San to focus on the broader reality, warning that the future will be far harsher, and when true chaos begins, his special unit alone will not suffice to protect everyone. Society will require a surge of high-level hunters. Kim believes Lee San is uniquely suited to train large numbers of capable elites simultaneously. Kim adds that Lily also asked him to persuade Lee San to stay, which surprises him. Turns out he was the one who recruited Lily, meaning they share a closer bond than Kim assumed. At last persuaded, Lee San agrees to withdraw his resignation. He admits he still does not fully understand Kim's identity, but he senses the young man is preparing for an impending war and offers mature advice, suggesting that if matters grow overwhelming, Kim should rely on seasoned professionals instead of bearing everything alone. Kim nods in agreement, though both know he remains the strongest presence there. Even so, Kim wonders how to manage the unrest the special class causes among other students. Lee San proposes a solution to ease the tension surrounding the special class, and he is willing to involve Kim in executing it, requesting a bit of assistance to make it work. After leaving, Kim pauses, feeling odd about having bowed his head to ask for help. He concludes Lee San is exceptional, thinking that if more people like him had existed 3 centuries ago, the age of destruction might have unfolded differently. Calm moment ends abruptly when Barch appears, looking utterly battered after returning from his leadership mission in the main hall and nearly in tears. Kim realizes he forgot to inform his students about Barch's undercover role. They saw him declared head of the Tower of Destruction. They attacked him as an enemy until a stealthier student intervened and allowed him to explain. Kim pays little attention to his complaints and instead asks who was present in the hall. Upon hearing about 2 masked women, he recognizes them as Moron and Sasami. He is puzzled since he never ordered them there. Barch reveals the girls are already restoring the area, particularly rebuilding the martial god sect. Elsewhere in the tower, Schemer tells Barch it is time to proceed. Barch feigns confidence by crossing his arms despite his unease, even as a mysterious gate materializes before them. He asks about the martial god gate. Schemer instructs him to wait and promises explanations after they arrive. However, their secrecy proves imperfect. Sami and Moron observe them from the shadows. Moron recognizes the constellation accompanying Barch, one of the entities from the Tower of Destruction. She realizes that familiarity explains the strained aura she sensed, concluding they must have concealed themselves during the earlier major battle. Sasami agrees and the pair conceal their presence, trailing the group to uncover their hidden base. Schemer guides them to an unremarkable door and instructs Barch to enter. Nervous, Barch grips the handle and pushes it open. He is stunned to find a massive, reconstructed Tower of Destruction standing within the main hall. Schemer explains with a grin that they used the space and assistance from other floor members to rebuild this concealed structure. Though not as grand as before, it serves as an ideal refuge for regrouping and remaining hidden. Schemer immediately moves to the heart of the matter. Bringing up the martial sect members, he reveals that the martial god and his disciples are attempting to restore their former domain and have been eliminating constellations one after another. Barch realizes all of this unfolded while he was trapped inside a mental realm by one of Kim's students. Trying to maintain authority, Barch folds his arms and commands Schemer to compile a complete list of every constellation still lingering in the tower. Schemer seems genuinely impressed by the decisive order, assuring him he will prepare the roster at once before departing to carry it out. Leaving Barch alone before the towering structure, Barch attempts to concentrate despite his nearly depleted mind. He senses a few recognizable dark presences within, but before he can probe further, Moron suddenly appears, furious and accusing him of reviving the Tower of Destruction. She introduces herself by landing a sharp punch across his face. Later battered and bruised, Barch reports back to Kim. Kim listens calmly while Barch complains that the students beat him senseless instead of discussing the martial god sect issue. Kim ignores the grumbling and asks directly about the familiar magical auras Barch sensed in the rebuilt tower. Barch confirms he detected recognizable energy there, specifically the signatures of Disaraventrick and Aron's brother. both notorious for their dubious constellation contracts. Kim's expression darkens upon hearing that the energy originates from the third floor. He suspects these two may emerge as major antagonists in the coming disaster. Barch grumbles when Kim dismisses his efforts and orders him to continue spying despite the beating he endured. Changing topics, Kim questions Sasami about the Mushinmun reconstruction. Flustered, she admits responsibility and explains when asked why. While clearing out constellations in the main hall, they became enthusiastic and rebuilt the place themselves. She adds that the other sisters approve, then quickly tries to blame Barch for reporting her and asks if she should eliminate him. Kim reminds her once more that constellations cannot kill each. Sasami apologizes for acting without permission and offers to dismantle everything. Kim tells her to leave it, admitting he had considered reviving Mushinmun anyway, so she saved him the trouble. At the academy, Lee San prepares to execute his strategy, brings another instructor to observe the special class, insisting he must witness their true abilities firsthand. To believe the hype, he escorts the instructor to his office where he is startled to find Kim and the entire squad already assembled for the test. In the arena, a large crowd of students has gathered. Unaware of what is about to happen, Lee San steps forward and announces a special lecture session. Since so many students have been requesting transfers into the special class, we'll offer them a chance to prove themselves. If they endure a standard training routine, they may join. With that, he hands control over to Kim, who wears a mischievous smile and tells the eager crowd to change into training gear for a simple run. Kim's definition of simple borders on brutal for ordinary people begins with a casual 12-mile sprint, then adds dumbbell punching drills, finishes with heavy tire flips. Just as he prepares to start sparring, Lee San steps in to rein him in, gesturing toward the deserted gym and scattered equipment. He notes there is no one left to train since the regular students fled. Their ambition to join the special class thoroughly extinguished. Lee San thanks Kim, realizing that frightening them was the perfect deterrent. Kim shrugs as though it were trivial, explaining that was only a light workout due to time constraints, leaving Lee San astonished. Once again aware that Kim's standards are extraordinary, tells Kim he looks forward to seeing what the squad will accomplish and promises to support them whenever needed before departing. The main hall tensions rise among the Constellation sisters as Moron confronts Sasami, accusing her of seeking attention and suspecting she plans to eliminate Barch or damage the new structure. Sasami corrects her firmly, revealing that Kim truly intends to revive the sect. Moron reacts with visible irritation, wondering why Kim confided in Sasami first and questioning her motives. Sasami calms her by explaining Kim envisions an important role for Moron. He is not merely recreating a martial club, but establishing a large constellation alliance under the martial god, with Moron positioned as a central figure. The aim is to monitor the Tower of Destruction's movements in the main hall constantly. He admits that while Barch tries his best, he lacks the ability to see the entire picture. Kim wants clear identification of allies and enemies before the next catastrophe, drawing lessons from his previous clash with the King of Knights. He refuses to leave anything to chance and is preparing the alliance in advance. Kim understands that intimidation may gain attention, but lasting alliances require genuine loyalty. So he appointed Sasami and the eldest sister to lead. Moron considers Luminous and Freak suitable partners, noting the second and fourth sisters are too fond of cruelty to handle diplomacy. When Sasami asks how to propose the alliance, Moron initially suggests forceful intimidation, but questions whether that tactic will work. Meanwhile, within the Great Tree, the Maze Lord sits behind a crimson screen, visibly displeased. He wonders why progress is slow, since the second floor names were released, yet no report has arrived from the Sword King's location. Frustrated by delays, he decides to advance the schedule, forming glowing red spheres in his palm. Choosing to release the powerful third floor forces earlier than planned. Back in the main hall, Sasami and Moron notice crimson lightning tearing across the sky as two red bolts of energy shoot toward the rebuilt Tower of Destruction. Moron senses impending trouble, recognizing the heavy third-floor mana descending into reality. He orders Sasami to warn Kim while she tracks the phenomenon. At the academy, Kim watches Yenleng train with pride. She delivers a firm punch, yet feels discouraged because she perceives no visible damage. Kim points to the floor, noting she actually forced him back 3 centimeters. Though she sees it as minor progress, Kim is quietly thrilled at her growth, especially after the specialized mana training he designed for her and Arin. As he enjoys the moment of mentoring, Hooded Messenger suddenly emerges from the shadows. He returns carrying word from Sasami, reporting that the identities from the third floor have officially touched down. Kim is clearly tense because the guide never warned that a third-floor descent would happen this soon. He believes he can handle them, but the squad still isn't completely ready for an all-out battle. Sasumi updates him that a huge gap has torn through the main hall, with two names floating near the counterfeit Tower of Destruction. Realizing they have not fully manifested in reality yet, Kim knows there is only a brief chance to move. He's frustrated that the missing details about their landing point make setting an ambush nearly impossible. Barch confirms the sensation, saying the energy matches what he felt back on the third floor. Kim's expression hardens as he connects the dots and understands these are serious threats. They are the constellations that supported Desira and Aron's brother, namely the elites from the greatest race and the One Believer. Kim asks Sasami whether she recognizes those criminal factions. Casually replies that she and Moron already crushed them after they tried interfering with him. Sasami appears startled when Kim explains that the figures descending now are likely constellations linked to those groups. She apologizes for not eliminating everyone except the leader, noting that descending constellations usually take over the leader's body. Because some blessed members survive, there is still a suitable vessel available. Kim cuts the discussion short and orders the students to prepare, declaring the field trip over and a real war beginning. Yin Lang looks thrilled while the others sense the massive difference in scale. At the same time, Moron is already positioned at the tower. She feels the tremors caused by the overwhelming third-floor power descending. Knowing the deadline has arrived, she moves. She goes completely on the offensive, driving her dagger into the ground and unleashing a jagged surge of green magic that shoots toward the gate as emerald flames burst out in an attempt to disrupt the descent. The heavy mana consumption leaves her struggling to breathe. Dark outlines start forming, and a mocking voice tells her she is wasting her effort. It ridicules her for being nameless and daring to challenge true legends. Dragon-like being states that their names are secured, and their power far exceeds hers. He dismisses her toxic aura as useless and sneers about her devotion to the martial arts god. Moron acts indifferent, pretending she has no idea what he means. In truth, she feels relieved, her blue eyes revealing she only meant to buy time for Kim to take position. Sensing her task is complete, she mentally hands control over to her teacher for the real battle. Back at the abandoned structure, the man is being flooded with violet energy, appearing to enjoy every second of it. He cackles wildly, thrilled that he has finally materialized. Bearded figure known as the Dragon of Death grins madly, even though he has not regained his full draconic form. Kim interrupts him with a smug look, telling him to wrap things up and leave. He instantly smacks the man so hard that he smashes into the wall, proceeding to beat him mercilessly. Spotting a girl nearby, Kim grows irritated since he intended to snap the man's neck immediately, so he orders her to leave before it turns uglier. After she departs, the possessed host explains that the body's original owner was a pathetic man who had lured the girl there to steal from her. The host had used divine blessings to charm and rob women. The dragon constellation calls such behavior disgraceful and says he is here solely to kill. Kim notes with a grin that the man's teeth have regenerated, confirming he is now a full constellation vessel. The dragon seems surprised. He never imagined the martial arts god would reincarnate in such a frail human shell. He lashes out with a gigantic claw of dark energy. Kim remains calm and answers with a punch that rips through the man's shoulder before looming over him. He asks if this is the same terror the dragon felt when he possessed Aron's brother and fled in fear during their previous encounter. The dragon man grips his shattered shoulder, stunned that a human body could release that level of magic. He notices Kim's mana is actually lower than it was 3 centuries ago, which gives him renewed confidence. Yet Kim simply smiles casually, then unleashes a kick so powerful the earth collapses beneath them, hurling the lizard slayer away. As the constellation crashes down, he panics, unable to understand how Kim's crimson aura surpasses his peak from the tower era. Kim rotates his shoulder casually and remarks that back then his power had been restrained, therefore, he had never witnessed his own or his disciples' full potential. Sliding a ring onto his finger, he prepares to finish things and declares that today will be the dragon's final day alive. Dragon Man lunges, yelling that a named constellation cannot die, but Kim pays no attention. He sidesteps effortlessly, conjures a sword, and comments that the third-floor weakling is enduring fairly well. He swings, and a tremendous blast rips through the surroundings. Even after being struck, the dragon instantly shoots skyward with a dense draconic aura swirling around him. He fires off a gigantic energy creature, beamed directly at Kim, igniting. Violent explosion upon contact. The dragon stands there panting. He finally dealt meaningful damage, only for despair to hit when the smoke fades and Kim remains unharmed. Having deflected it with a single swing, sweat pours down as he calls Kim insane before breaking into a twisted smile. He confesses he is delighted that the rest of the tower is unaware of Kim's reincarnation. Savors the idea of their future hopelessness when they face this monster. Kim stares at him as if he is deranged, labeling him a disgusting creep for enjoying his comrades' future agony. Points his blade and warns that dying here by Kim's hand means not returning to the spirit realm, but having his name erased entirely. Constellation stiffens in disbelief, assuming it is a bluff, yet Kim shows no mercy and delivers a decisive slash that brings down the dragon man lifeless. Kim departs satisfied with the outcome and wonders how his students are handling their own opponents. Another area, the enormous shaggy constellation Black Claw is cornered and growls, demanding to know who dares oppose him. He is met by Kim's students smiling confidently, ready to end the fight. The constellation Black Claw begins by behaving as though he exists on a completely superior tier compared to the students' own constellations. He smashes a mana-infused fist into the ground, and for a moment Yen is caught off guard by the charged strike. Xinlang looks puzzled until she understands it was a setup. Blades suddenly burst from beneath the surface, forcing the students to scatter quickly. Turns out his title, the blade jutting from behind, isn't merely decorative. The team barely has time to process what's happening. Yen Lang immediately takes control by smashing her fist into the earth with such force that the blades explode into fragments. Black Claw is visibly startled, realizing the girl possesses frightening physical strength. He quickly switches tactics, slamming his foot down to send a streak of blades racing toward them, and manipulating their trajectory mid-flight, so the sharpened tips aim directly at their skulls. Auron refuses to let that happen and shouts for everyone to duck while she obliterates the attack with one overwhelming momentum even drives her strike into Black Claw's chest. The team doesn't pause. See Hayek and Yen Lang rush forward, delivering a synchronized barrage of savage punches that sent him slamming hard into the ground. As the constellation struggles to regain balance, Yen crashes down with a crushing sword blow to his torso, setting off a violent burst of energy. She pants heavily, convinced she finally broke through. But when the smoke fades, Black Claw stands untouched. She is stunned that her full-powered finisher dealt absolutely no harm. While she hesitates in disbelief, Black Claw darts forward and slices her cheek. The others tense up in alarm, but she waves it off, even as she quietly admits this enemy surpasses Kim's warnings. Above them, Black Cat observes calmly, watching the desperate clash unfold through a portal. Kim finally arrives and quickly scans his students, feels relieved seeing they are managing better than expected. Black Cat still frets, reminded these are children facing a top-tier constellation. Kim explains that is why he prepared a contingency, admitting they are not truly ready to challenge gods. The third-floor crisis forced them to skip the basics and dive straight into battle. Back on the field, Black Claw casually regenerates the chest injury Auron inflicted. The sight crushes morale, especially for Auron, who questions her blade mastery. The beast then descends into manic excitement, fantasizing about mounting their heads as prized trophies after slaughtering them. He wraps his body in spinning blades, rockets forward like a whirling grinder. Yanlang reacts instantly, raising a towering wall of ice to block the assault. It halts him briefly, but Black Claw's expression turns irritated, aware the frozen barrier cannot restrain him long. Yanlang senses the danger and regrets neglecting her defensive training. She calls for strategy, and the girls improvise together. Harin and Soyin focus on breaking his blade armor, opening a path for Si Hayek and Yen Lang to unleash decisive strikes. The ice wall bursts apart. The team moves flawlessly. Auron and Soyin circle behind the creature and hack into his metallic blade shell with relentless force. Black Claw initially remains confident, believing he can simply restore the damaged armor. Yet he is caught unprepared by the next assault. Si Hayek concentrates immense power into his fist and drives it deep into the monster's abdomen, doubling him over. Before he collapses, Yen Lang swoops in with a savage, ice-infused kick that unleashes a towering barrier of frozen spikes on impact, trapping the constellation. He ends up sealed like a statue within jagged ice. Yen Lang and the others finally pause to catch their breath, believing they have miraculously secured victory. The relief fades instantly as Black Claw's fingers twitch. Blade shoots from his palm toward Yin Lang's unguarded back. Disaster seems certain until Kim materializes and intercepts it at the last second, mocking her. He ridicules the constellation for faking defeat to attempt a cheap ambush. Black Claw's eyes widen as he recognizes true god of martial arts before him, yet Kim offers no conversation, and before the beast can react, executes a smooth, effortless slash that slices the frozen constellation cleanly in two. Yan Lang wonders how he appeared so suddenly. Kim casually mentions he already eliminated his own opponent. The girls practically glow with admiration, praising him as an unstoppable force. He instructs them to retreat through the portal while he handles cleanup. After they depart, he activates his ring and absorbs the fallen constellation's power like a siphon. Once the absorption completes, Kim is immediately transported back to the hut where he normally meets the guide. He assumes she summoned him. Instead, he finds her gravely injured, the guide battered and exhausted. She tries to inquire about the third-floor crisis, but Kim cuts her off, far more concerned about who could harm the one who holds all the knowledge. Guide explains how she ended up in such a state. She had ventured on a dangerous reconnaissance to monitor the maze lore. confirm her sabotage of the magic globe remained intact. To maintain the deception, she adjusted the markers using her own power before, concealing herself completely to spy on the Maze Lord. That was when the Maze Lord summoned third-floor constellations by means of 2 devil fruits, firing them into the world like guided missiles. She watched the glowing spheres streak past her, understanding the Maze Lord had grown desperate. Rushing his plans in a panic, he hurried back to the magic globe to assess the consequences. She observed that the names had not yet fully materialized in the physical realm. Her streak of luck ended almost immediately. The Sword King caught her in the act and restrained her, holding his blade at her throat while demanding her identity. She quickly realized there was no way to talk herself out of it, so she opened a portal behind her, and in a sudden reversal, the Sword King's own sword was redirected toward his head. He narrowly avoided it, stunned by her bizarre spatial manipulation. The guide attempted to flee, aware that she could not repeatedly rely on that distortion ability. The Sword King responded without hesitation, fusing his weapon with an overwhelming surge of mana. Before she could escape, he executed a flash step that tore through her defenses completely, leaving deep cuts across her entire body, and he immediately moved in for a finishing strike while she staggered. Just as he was about to end her, a spear suddenly pierced straight through his chest. The unexpected savior was none other than the Spear King, committed a shocking betrayal by skewering him, an attack the Sword King never anticipated. When the Sword King attempted one last furious counterattack, the Spear King calmly twisted the spear, ending his life on the spot. Although he acted out of necessity, the Spear King appeared conflicted, aware he had just slain his own kin. Guide was stunned by the sudden shift but grateful to survive, thanking him and asking for an explanation. The Spear King revealed they earned their titles after losing to the Maze Lord and being forced into servitude. He cautioned her that the Sword King might seem dead, yet he would likely revive sooner or later, and when he did, his fury would be catastrophic. The guide refused to linger for another confrontation. She knelt and scattered a strange powder over the fallen Sword King. When questioned, she explained she had altered his memories entirely. Upon waking, he would recall nothing of the betrayal or battle. The Spear King was impressed by her mastery of mental manipulation. After resolving the crisis, she departed swiftly to report the newly launched names. In the present, Kim listens to her account, yet he remains troubled by her battered condition. He downplays it, admitting her reserves are depleted after exhausting stored name power and losing her ability to track the Maze Lord. Kim refuses to lose his most valuable source of intelligence. He offers her the ring containing souls taken from second-floor constellations. Having no desire to wield that energy himself, urges her to use it as needed while asking for more details about the Spear King. She describes him physically, surprised Kim has not encountered such a figure before. Kim admits he suspects the man's identity, but wanted confirmation before acting, since someone of that caliber could greatly strengthen his team. After concluding their discussion, scene shifts to the main hall where Sasami and Moron excitedly chatter about how effortlessly Kim defeated the third-floor constellations. Still, they worry how many more powerful enemies might descend. Kim ordered them to monitor the Tower of Destruction closely, yet their intelligence network is lacking because they already eliminated most villain groups serving the tower, leaving no remaining leads. Sasami surveys the nearly empty hall and notes how deserted it feels in the late-night hours. She and Moron realize it is difficult to form alliances when they have already crushed every potential recruit. With local options exhausted, they decide to recruit constellations already aligned with Kim. The Academy Black Cat is stunned when Kim proposes, establishing a specialized spy agency to track constellations before they act. Kim believes Black Cat's underworld experience makes him ideal to lead it. Black Cat hesitates at the idea, suggesting instead they hire a guild called Kira's, known in Neutral City for elite intelligence gathering agents. Curious about the city despite warnings of its danger, Kim eagerly agrees to meet the Kira's guild. They travel to Neutral City to present their proposal to the guildmaster Akata. However, Akata rejects them immediately, stating his guild will not serve as anyone's subordinate. He argues partnering with unpredictable Kim threatens the reputation he has built over a decade in a city where prestige is vital. Though familiar with Black Cat, Akata questions why he follows Kim's lead. The Kira's guild investigated Kim, but found his past before the Academy completely blank despite his S-rank achievements and influence over major families, despite being an orphan. Kim compliments their thorough investigation. Akata credits their success to a blue-eyed guide capable of detecting lies instantly. Still lacking clarity on Kim's identity, they decline the partnership. Kim counters by accusing Akata of concealing secrets and summons the Red Sword. As the blade manifests, Akata's composure falters as he recognizes it. He warns that any aggression will draw retaliation from the city's dominant constellation, known as the Bearer of Fragments. Seeing a fierce glint in Kim's eyes, Akata wonders if the sword controls him, only for the weapon itself to speak, confirming its own, leaving Akata shaken in disbelief. Kim ends the meeting and orders the sword spirit free. Confront the blue-eyed guide, while the guildmaster hesitates. With a final invitation to visit Valhalla if he reconsiders, Kim departs through a portal, leaving Akata stunned in his office. Back at the Great Tree the Sword, King awakens abruptly, finding the Spear King calmly reporting to the Maze Lord that third-floor name succeeded after the second-floor failed. The Sword King suffers heavy mental confusion, unable to recall losing consciousness or how he arrived there. Meanwhile, the Maze Lord feels satisfied that his elite subordinates are ascending into full constellation status. He orders vigilance over third-floor activity before dismissing them. Once they step into the corridor, Sword King seizes the Spear King by the collar, demanding answers about the strange gap in his memory and questioning why he regained consciousness in front of the Maze Lord. Spear King keeps a flawless poker face, claiming he fainted in the armory while sorting artifacts and had to carry him over. He walks away as if the matter is trivial. Sword King remains unconvinced, sensing flaws in the explanation. Several days later, the focus shifts to a department store where Soyin and Arin grab coffee, with Soyin seeking advice about family constellation divine contracts. Arin explains her contract only stabilized after she obtained her family's sacred relic blade. The revelation unsettles Soyin, who formed her contract without a relic and now feels stuck at a power ceiling. She quietly worries she might become the weakest member of the team. Their serious discussion is interrupted when she notices Adelia and Black Cat nearby. Soyin is genuinely stunned by how attractive the man accompanying Adelia appears. She nearly freezes when Arin reveals it is Director Black Cat and that it looks suspiciously like a date, which surprises them since Adelia was never interested in romance. Back when she served as vice head of the Ventric family, the former leader had nearly ruined the household. Adelia stepped in as interim head, determined to restore their reputation, working tirelessly with the Beak Mask constellation to rebuild their prestige until they rose to become Europe's strongest house, eventually becoming Kim's disciple. Seeing her with Black Cat leaves the girls slightly envious. They decide to secretly follow the pair. Soyin feels it is a bit embarrassing to spy, but Arin argues it is good practice for their own future dates. They trail them all the way to a movie theater, where Adelia seems deep in self-reflection, questioning how she agreed to this outing. Black Cat returns with popcorn, and they admit dating feels unfamiliar after years of relentless work, recognizing this rare break exists thanks to Kim, and that the meeting began as business. Earlier, Adelia's constellation instructed her to build alliances, beginning with Black Cat since he had already taken steps. She first proposed it. Black Cat was startled a constellation knew his secrets. He confesses that before Kim, his own constellation cared little for the world and only praised its master. During planning, he launched a small forum that failed miserably. Adelia suggested rebranding it as a Kim fan site, which succeeded immediately. Now the platform thrives and elevates Kim's fame, giving Black Cat courage to invite her out. He wanted to thank her properly. Recent events have been relentless. He recalls Kim forcing everyone at the gym to take mandatory leave. Even though Logan was obsessed with training his fist, Kim insisted they rest because a massive workload was approaching. He assigned Logan to monitor America, while Black Cat handled negotiations with Kira's. Delia questioned why outside spies were necessary when they excel at intelligence. Black Cat explained they need a global network far beyond their current reach. As Adelia prepared to depart that meeting, Black Cat gathered his courage and invited her out. Now at the theater, they both blush, admitting they secretly hoped for this. The queue advances and they enter. Unaware, Arin and Soyin are following closely. Arin reveals she already secured tickets to continue their surveillance. Inside, Adelia feels extremely tense, her heart racing too fast to focus on the film. As the lights dim and the movie begins, a monstrous figure suddenly tears through the cinema screen with a violent slash. Chaos erupts as the audience rushes for the exits. Adelia and Black Cat remain steady. Black Cat identifies the entity as Gilwing, a third-floor constellation manifestation. Creature appears confused about the vanished energy source it sensed. The pair are equally perplexed. Kim had mentioned spontaneous manifestations are extremely rare. They suspect it is a chain reaction from the recently descended names. Gilwing realizes it awoke accidentally, but chooses not to retreat, instead deciding to slaughter everyone as it charges a spell, prompting Adelia and Black Cat to ready themselves, only to notice Soyin and Arin standing behind them. Adelia feels intense embarrassment. The younger girls pretend their appearance is coincidental. The monster interrupts any conversation, releasing a pressurized torrent of water. Black Cat responds efficiently, opening a portal to redirect the flood. He quietly struggles, since water manipulation is difficult to counter, and doubts whether the four of them can defeat it. He orders the girls to find Kim, while he and Adelia stall the creature. As they retreat, Gilwing intensifies its assault, firing enormous water beams. Black Cat realizes too late his portals cannot absorb such scale. Acting swiftly, he opens a portal beneath himself and Adelia, just as the beams obliterate their former position. Immediately another portal appears above the monster. Black Cat drops through with sword raised, striking down and causing a huge explosion. Yet the smoke clears to reveal the monster evaded the blow effortlessly. Before he can react, the creature delivers a powerful kick that sends him hurtling across the theater and smashing into a wall. Watching her partner struck instead of herself, pushes Adelia over the edge. She erupts in fury, charging at Gilwing with her dagger at incredible speed. The beast intercepts her attack and slams her aside dismissively. Black Cat rushes to her aid, but the monster soon realizes Adelia managed to cut him and inject a potent toxin. His hand begins to decay, turning dark instantly, yet the deranged creature calmly severs its own rotting limb without hesitation. His rage explodes beyond control. He gathers an enormous glowing sphere of water and roars that they will regret interfering with his descent. They quickly realize that if the orb detonates, the entire structure will collapse. Black Cat tears open a gigantic portal the size of a city block, positioning it directly beneath the creature, sending the monster crashing onto the training fields of Valhalla. It falls through the rift. It attempts to hurl the massive water sphere, yet Black Cat and Adelia evade it in a flash. Adelia coats her blade with a potent toxin and drives it deep into the creature's chest, knocking the monster hard into the Valhalla ground. She feels confident her poison will finally end it. However, Gilwing proves resilient and hauls himself upright again. He swings a full-force punch aimed to crush Adelia. Black Cat intervenes with a spatial slash. The creature abruptly stops midair to avoid the attack, leaving Black Cat stunned by its agility. Black Cat begins apologizing for missing. Adelia reveals it was intentional. Beast is distracted by the flashy magic and fails to notice the poison eating away at its insides. Suddenly, its arm detaches completely from rock. Sensing victory, the pair rush forward, finish it once and for all. Meanwhile, Kim and the two spy girls are heading toward the sound of a massive blast. The girls are anxious, but Kim grins knowing his students have defeated a constellation. He soon finds Black Cat and Adelia catching their breath beside the remains. Kim jokes that he tried calling to warn them, but they were too absorbed in their date to answer. Black Cat apologizes awkwardly and uses his ring to absorb the fallen constellation's soul. Black Cat notes the timing suggests the Kira's Guild accepted their offer. Right then, Akata arrives confirming the partnership. He admits Kim's sword spirit freak overwhelmed their blue-eyed guide and proved their superiority. Several days earlier in the main hall, Sasami and Moron are hard at work, visiting each door to recruit constellations. It proves difficult as many spirits remain traumatized from prior defeats, though they eventually persuade one to listen. They explain their aim to form an alliance under the martial god sect to restore order. The constellation is skeptical, blaming them for chaos, and gestures toward the ominous Tower of Destruction entrance in the hall. Pair respond that the doorway is exactly why unity is needed. They must seal the tower before it fully reopens. He hesitates, admitting he is merely B rank with few contractors, suggesting they seek stronger allies at the neutral gate, a gathering place for powerful constellations. As the sisters depart, he wonders if they aim to revive the martial god, and admits he would join if he had greater power. Sasami overhears and turns back, offering him another chance to enlist. Yet he hesitates, asking for time. Sisters step outside to regroup. Moron speculates about the chaos awaiting at the neutral gate when explosion erupts nearby. They instantly recognize Freak's chaotic energy signature. They hurry to the neutral gate where Freak and Luminous confront a crowd of elite constellations. They came seeking the blue-eyed guide, but find spirits casually mingling instead. Luminous suspects they are plotting against the sect building. Freak erupts, reminding them the martial god once protected them, and he will not tolerate disrespect. The blue-eyed guide argues the sect has only stirred turmoil. Others support him, declaring they refuse subservience and will defend their freedom. Luminous notices the King of Nights present and feels relieved he does not mention past conflicts. Nevertheless, she and Freak decide these constellations require a harsh demonstration of strength. Just as they prepare to charge, Sasami and Moron leap between them, halting the clash. Freak complains, but Sasami confirms this is indeed the neutral gate. Moron formally presents the alliance proposal for the martial god sect. The fist fighter laughs at the irony since they were considering attacking them, and rejects the offer regardless of strength. Luminous is surprised, aware Kim seeks alliances outside. Freak bluntly suggests beating them until they comply. Moron intervenes, saying there is no time for fighting, because the Tower of Destruction is returning. Constellations grow uneasy, remembering they once died, resisting the tower's monsters. When Moron confirms its revival, panic spreads across the hall. The blue-eyed guide admits sensing ominous disturbances in the void. Moron explains the tower is testing the world by sending constellations gradually, and will fully revive in years. They remain doubtful, unsure how to resist, while lacking contractors to manifest physically. Luminous realizes the King of Nights withheld information about Kim. Moron finally reveals the truth, announcing their master has reincarnated in the human realm. The blue-eyed guide is shocked that even his truth powers missed such news. He realizes the praised master is the same mysterious student who visited his contractor. Freak reminds him Kim ordered them to deal with him. With mission confirmed, Moron permits action. Hearing the martial god has returned, constellations immediately pledge themselves to the sect. In Valhalla, the key guardian is happily indulging in donuts. Kim enters, notices his weight gain, but focuses on business. He is not there for small talk. He requires the guardian to open a direct gateway from his home to the Maze Lord's domain.